this is a friendly fixture, so it won't count in first-class records at all. It's now being played clearly over 3 days. We're going to get 90 overs in on each day, and they're going to be sessions of 2 hours, so very much mirroring what's going to happen in the Test Series. But here comes Ollie Robinson to bowl the first ball of the match. He's running in bright sunshine from the Cromwell Road end of the ground as he comes in and bowls to Latham, and Latham plays that to backward point, and there is no run. Put it there, but I think that's Jamie Atkins there at backward point. Is that Jamie Atkins? No, it's Finn Hudson-Prentice. So now Finn Hudson-Prentice has been suffering with a stress fracture, and this is the first game that he's played.
Yeah, I believe he's in the side as a batsman today, so
yes.
no bowling for Finn.
So the slip cordon is composed of Tom Alsop, who's at first slip. In comes Robinson. Down the hill bowls, and Latham plays that onto the onside, and the first run of the match played into the onside, fielded by Daniel Ibrahim, who comes trotting into field. This is a very young Sussex side for the benefit of our listeners down in New Zealand. Daniel Ibrahim, just 17 years of age, playing his first match of the season since the match against Nottinghamshire, the opening round of county championship matches when he damaged his shoulder, so good to see him back in action. So the first run is on the board, albeit an extra. New Zealand are 1 without loss. It's going to be Will Young, who's now they're putting in a 4th slip. I think that's Alistair Orr who's coming into 4th slip. So the slip lineup: Tom Alsop at first, Tom Clark at second, Tom Haynes at third. Too many Toms in this.
Lots of Toms in this squad.
And Alistair Orr in at 4th slippers. In comes Robinson, running in, bowls. And Young is forward and plays out into the offside, fielded by the eager Hudson-Prentice, who comes in from backward point to field. So 4 slips, a backward point. Delray Rawlings at mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. I'm not sure. I've seen Tom Haynes fielding in slips before. He generally fields at mid-off, the Sussex skipper, but that's where he's fielding in this match. Robinson his way back to his mark. He's on his way down the slope here. Hove, he's in and bowls, and Young is beaten outside the offside. Good delivery by Ollie Robinson. He fenced it, that did Young. He was beaten through to wicketkeeper Carter. That's a good delivery by Ollie Robinson.
Yeah, it took a bit of a height, that ball, didn't it?
Delivery, beat the outside edge. Ollie Robinson, who took 7 wickets here against Middlesex in his last county championship match that he played here. He was then in the side at Leicester last week, but was suffering from a stomach bug, a bout of food poisoning, and he'll be desperate to bowl well here today to force his way back into the selectors' thoughts. As in comes Robinson, bowls, he's solidly forward, plays straight back down the track. Robinson fields up his own bowling, and there is no run. He's only bowled something like 57 overs, Nicky, this season, Ollie Robinson. He obviously didn't play. He played in Hobart in the Ashes series, then didn't play in the Caribbean at all in that England tour. Missed out early season. I guess it's quite difficult to pick a bowler when he's played so little for a Test match series.
Yeah, he'll definitely be wanting to get some more overs under his belt here today.
Turning at the far end, 4 slips go down. As in comes Robinson, bowls, and Young is right in high. That plays it into the offside. That's the end of the opening over of the match. New Zealand are 1 without loss. Latham and Young both to open their accounts. A maiden over from Ollie Robinson. The 1 run on the board is a leg bye. Listening to BBC Radio Sussex. If you want to watch via the live stream and see the pictures, go onto the Sussex County Cricket Club website, click on the link, and you can watch the pictures from there. A quick happy birthday to Martin Collins, who's the marketing manager here at Sussex. So very happy 27th birthday, 27 candles on the cake for Martin today. And we wish you well from Nicky and myself here in the commentary box. And it's going to be Sean Hunt who's going to open the bowling from the C end of the ground. He's going to be bowling with 3 slips, a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, wicket almost erring towards square leg, and a fine leg all the way down on the boundary. Lovely buzz around the ground as people arriving, just settling down, probably got their picnics and drinks. Lovely sunny day here, a bit of cloud around, but the weather forecast for today is good, and with a bit of luck we're going to get the full 90 overs in here today because that's the rules that the two sides have agreed. And it's going to be Sean Hunt, the tall left arm over the wicket, comes in and bowls, and nicely clipped by Latham, and gets his first run, fielded by Robinson mid-on. Latham goes through, and that's the first run off the bat this morning, and New Zealand go to 2 without loss. An important key for the New Zealanders in this game. I mean, they've been over here for 3 or 4 days now, practicing here at Hove. But just important, they were very keen to play yesterday as well, despite the rain.
Yeah, they were very keen. I think a lot of us were disappointed that it didn't go ahead, but at least the sun is shining and we're getting some play today, so...
Young just marking out his guard at the far end of the ground. 3 slips, a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg as Sean Hunt runs away from us, coming in to bowl to Young. Young is forward and eases that out into the offside, fielded by Ibrahim. And there is no run. So, Nicky, just tell us a little bit about yourself. You're a new voice to the commentary box here at Hove. So just tell our listeners and the people around the ground your connection with Sussex and your connection with women's cricket.
So, yes, my first stint in the comms box. I'm very looking forward to it. About my cricketing background, I played my county age group cricket down here at Sussex. I'm currently playing women's cricket over at Surrey.
In comes Hunt. Runs in and bowls to Young, who clips this nicely through mid-wicket, and that's probably going to be 4 runs. Beautifully played by Young. Just sort of clip that one off about Midland leg through a wideish mid-on, and Delray Rawlings as a chase down the hill. Classy shot by Young. He goes, there his first scoring runs. He goes to 4, and New Zealand 6 without loss. Sorry, you were saying about your career.
Yeah, so I'm currently playing women's cricket over at Surrey. I've been there. I actually was playing previously at Worcestershire, as I shifted there once I got released by Surrey a few years ago. But I'm back playing at Surrey, so we've got...
Sean Hunt in, over the wicket, bowls, and Young is forward and plays at the backward point. There is no run.
So we've just finished our T20 tournament, and we're going to be starting our 50-over tournament next month.
Right. And one of the things about the structure of the women's game, there seems to be sort of quite early cricket and then a gap. Is that quite frustrating? Because I guess what you want to do is play cricket, really.
Yes, but I think that is to cater for the regional tournament.
Right, okay.
So the gap is there so that the T20 matches in the regional setup can get played.
Bowls and played by Young onto the onside, fielded at mid-wicket by Alistair Orr, and there is no run. So how did you get into cricket? What was your motivating factor?
You could say it was pretty inevitable I was going to play cricket. My dad is an ex-professional cricketer. He played cricket back in India. So you could say I've been at cricket grounds watching cricket since I was in the womb, literally. So
there's a deep-rooted love of the game. In comes Sean Hunt, running away from us in glorious South Coast sunshine. He's in and bowls, and Young is up on his toes. Plays back to Sean Hunt, who fields off his own bowling. It's the end of the second over of the day, and New Zealand, having won the toss here, are 6 without loss. Tom Latham is on 1, Will Young is on 4. Just to reiterate, this is a friendly game, 90 overs in the day. We're going to play 3 2-hour sessions. And the final session will, of course, make up for, we will bowl the 90 overs in the day. And if you want to get in touch, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. It'd be great to have a couple of early emails so we know we're going out loud and clear, not just around the ground here at Hove, but also around the globe. So, so Dad was a keen cricketer?
Yeah, Dad was a keen cricketer. He played professional cricket back in India. He's now over here coaching at Worth School, and he runs his own academy, so...
In comes Ollie Robinson, running in over the wicket, bowls to Latham, who works us into the offside, fielded in the covers by Delray Rawlings, and there is no run. So Worth School, for our listeners, is that locally in Sussex? Or?
Yes, it's in Turners Hill, just near Crawley.
Right, okay.
And coincidentally, I did all my schooling through there as well. So.
Right, okay. So it's a school you know well.
It's a school I've known for a very long time.
Right. Slips in place now for both the left and the right-handers. It's Robinson. The wicket bowls, and Latham is forward. It just nudges that down towards fine leg. They're thinking of a second run, and they almost committed to the second run, but Sean Hunting quickly gets the ball into Ollie Carter. And it's just a single to Tom Latham, who goes to 2, New Zealand 7 without loss. And growing up in India, we talk a lot here. We've been very lucky to have Chiteshwar Pujara here for the opening. Well, we had 6 county championship games, scoring tons and tons of runs. And I'm always just amazed at the social media following that these guys get. I mean, Pujara's got 2.7 million followers on Twitter.
That's a big number of followers.
In comes Robinson. Over the wicket, bowls, and that's a super delivery. Beats Young outside the off stump. A really good bit of bowling by Ollie Robinson. Young was playing at that fencing outside of the off stump. The ball rattles through into the gloves of Ollie Carter, and there is no run.
Yeah, so 2.7 million followers is a very large following. It does help with the size of India's population, though. So.
John Malone has been in touch. Hello, John. He says, good morning. Coming through loud and clear in sunny Bexhill-on-Sea. Glad to see we have cricket underway. Regards, John. John, thanks for getting in touch as Robinson is in over the wicket and bowls. This time Young just plays on the front foot with soft hands out into the offside. Fielded by Alistair Raw, and there is no run. So good to hear from you, John. Thanks for getting in touch. James has been in touch. And he says, looking forward to a great day of cricket, all coming through clear on YouTube. One name that was missing from any of the chats during our bowling injury crisis and from the Playfair Annual is Joe Sarrow. He looked good last year. Where's he gone? Has he been let go or has something else happened? That's a very good point, James, as Robinson comes in to bowl to Young. He's in and bowls, and again he beats Young. That's the second time in the over. Good delivery by Ollie Robinson, who's just probing away here. Nicky just on a length, just outside of the off stump, and 2 plays and misses from Young in this over.
Yeah, funny that one. That's taken a bit of height, and we've had a couple of balls that haven't taken much height. They've stayed pretty low, so it's a bit of a mixture over here.
Maybe that's a question actually for the guys listening in the office here at Sussex as to Joe Sarrow. Maybe he was released in the winter, something that I missed, or maybe he's had a bowling injury. But perhaps if someone could let us know, we can answer James's question as in comes Robinson again. Bowls and glides that down to fine leg, does Young. Picks up a single fielded by Sean Hunt down at fine leg. One more to the total at the end of Ollie Robinson's over. 2 very accurate overs by Ollie Robinson. 2 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 2. At the end of the 3rd over of the morning, New Zealand here having won the toss are 8 without loss. Tom Latham is on 2, Will Young is on 5. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC Radio Sussex. If you want to watch the live stream, go to the Sussex Cricket Club website, click on the link and you'll see the excellent pictures and see Hove in all its glory. Have you played on this ground, Nicky?
No, I haven't been lucky enough to play over here, but I have played at the Oval, so I will, I will throw that out there. And lucky enough to actually play at Lord's a couple of weeks back.
Really?
Yes, I played a game for the MCC women, and that was lucky enough to be at Lord's, so on the main ground.
Wow, amazing. In comes Sean Hunt over the wicket, comes in and bowls to Young, who plays this just square leg, fielded there by the eager Dan Ibrahim, and there is no run. So what is that like? Come on, tell us more. Playing at Lord's.
Oh, it's quite the experience. I was lucky enough, it's actually my 2nd time playing, but it's just the whole ambience, walking through the long room, going on, I can't explain it. It's magical. I was very excited, I think. I was more excited than anything, and it was just an amazing experience, that to start the season with a game at Lord's.
Wow, that's amazing. Sean Hunt, left arm over the wicket, is in on bowls and let go by Young outside the off stump, taken by Carter, and there is no run. I get excited going to Lord's just sort of walking through the gates, really, and we're very lucky that we get our media passes, and that enables us to go out sometimes for the toss, and just to stand in the middle of Lord's and looking around is just fabulous, really. But to play there, I mean, I'm not sure I'll be able to concentrate, to be honest, just looking around at all the history of Lord's as in comes Hunt, running away from us up the hill here at Hove and bowls, and driven slightly in the air by Young, but he picks up a single fielded at mid-off by Ollie Robinson. 1 more to the total. Young goes to 6 and New Zealand are 9 without loss. So when you come down out of the dressing room and you make your way through that, I mean, you did that then?
Yes, I did that, and
did it take quite a long time?
I did take my time, so I wanted to soak it all in.
Yeah, good for you.
So, but it's quite difficult not to get distracted with everything that's around you, though, so...
Hunt. See, forward comes Latham, plays onto the onside without timing, fielded again by Ollie Robinson. And there is no run. And it takes quite a bit of time, presumably, to come off of the balcony, down the steps, through the long room.
Yes, it takes a lot of time.
Gate.
And especially coming down the stairs, they're quite steep. So then if you're in your pads, you're more worried that you're not going to fall down those stairs or trip up.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to do that, would you? That wouldn't be a great look. Sean Hunt. 3 slips go down. Hunt is in and bowls and covering up. Tom Latham plays that into the offside. And there is a good tidy start here by Sussex this morning through Ollie Robinson and Sean Hunt, young left-arm bowler who was at Surrey, released by Surrey. He's now down here on the south coast, just 20 years of age, and it's a very youthful Sussex side. I'll give you the average age in a few moments' time when I worked it all out, but Hunt again, left arm over the wicket, bowls and played by Latham out into the offside, fielded there by Finn Hudson-Prentice. End of the over, good tidy over by Sean Hunt, in which he conceded just the 1 run. New Zealand at the end of the 4th over are 9 without loss. Tom Latham is on 2, Will Young is on 6, and Ollie Robinson, who's 2 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for Super the next over from the Cromwell Road. A good accurate start by the Sussex bowlers, Nikki.
Very accurate start. I believe the average age of the Sussex squad is something close to 22.
Oh, good maths. Yeah, I'm not surprised.
It's a very, very young age.
Well, Tom Haynes, the skipper, is 23. Tom Clark, 21. Delray Rawlins, 24. Ollie Robinson, very much the senior member of the side. He's 28. Sean Hunt is 20. Henry Crocombe is 20. In comes Ollie Robinson, running in down the hill and bowls and takes his hand off there, and that's struck Young on that top hand, and he's just posing a few problems here, Ollie Robinson. There was a bit of extra bounce to that delivery, and I think Young's been hit on the hand. He's just flexing that hand. And,
that one popped up a bit for him.
well, New Zealand will be desperate to avoid any injuries here, but he's struck Young. Yeah, he's taking off his right glove. Well, I wouldn't be surprised if we don't... Yeah, the physio's coming on. So a bit of extra bounce from Ollie Robinson, and we're going to have a delay here to see if the physio is going to come on. Yes, he is. Yep. I can see him making his way down the steps. So some early concern here. The New Zealand opener is now saying, I thought he made a signal there to the physio to say, no, don't worry. Yep. And he did indeed. No, he's okay.
Physio's on his way back.
Yeah. But he's just causing 1 or 2 problems here, Ollie Robinson, isn't he? He's bowling a very good line in length.
He got that one to pop a bit as well.
Yes, he did. So the 4 slips may well be in business here. Tom Alsop at first, Tom Clark at second, Tom Haynes at third, Delray Rawlins at 4th slippers. In comes Robinson, bowls, and he beats Young outside the off stump. Terrific bit of bowling by Ollie Robinson, who really gives the stare to Will Young. And you get the feeling here Ollie Robinson's got a point to prove this morning.
Yeah, he's going to be having to make a point, isn't he, if he wants to get back into that England side for those rest of the tests for the summer.
And I apologise, it's not Delray Rawlins at all at 4th slip, it's Alistair Orr who's in at 4th slip. I think you know some of these Sussex guys, don't you, Nikki, through your cricket?
Yeah, I know a few of them actually. A few of them have come through my dad's academy. I've played cricket with a few of them. Robinson
in and bowls. A Young struck on the pad. It's a no ball signalled by umpire Baldwin. And Ollie Robinson is just building up a nice head of steam here from the Cromwell Road end. And asking 1 or 2 questions. Young, who is on 6, New Zealand 10 without loss. Had a message in from Trevor Mould. Hello, Trevor. Lovely to hear from you. And he says, Joe Sarah was released. He's playing Premier League for Eastbourne this year. Bodie? How do you pronounce that, Nikki? Bodie? B-O-double, that should presumably be his nickname.
Bodie, I think.
In comes Robinson, bowls, and Young is forward, but a little uncertainly plays that into the offside, fielded in the covers by Hudson-Prentice, and there is no run. Also up at first, Clark at second, Haynes at third, Alistair Orr is at 4th, Finn Hudson-Prentice at point, Delray Rawlins at mid-off, Henry Crocombe is at mid-on. Jordan Hunt all the way down here at fine leg. I'm just trying to work out who that is at square leg. It must be Daniel Ibrahim. In comes Robinson again. Bowls, and Young is forward, plays onto the onside. They were thinking about a single, but very quickly in was Daniel Lee, prevented the single. There is no run. Lovely sunny morning here down on the south coast. There are temporary stands at the Cromwell Road end of the ground. They're there because the T20 Blast starts here on Thursday with a match against Glamorgan. So normally there are big deck chairs and people sitting in deck chairs at that end of the ground. But as I say, the deck chairs replaced for the next month or so by the temporary structure, as in comes Robinson. In and bowls, and Young is forward. Plays down the offside of the track, fielded by Rawlins, and there is no run.
It's a lovely day. The clouds are starting to clear off down here as well.
Yeah, a few sort of cotton wool clouds above the ground, and some high level cloud as well. Plenty of blue sky around, and the forecast good. And looking at the southwest stand, a good number of spectators already in, and a nice buzz around Hove. Robinson down the hill from the Cromwell Road end, a pile of sawdust at both ends of the ground as in comes Robinson bowl. Good length delivery that Young plays forward to down the offside of the track. There is no run. A couple of runs coming off the over, courtesy of that no ball by Ollie Robinson. He's got a really tight, accurate opening spell here.
See the physio's running on now.
Yes, coming on to have a look at Will Young. He got struck on the right hand and immediately took his glove off. He called for the physio to come on. Well, I think he's okay. The physio has just come on, perhaps more of a precaution than anything else. But Young looks okay. He does a little bit of gardening. So 5 overs gone, and New Zealand are 10 without loss, with Latham on 2, Young on 6. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC Radio Sussex. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Nikki Chowdhury, commentary on the whole 3 days of this friendly match. If you're listening in New Zealand, we'd love to hear from you. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. As in comes Sean Hunt and bowls, and Tom Latham is resolutely forward to bowl of good length, punches that to mid-on where it's fielded by Ollie Robinson.
A lovely solid defence from Latham there.
It was. It's a really colourful scene, isn't it, around the ground. It's shirt sleeve order for most of the spectators. And that lovely buzz that you can probably hear in our effects microphone. It's just ideal cricket watching weather, Nicky. It's not too hot, you're not sitting here sweltering.
Yeah, it's perfect.
Hunt. His way again, bowls, and Latham is beaten outside the offside. Good delivery by Sean Hunt. Went through fairly low to Ollie Carter, who sort of took it around by his bootlaces.
Yeah, that one didn't have any height on it. It's a bit funny, this pitch at the moment. Some of them popping, some of them are staying pretty low. It's a nice breeze here today. It's not too hot.
No, and for a lot of these young Sussex players, this is a fantastic experience playing against the Test World champions. In front of a really decent-sized crowd here at Hove. Hunt in bowls, Latham again solidly forward, a ball of good length, plays it down the offside of the track. On fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. 3 slips in place, point, cover mid-off, mid-on, square leg, and a fine leg. Sorry, Vicky, I interrupted you.
No, it's a great learning opportunity to be brushing shoulders with #1 Test team, to be playing against them for the next 3 days. There's a lot that these Sussex boys can take in from it.
Most definitely. It's Hunt. On his way bowls and driven firmly by Latham to mid-on, fielded by Ollie Robinson. And again, there is no run. The first Test match for New Zealand on the 2nd of June, I believe it starts at Lord's. And I'm very impressed, Nikki, by all your homework you've done. You're going to have to get some of those stats out. Don't be shy in coming forward.
Yeah, I will be getting those stats out. Don't worry. I've done all of my homework.
You have. We've got sheets and sheets of paper here, which is fabulous. As in comes Sean Hunt, bowls down the leg side, and Latham looking to flick that one down towards fine leg. Doesn't make contact, the ball rattles through into the gloves of Ollie Carter, the Sussex wicketkeeper.
Yeah, I've got the schedule here, so it looks like their first test is at Lord's on the 2nd of June.
Yeah.
And then they go over to Trent Bridge on the 10th, and the third test is at Headingley on June the 23rd.
So England have selected their squad for the first 2 matches of the series, as announced this week. Hunt is in, bowls, and forward comes Latham. Plays the track fielded by Sean Hunt of his own bowling. There is no run. End of the 6th over of the morning on a lovely sunny morning here at Hove. New Zealand winning the toss have elected to bat first. They're 10 without loss. Tom Latham is on 2. Will Young is on 6. Sean Hunt has bowled 3 very respectable overs. 3 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 6. Ollie Robinson similarly, 3 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 3.
Yeah, England released their squad a few days ago, I believe, and it's nice to see Stuart Broad and Jimmy Anderson back in that, isn't it?
Indeed, I mean, England with a real fast bowling crisis at the moment. The latest addition to that, sadly, is Jofra Archer, who we spoke about to Rob Andrew yesterday. See that on the BBC cricket website. As in comes Robinson, bowls to Young. Young is forward. As the offside, there is no run. We've got our first listener from New Zealand. How about that? Who is Brad. He says, hi there, I'm listening from, I'm not sure if you pronounce this Havelock or Havelock, listening in from Havelock, North New Zealand, Central Stags country, so cheering on Will Young. Come on, Young, he says, Brad. Brad, thanks for getting in touch. Wonderful to hear from you, all the way down in New Zealand, where I'd imagine it's...
Pretty late at night, isn't it?
Well, yeah, so, but do you know what time it is, Brad? And also, it must be autumn going into winter, I would guess, in New Zealand. So look what the weather's like, as in comes Robinson down the hill, bowls to Will Young, who lets that one go outside of the off stump, taken by Ollie Carter, and there is no run. Have you been to New Zealand, Nikki?
No, I haven't.
Is that somewhere on your hit list?
Yes, I would love to go to New Zealand, and also actually Australia is also on my list. I would love to be able to go down to Australia and play a season down there. I think that would be an amazing opportunity.
Yeah. Well, everyone who seems to go to New Zealand does sort of bungee jumping and that sort of thing. Is that something that you would do? I
don't think I've got the guts to do bungee jumping.
Really?
I'm not a huge fan of heights. You can just about get me to a theme park and that's pretty much it.
Okay. Robinson. In there, bowls and let go by Young, getting the gloves back, everything out of the way. The ball goes through to Ollie Carter.
Is that something you would do, Adrian? Bungee jumping?
I might. I've done a parachute jump.
Oh, okay.
Which I enjoyed. My daughter went to New Zealand and had a gap year out, well, around New Zealand and Australia. And I think it's Queenstown where I think that's the bungee jumping capital.
Oh, okay.
So everyone does crazy things and leaps off bridges, and so she did it. In comes Robinson over the wicket, bowls, and Young is beaten again. Good delivery by Ollie Robinson. That's the 3rd time this morning that Will Young has been beaten outside of the off stump, and a round of applause from the good-sized crowd here at Hove. So we've got more people listening in New Zealand, which is wonderful. Henry from Taita District Cricket Club, Lower Hutt in New Zealand, says, hello from New Zealand, where it's 10:20 on Saturday night. I was watching the Australia election coverage where it's messy and slow result, then was delighted to see a tweet from New Zealand Cricket to hear your live stream. I'm really enjoying it. It's miserably cold. In comes Robinson, bowls, Young lets that one go outside the off stump and there is no run. Your summer looks great. Go well, says Henry. How wonderful to hear from Henry over in New Zealand. Kia ora from New Zealand. Thank you for getting in touch. We'll have an update coming shortly for our listeners on BBC Radio Sussex. And I do apologise, perhaps if my pronunciation of some of these places in New Zealand is incorrect. Robinson turns in bright sunshine here at a lovely sunny Hove. Runs in down the hill, bowls, Young again lets that one go outside the off stump, taken by Ollie Carter. There is no run. Another maiden over from Ollie Robinson, who's bowled a very tidy spell here this morning. 4 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 3 for Ollie Robinson. New Zealand having won the toss are 10 without loss. Tom Latham is on 2, Will Young is on 6. And you're listening to live cricket on the BBC. BBC Radio Sussex. You can watch via the club stream, the Sussex County Cricket Club club stream, which gives you excellent pictures, and will show you what a lovely sunny day here is at Hove. And just to mention again, the marketing manager here at Hove, Martin Collins, who's 27 today. So happy birthday to you, Martin. And well, of course, we're expecting a nice bit of cake. That's the only reason we're mentioning it, because we want a birthday.
We want cake.
Yeah, we want a cake. We want a birthday cake brought up from Martin. But Sean Hunt is going to carry on the attack from the C end of the ground, running up the hill, comes in and bowls and cut away. And that's a lovely looking shot by Tom Latham. A bit too much width there from Sean Hunt, and Latham with a classy shot, driving the ball through backward point for 4 runs.
Played that beautifully.
Beautifully played.
Played it very late, and it raced down to the boundary.
Quality shot from a quality player. He goes to 6, and New Zealand 14 without loss. It's probably the first loose delivery that Sean Hunt has bowled, and Latham onto that in a flash, cutting the ball away through backward point for 4 runs. For the benefit of our listeners over in New Zealand in particular, this is the C end, because literally the C is about 400 yards behind the commentary box where we are at the moment. As Hunt is in again, left arm over the wicket, bowls to Latham. A good delivery, pitched on about middle and off, and Latham plays forward into the offside, fielded by Ibrahim, and there is no run. Hunter and Warwick have been in touch. We're watching and listening on YouTube from New Plymouth. I'm going to make a mess of pronouncing this as well. Taranaki, Taranaki, Taranaki. Proud home of Will Young. Looking forward to the Test series. Perhaps Ollie Robinson should be in the Test side. Well, we'll talk about that in a moment. In comes Sean Hunt over the wicket, bowls, and driven beautifully by Latham, and that's going to be the second boundary of the over. Slightly over-pitched by Sean Hunt, and he just drilled that ball away through the covers for 4 runs. Latham goes to 10, and New Zealand to 18 without loss. 2 beautiful shots by Tom Latham. That's going to prompt a change in the field from Tom Haynes. No, he's leaving it as it was. There's still the 3 slips in place. Still those 3 men on the offside from backward point round to mid-off. As Hunt is on his way again. He's in on bowls, and Latham to a shorter delivery, just is up on his toes, plays into the offside, fielded by Jandal Ibrahim. To this occasion, there is no run. New Zealand 18 without loss. Latham on 10, Young on 6. Pile of sawdust behind him. Tall left-arm seamer runs in and bowls to Latham. His forward plays down the track, fielded by Sean Hunt, and there is no run. Yes, thank you, Amani. Well, we're underway. We lost a day's play to rain yesterday, but not so today. A gloriously sunny day at Hove, where New Zealand, who are the Test World Champions, have won the toss and have elected to bat first. They're 18 without loss. Tom Latham is on 10. Will Young is on 6. Ollie Robinson and Sean Hunt both bowling tight opening spells here at Hove, but we're in the 8th over of the morning, and New Zealand are 18 without loss. Nice shot by Tom Latham through the offside, fielded there by Finn Hudson-Prentice, who gets in the throw. 2 more to Tom Latham. He goes to 12, and New Zealand go on to 20 without loss at the end of the 8th over. A couple of nice-looking shots in that over.
Yeah, some lovely-looking shots. Playing it really late and waiting for that ball. It's looking great.
So Hunter and Warwick there saying perhaps Ollie Robinson should be in the Test side. Well, he hasn't been selected for the first 2 matches of the series, predominantly because he hasn't played enough cricket. We were discussing a little earlier on that he played in the Ashes series. His last match was in Hobart, which he didn't finish the match because he had some fitness issues, Ollie. When selected to go to the Caribbean, but had, again, more problems with fitness, I think with the back spasms. And hasn't played an awful lot of county cricket, bowled really well here in the county match against Middlesex 2 weeks ago when he picked up 7 wickets, and he's coming in again now. So bowls to the right-handed Will Young, he bowls, and Young drives, and he's going to get runs here through the leg side, not where he intended it to go. They've taken 1, and that's all they're going to get. Robinson stands with hands on hips. Young was looking to play it through the offside, but instead he got a thickish inside edge of the bat. Ball went through square leg, and he picked up a single. So he's a little uncertain here, Will Young. This one, he goes to 7, and New Zealand 21 without loss.
So, Adrian, did you know apparently the last time New Zealand played against Sussex was on a tour match back in 1978?
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Great research. Who won?
New Zealand won by 68 runs, actually. It's a long time ago, isn't it?
1978, crumbs.
I wasn't even born.
Sadly, I was. Robinson is going to come around the wicket now to the left-handed Tom Latham. Terry just got a little watery as Robinson runs in around the wicket, bowls, and Latham clips this down to fine leg, fielded down below us by George Burrows, who gets in the throw. Young Sussex seamer who's on loan here, released by Lancashire last season. Contract suddenly for the first month and presumably now for the second month of the season as well. Latham goes to 13. New Zealand to 22 without loss. 4 slips, a backward point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg as in comes Robinson running in down the hill. Bowls and let go by Young outside the offside. Good delivery by Ollie Robinson. Bit of extra pace and the ball going through to Ollie Carter. A good carry here, Nikki, because Carter took that round about the midriff.
Yeah, that one carried quite nicely over to Carter. The crowd are still making their way in, which is nice. Slowly in drifts and drabs down here at Hove.
Miserably cold and dark, says Henry from Taita, T-A-I-T-A. I'm sorry, Henry, if I pronounced that incorrectly. Getting in touch as Robinson is in and bowls, and forward comes Young and plays a far more confident shot on this occasion. Fielded at deep backward square, 1 more to the total. Young goes to 8 and New Zealand to 23 without loss. Adam has been touched. Adam here from Wellington, New Zealand. 10:30 here. Glad to be seeing the boys in action again and under nice sunny skies. Awesome to see fringe players like Fletcher and Bracewell getting a chance. And I see de Granholm has the mullet back. 90 km/h winds here the other day and getting very cold. Now Wellington, I think, I'm going to get my geography all wrong here. I'm fairly certain that Wellington is in the South Island. New Zealand, you'll correct me if I'm wrong. Here comes Robinson, bowls, let go outside the offside by Latham, taken by Ollie Carter, and there is no run. So I think New Zealand winters are pretty similar to winters over here. I think they can be wet, I think they can be cold.
I've heard that too, apparently very similar to the English winter. The mullet is definitely making a comeback though, Adrian. I've noticed quite a few of them round and not very many great ones, may I say so.
So you would know more about mullets. I don't know much about them. Perhaps I should get a mullet. My hair's probably not long enough, I expect. In comes Robinson in bright sunshine. Around the wicket, comes in and bowls, and Latham is hit. In the pad, there's a stifled appeal from Ollie Robinson and keeper Ollie Carter. Latham survives. He's on 13. Young on 8. New Zealand are 23 without loss. Robinson 5 overs, 2 maidens, and no wicket for 6. New Zealand having won the toss, but made a solid start against some good, accurate Sussex bowling. So what constitutes a mullet?
Honestly, I don't even know I can describe it. I think it's just where they've like slit back on the sides and they let like a little long bit of hair down the back. Honestly, it's not something I've thought of.
Bowling change. There's going to be George Burrows, a young right-arm seamer, who's going to come off at the sea end of the ground, getting a nice healthy round of applause from a good-sized crowd here at Hove this morning. Bowling to Will Young, so thank you for getting in touch. Adam, great to hear from you. And Shannon has been in touch as well. Great to find a live stream and commentary of the tour match. You're doing an admirable job with your pronunciation of New Zealand place names. I think you've probably been a bit kind, to be honest, Shannon. And there is no way I'm going to be able to pronounce this. I'm watching from Wanganui in the lower North Island of New Zealand. Whanganui. It's on my bucket list. Is New Zealand, but the bucket list is getting longer and the years are going by, so I'm going to get on with it at some stage. But people say the best way to see New Zealand is to hire a sort of a camper van and drive round, and so I really fancy that.
Yeah, I've heard that too.
Here comes George Burrows running in, right arm over the wicket. He's in and bowls to a Young wide of the off stump, taken by Carter, let go by Young. There is no run.
That one stayed pretty low as well. To collect that towards his ankle as well.
Yeah. clearly you want to go at this time of the year, I guess, unless you want to see snow, but I'd imagine in the South Island you get a lot of skiing done as well. So if you're a skier, I don't know if...
I've never been skiing, Adrian.
Have you?
No, I haven't.
Really?
I wasn't actually allowed, so my dad didn't.
Why weren't you allowed?
He thought that, obviously, he'd seen so many people who go skiing and they come back with a broken leg or something, and he was...
In comes Burrows and Bowles. Good delivery with a bit of extra bounce from Burrows. Goes through to keeper Carter. They go there young. There is no run.
So, yeah, I wasn't allowed because in case I got injured and then I'd be off for the cricket season, so I was never allowed to go skiing. But I've managed to twist his arm. Now I'm allowed, but I just haven't been.
Right, okay.
And then...
Well, I think New Zealand is somewhere where you can ski. Certainly on the South Island. Probably it's going into the ski season, I would imagine. As Burrows turns just down in front of us, George Burrows runs in. This languid approach to the wicket. He's in and bowls and driven nicely by Young to backward point, fielded there by Hudson Prentice. And there is no run. The thing is, it's an expensive sport, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a really expensive sport.
Particularly if you go to the Alps. I went this year, but not to the Alps. I went to Bulgaria.
Oh, that's...
To ski, yeah, because it's good skiing. I mean, I'm a really poor skier, I have to say. But it's a lot cheaper in Bulgaria than it is if you're going to Switzerland or France, and a lot of fun as well. So
apparently Sweden's one place to go skiing as well. Yeah,
right.
One of my friends went a few months ago, and I didn't know that Sweden had skiing, to be honest.
Burrows running away from us past umpire Lloyd Bowles and let go again by Young. There's a howl from George Burrows, but a good lead by Young, taken by Carter. And there is no run. Tom Latham just ambles down the pitch. There's a little bit of gardening.
But to say that, I never really considered New Zealand a place to go skiing either.
Yeah. Well, I think definitely in the South Island there would be snow soon, I would imagine.
I think I'd much rather go in the summer if I had to go.
Burrows. And again, bowls, and it's going to be 4 runs. I mean, it was an intentional shot by Woolley Young. There were 3 slips in place. It was a little short, and Young was just up on his toes. I think he was in control of the shot as he played it through the slip cord, and no third man, and the ball rolls away for 4 runs. Seemed to be in control of that shot. I think it was an intentional shot by Young.
Yeah, he played that really well. He actually rode with it as the ball took some height, so he placed that in the gap, and it's run down for 4.
Just has a natter away to Ollie Robinson, who's fielding at mid-off. Ollie Robinson, who's bowled 5 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 6 this morning, and they've lost the ball. So the ball, well, all along the ground, down to the far end of the ground, where there's some temporary stands that have been put up for the T20 Blast that gets underway here on Thursday, when the ground will be full, no question about that, for the visit of Glamorgan. I'm sure there are still tickets for sale. The club may well wait to let me know about that. The temporary stands are put up every season for the T20 Blast, which is at a different time of the season this year, with the competition running from Thursday in a couple of blocks, with finals day in the middle of July at Edgbaston. And they still can't find that ball, you know. It's gone under the seats at the far end of the ground. It's hopped over the advertising board, so we've got a break in play.
They're running on some drinks for Latham and Young whilst they search for the ball as well.
They still can't find it, you know.
Where could it have gone? It's not even that there's anyone sat on that stand.
No, I reckon it's probably gone under the seats. So we'll give you our contact details again. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk if you'd like to send us an email, or you can tweet at BBC Sussex Sport. Or what's your Twitter handle, Nikki?
My Twitter handle is at Nikki Chowdhury, which is NIKICHAUDHURI. You're not on Instagram then, Adrian? Are you not?
No, I'm not very good at Instagram. I am on Instagram, but I haven't got many followers, and I don't really know what I'm doing, if I'm being perfectly honest. More practice required, I think. Why would you use Instagram and not Twitter, for example?
I say Instagram's more where you share photos, or it's a more photo-based platform, and like Twitter, whereas we can share our views and comments on Twitter.
Okay. The reason for the delay is that we've lost the ball, and in fact I think the ball is definitely lost, and Brenda, who's in charge of the balls here at Sussex, comes out in a got a cricket hat on today, floppy hat, and a green cardigan, lime green cardigan, which gets a round of applause, you can probably hear. So Brenda is a very, very loyal Sussex supporter, always looks after the balls for the umpire. So whenever a ball goes out of the ground or goes out of shape, then Brenda comes on with the box of balls, and that's what happens. So that shot was played by Will Young down to third man, and it's got lost, we think, somewhere in the temporary stand at the far end of the ground. So we've got a replacement ball. 7 without loss. Young on 12, Latham on 13. Bit of a delay. Oh, no, I think they have found the ball.
They found the ball.
No, they found the ball now. So much ado about nothing. So the original ball is back. It's a strange game sometimes. So anyway, after a delay of about 5 minutes, now the umpires are making sure the ball isn't damaged in any way, which it doesn't appear to be. And George Burrows has got ball in hand, and he's going to ball the last ball of his opening over here at a beautifully sunny county ground in Hove. Burrows runs away from us. Also, that's a good delivery. That was a really good delivery.
That was a lovely delivery.
Yeah, a bit of extra bounce, and Young was playing forward, beaten outside of the off stump, taken by Ollie Carter. It's the end of George Burrows' over, an over which cost him 4 runs, and New Zealand are 27 without loss. After 10 overs here this morning, having won the toss and decided to bat first, Tom Latham is on 13, Will Young is on 12, and I think it's been a good 45 minutes cricket, Nikki.
Yeah, it's been a lovely 45 minutes cricket. Odd Robinson hasn't allowed the batsman to look too settled yet either, which is great.
David in Crowborough has been in touch. Now, I know that Crowborough is in Sussex and not in New Zealand, so I won't make a mess of pronouncing that place name.
Crowborough's in Sussex, definitely, yep.
So David's been in touch. I'll read your email in a moment, David. As in comes Ollie Robinson running down the hill from the Cromwell Road end, bowls to Tom Latham, who's back in his crease and plays onto the leg side. There is no run, fielded by Daniel Ibrahim. 4 slips, a backward point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. David says, lovely to hear you and your new recruit, Nikki, on commentary. So there we are, Nikki.
Thanks, David.
There was lots of chat yesterday on the YouTube stream about the Sussex lineup for this match. People wondering where Pujara and Rizwan were. I know Rizwan missed our last match with a family bereavement. Are there rules about using overseas players in these friendly matches? Well, we'll come on to that in a moment. As in comes Ollie Robinson around the wicket and bowls, and he beats Tom Latham outside the off stump. He's bowled without any luck here this morning, Ollie Robinson. On another day, he might have had a couple of wickets. He's beaten Will Young at least 3 times outside the off stump. He also wrapped him on the hand, and he beat Tom Latham there, taken by Ollie Carter. And there is no run. So in terms of Mohammad Rizwan, yes, sadly for Mohammad Rizwan, there has been a family bereavement, which is the reason that he's not playing in this match. I don't think it's anything about rules of overseas players, so we wish Mohammad and his family all the very best. As Robinson is in down the hill, bowls, and taken by Ollie Carter, and there is no run. As far as Cheteshwar Pujara is concerned, he played in the opening 6 county championship matches, but then was due a break, and I understand is away on holiday for a while.
I believe he is away in Paris with his family.
Wow, lovely.
He's doing a little road trip, Paris, Amsterdam, and then I think he's heading back to India.
Well, certainly India are playing England in a one-off test match at Edgbaston in early July, and I'm sure that Cheteshwar is hoping to be selected for that game. And comes Robinson, bowls, and I'm not quite sure that hit that. No.
Did that hit something?
Well, we only get one chance to look at these things. We don't have the benefit of any monitors here inside our commentary box, but that was a strange delivery because it seemed to balloon away towards the 4th slip area. And it brings Latham forward doing a little bit of gardening, so I'd have to see that one again to understand completely what happened. Nonetheless, Ollie Robinson just posing 1 or 2 problems here this morning for these New Zealand batsmen. 27 without loss. So in answer to your question, no, I don't think there are any rules, David, for overseas players. In comes Robinson, bowls, Latham is forward, and Robinson fields up his own bowling, and there is no run.
So Pujara's in Paris, and then he's off to Amsterdam. I think then he's going to head back to India and see if he can get back into that test squad.
Certainly in terms of the volume of runs that Pujara made in the county championship, 2 double hundreds, made a double hundred at Derby.
scoring runs for fun, wasn't he?
Yeah, and another double 100. As in comes Robinson, bowled and let go outside the off stump by Latham. It is the end of the over. A really good spell here by Ollie Robinson. Another maiden over. 6 overs, 3 maidens. No wicket for 6. New Zealand are 27 without loss. Tom Latham is on 13. Will Young is on 12. And a very good morning from a lovely sunny Hove. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Nikki Chowdhury. Wherever you're listening from, Hove looks an absolute picture, a beautiful cricket ground, particularly for those who are listening to us in New Zealand who have perhaps never been to this ground. It's a ground which is only about 400 yards from the sea, from the English Channel, which is behind us. It's a ground that slopes upwards from our commentary position at the sea end of the ground up towards the Cromwell Road end. A ground that's surrounded on one side by flats with balconies so people can watch the cricket. I'm always amazed, Nikki, how few people sit on their balcony and watch the cricket.
If I had one of those flats, I would be sat on there all the time if there was a game on.
Why wouldn't you? George Burrows is going to be coming from this the sea end of the ground. He's in and bowls to Will Young, who glides this back and square on the leg side. They've taken one and they'll come back for a comfortable second, fielded down in the distance by Henry Crocombe, who gets in the throw. 2 more to Young, who's just settling after had a stern examination, I think is to be said by Ollie Robinson this morning. But Young goes to 14, New Zealand 29 without loss. Because some of these balconies have panoramic views of the ground. I mean, they're just great views.
I'm just trying to have a look. There's not a single person sat on their balcony watching this game.
Not that we can see.
Not that I can see.
No, and the
scanning pretty hard. Can't see a single person.
And the 2 blocks of flats at either end. Oh, I can see a gentleman at the far end, right in the middle balcony.
Oh, yes, I can see him.
In comes Burrows over the wicket, bowls forward comes Young, plays onto the onside, and there is no run. We should also mention as well that you get a number of, generally a couple of concerts here down at Hove during the summer months. So I think it was 3 years ago Elton John played here. And they have all the seats right across the outfield here at Hove. And this year, I think it's Tears for Fears. Do you know that name?
I've never heard of that name. Who's Tears for Fears, Adrian?
Come on, you must have heard it now.
I'll be honest with you, Adrian, I have not listened to much English music with my job. With my other job, I'm fully into Bollywood.
It comes Burrows and bowls and clipped by Young nicely down to fine leg. They've taken one, they'll think about 2, but Crocombe is in quickly and gets in a good throw. Good bit of fielding by Henry Crocombe down at fine leg, gets a nice round of applause. And 1 more to Will Young. To be fair, total goes to 30 without loss, and Young to 15. And to be fair to you, Tears and Fears are a band from the 80s.
Okay. That makes me feel slightly better.
My sort of era.
Never heard of them.
So Tears for Fears, and I think Michael Bublé is playing here as well.
We all know who Michael Bublé is.
Yeah. So then the cricket ground will become full of chairs, and the stage is kind of set at this end of the ground as well. Burrows, with 3 slips coming into bowl to the left-handed Tom Latham. He's in and bowls, and Latham to a ball of good length squirts that ball away to backward point fielded by Hudson Prentice. And there is no run. New Zealand 30 without loss. Latham 13, Young on to 15. George Burrows in his 2nd over of the day. The other bowlers used Ollie Robinson, 6 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 6. Very impressive this morning, Ollie Robinson. Perhaps feeling he's got a bit of a point to prove, having been left out of the England Test squad for the first 2 matches of the series against New Zealand. Burrows, right arm over the wicket. Bowls and driven nicely into the covers by leg. That's a lovely shot. He's only going to get a couple of runs as Ollie Robinson canters back towards the boundary to field, but beautifully timed by Tom Latham, who looks in good touch. He goes to 15 and New Zealand 32 without loss. You tell us about your other jobs that you're doing in a minute, Nikki.
Oh, okay.
Vincent has been in touch. He says, hi, hello from Napier in Hawke's Bay, New Zealand. Great to see that there is commentary and a live stream of this game. Really looking forward to Fletcher, Ravindra, Bracewell and Rutherford getting chances and seeing them in the whites. Thank you, Vincent, for getting... Hawke's Bay, isn't that a famous region for wine growing?
Yes, I think it is.
Right.
I've seen that.
In comes Burrows and bowls and nicely played by Tom Latham, just guides the ball off the hips down to the fine leg and picks up a single. One more to Latham. He will retain the strike. He's on 16, Young on 15. New Zealand are 33 without loss after 12 overs here this morning, winning the toss and deciding to bat. Yeah, I think there's... you'd have to let us know about that, Vincent. I may be talking...
I think it is, though. I feel like I've seen Hawke's Bay on quite a few bottles of wine.
Right, OK.
So...
Ollie Robinson's spell has finished from the Cromwell Road in 6 overs, 3 makes, no wicket for 6, and he's going to be replaced by Henry Crocombe, who's another of these young Sussex seamers, who's going to be bowling down the hill, and Ollie Robinson getting a good round of applause for what has been a very tight, accurate spell. Henry Crocombe, just 20 years of age, but bowls right arm over the wicket, medium fast. He'll be bowling to Tom Latham. Adjustment to the field. Instead of the 4 slips that there were previously, now just the 3 slips in place. There's a backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. It's away to Ollie Robinson, who's fielding a mid-on. In glorious sunshine. Comes down the hill, bowls, and Latham drives nicely into the offside. Runs here for Tom Latham, at least 1 and probably 2 as Hudson Prentice chases back towards the Spen Karma Pavilion on the offside of the field. And Latham picks up 2 comfortable runs. He goes to 18 and New Zealand 35 without loss. I have to say, Tom Latham looks in excellent touch, Vicky.
Yes, he's playing that ball really late and seems to be flying down here as well. It's going pretty quickly.
There was a lot of rain here on the south coast yesterday. The first day lost completely to rain, as in comes Crocombe over the wicket, bowls, and a rising delivery by Henry Crocombe, which Tom Latham thought about cutting away through backward point, and I think that has been signalled. Has that been signalled as a no ball or a short delivery for the over? We'll just wait and see when that comes up on the score, but I think it's just been signalled as a... What hasn't changed, still 35 without loss. We should reiterate that this is a friendly game, not a first-class fixture. Sail by outside the off-stump taken by Carter, and there is no run yet. It wasn't signalled a no ball, so 2 dot balls after that, 2 off the first ball of the over. Slips. Tom Alsop at first, Tom Clark at second, Tom Haynes at third, Tom Latham batting. So that's 4 Toms.
There is a lot of Toms. You've got 6-3.
Too many Toms. Bowls and Latham comes up, plays down the onside of the track. And there is no run. Builds up his own bowling, wanders back to his mark. So Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk if you'd like to send us an email, or you can tweet at BBC Sussex Sport. Or remind me, Nikki, at Nikki
Chowdhury, which is spelled Nikki, and then Chaudhury.
Latham works this to backward point. There's a misfield by Hudson Prentice running to his right. So Latham picks up a single. He goes to 19 and New Zealand to 36 without loss. So just tell us about what else you do, Nikki, because you've, I think, recently finished university. So where were you at university? What were you doing?
I went to university at Royal Holloway, which is just off the M25 in Egham. I studied economics there, actually, so I graduated in the pandemic.
Right. Okay.
Funnily enough. So I graduated back in 2020.
Crocombe. To Young, who drives pleasantly into the offside, picks up a single because Ollie Robinson needs to move to his left at mid-off to field. 1 more to Will Young. He goes to 17. At the end, was that got up already? Young to 16. My apologies, the scoreboard beat me to it. And New Zealand are 37 without loss, with Latham on 19, Young on 16. Yeah, so you studied economics?
I studied economics,
okay.
Graduated in 2020, and then I started working for a boutique Canadian company I did that for a year, and I've just stopped there because I'm also a radio presenter.
Wow.
Yeah, so I work on the radio on a station called Sunrise Radio. And yes, it's all the Bollywood music, all the Bollywood gossip. I give cricket updates. We speak about the IPL. So I do the evening show on that, which is a lot of fun.
Whereabouts are you based to do that?
The studio is based in Hounslow.
Which is just outside of London?
Just outside of London, yes. Just off the M3.
George Burrows runs in away from us by Walls too young, who clips this beautifully through mid-wicket. I don't think that's going to make it all the way to the boundary for 4 runs. Ollie Robinson is going to chase all the way out to the deep mid-wicket boundary to field. But not before Young comes back for 3 runs. Lovely shot, just clips the ball away through mid-wicket. Does Young, he goes to 19 and New Zealand to 40 without loss. And in terms of that radio station, is that something that's listened to in the UK, or do you get listeners around the globe?
We get listeners from around the globe. I've had listeners from India, America, Canada, everywhere. And Mauritius, I've had listeners from Mauritius, out of all places.
You never know who's listening.
I know, honestly, you don't know. I think the first time when I started doing it, it was really surprising. But I've got used to it now, so...
Burrows. Away from us, comes on bowl to Latham, who places beautifully down the ground. That's a class shot by Tom Latham. Jamie Atkins is in hot pursuit down the ground, and that's a really good, very nearly an excellent piece of fielding by Jamie Atkins.
Lovely bit of effort, but just beat him.
Yeah, chased down the slope, but a lovely shot by Tom Latham, beautifully executed on drive, and despite Atkins chasing the ball down the slope, when the ball runs down the hill here at Hove, it's very difficult to stop, and Latham goes to 23, New Zealand off 44 without loss. Jamie Atkins is on the field, and someone has gone off, and I'm just trying to work it out exactly who's left the field. It might be Sean Hunt who's left the field. As in comes Burrows and bowls, and Latham off the hip just turns that down to fine leg field by Henry Crocombe. 1 ball to the total. Latham goes to 24, the total to 45 without loss. So you talk about the IPL, which is going on at the minute, and even from your radio station, which isn't a cricket station, you still get interest in the IPL.
Yes, I get a lot of interest. It obviously does help, it being a South Asian network, that a lot of people are also interested in following the IPL as well. So yeah, we run competitions, give concert tickets away. It's funny how I got into it. It's very random, but yeah, never thought I'd be presenting on radio.
Comes Burrows and bowls, let go by Young. There's a loud appeal from George Burrows, presumably for a caught behind. But Young is unmoved, taken by Carter, and there is no run. So it's not as if you're presenting a programme on economics.
No, I don't think I could present a programme on economics. I'd fall asleep myself. I'm long and done with economics, Adrian.
Yeah?
I left it back at university.
Right. Okay. Burrows looks at the ball and then turns down in front of us, literally in front of us. There's a pile of sawdust from yesterday's rain, which left the outfield too wet for there to be any play yesterday afternoon. As in comes Burrows, over the wicket, bowls, driven beautifully by Young. That's a good stop in the covers by Delray Rawlings, diving away to his left-hand side and prevents a single. Young remains on 19. Vincent has been back in touch. We were talking about wine, and he said, yeah, we do make a lot of wine here in Hawke's Bay. 200 plus vineyards and over 70 plus wineries. Probably see a lot of Mission Estate wine over there in England, and Wellington is the North Island. I remember you saying before it was in the south. Well, that shows our geography is not the best. They play a lot of rugby at Wellington. Here comes Burrows, bowls, and Young is forward, plays into the offside, and there is no run. End of George Burrows' third over. 3 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 18. New Zealand on 45 without loss. Tom Latham on 24. Will Young on 19.
So I wonder if there's a speciality down there in Hawke's Bay. Is it mainly red wines, white wines, or is it a mixture?
Good question.
Oh.
I'm sure Vincent will let us know. That's dreadful, me saying that Wellington was in the South Island when it's in the North Island.
It's okay, my geography is very bad as well, Adrian. I'm terrible at geography.
Well, generally I pride myself on my geography, so I'm annoyed with myself that I got that wrong. But I do think that when the New Zealand rugby team, when the All Blacks are playing, that one of the destinations or one of the places they play is in Wellington, and I'd imagine it's very much rugby season down in New Zealand at the moment. But it's cricket we're concentrating on here, and it's going to be Henry Crocombe who's going to carry on bowling from the Cromwell Road end of the ground, a big block of flats right behind him. Our gentleman who was watching is no longer watching. It's gone in. Side as in comes Crocombe, bowls to Latham, and Latham is going to get runs here through backward point with a shot with a touch of good fortune about it, fielded by a sliding Hudson Prentice who runs back towards third man, prevents anything more than a couple of runs, but a slightly full shot by Tom Latham. He goes to 26. New Zealand to 47 without loss here on BBC Radio Sussex. If you're listening via the BBC, or you may be watching the live stream provided by Sussex County Cricket Club. And if you want to watch that stream and you're listening on the radio or online, just click on the Sussex website and click on the link and you'll see pictures of Hove looking magnificent this morning in the sunshine. In comes Crocombe, bowl short, and ducking underneath that is Latham, taken by Carter, and there is no run. So thank you, Vincent, for letting us know about the vineyards. About vineyards, 200 vineyards and over 70 plus wineries. Presumably the winery is where the wine is fermented or whatever. Yeah.
I was surprised to hear there's actually quite a few vineyards down in the southeast, down here in Sussex.
Yeah. In comes Crocombe, bowls to Latham. Let's go outside the off stump as well. Tristan has been in touch, and he says, hi guys, yes, ski season is starting soon in New Zealand and it's very exciting. Camper van is definitely the best way to get around New Zealand. Unlike England, we don't quite have the transport that you do, so definitely take a camper van as you don't want to spend £200 on a return train ticket only going 60 odd miles. Wow.
That is expensive, isn't it?
I thought the train fares over here were bad enough. In comes Crocombe, in and bowls Latham, lets that go, taken outside.
Don't get me started.
Ollie Carter, and there is no run.
Don't get me started on the train fares here, Adrian. I went up to London the other day and I just went to the ticket machine and I put my destination and I was shocked. I was like, do I go or shall I just cancel?
Really? It was as bad as that?
Yeah, it's luckily I've got one of those 16 to 25 rail cards that helps. That does bring it down a bit, but still just the average price has gone up.
I just don't understand train fares at all. It's all over. In comes Crocombe over the wicket, bowls, and Latham drives, beautifully driven by Tom Latham, runs it, he's going to run away to the backward point boundary and beats Finn Hudson Prentice, beautifully timed by Tom Latham outside of the off stump. He just caressed that ball through backward point. Lovely shot. He goes to 13. New Zealand 50 out, 51 without loss.
Played that very well. He opened the face of the bat quite late and that slid away down between point to the boundary.
He's enjoying the coverage, some great cricket to watch. He says, I love county cricket and can't wait to see the international summer start, which he does on the 2nd of June with the first test match at Lords. Much love from Timaru, Central South Island. Not a lot in Timaru, but we did host Zimbabwe in the early 2000s when both Ploughers were playing. As in comes Crocombe, bowls, and out of the offside by Tom Latham, fielded by Delray Rawlins, and there is no run. I'm very lucky to have a fully signed bat in the China cabinet thanks to my late grandfather, who was groundsman at the time. Wow, many thanks, Tristan. Well, Grant Flower, Tristan, is the batting coach here at Hove. You may be interested to know. So came in the spring and is working with the young Sussex batsmen. So it may well be that Grant played in that match. Perhaps you could let us know if he's on the signed bat. End of the over. New Zealand 51 without loss. Latham on 30. Young is on 19. Henry Crocombe, 2 overs, no maidens. No wicket for 10. You're listening to live cricket here on the BBC himself, Adrian Harms, alongside Nikki Chowdhury, who's making her commentary debut in this match, and I hope you're enjoying it.
I'm having a great time. Glad we've got play today after yesterday being sat around in the rain.
Yeah. Vincent's been in touch and he said red and white is made down here in Hawke's Bay. So there we are. George Burrows is going to carry on from the C end of the ground. 3 overs, no maidens, 0 for 18 as Burrows is in bowls to Latham, who drives down the ground. Thought about a single, but Jamie Atkins, the young Sussex fast bowler, who's on as 12th man, fielded at mid-on, and there is no run. Jamie Atkins is another of these young Sussex players who was 20 yesterday. How about that?
Belated
Changed my
birthday to
little
him.
book, yeah. Fielding at mid-on, 3 slips, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and a fine leg as Burrows Runs away from us, England bowls, and played nicely by Young down to fine leg, picks up a single. He goes to 20, New Zealand 52 without loss. I certainly think this morning, Nikki, that Ollie Robinson has posed most problems, as you would expect from an international bowler.
Yeah, it seems to. He didn't really let them settle in when he was bowling, did he?
Certainly gave Will Young a fairly torrid time early on, beat him 3 or 4 times outside of the off stump. Also hit him on the hand, which fortunately didn't do any damage, although momentarily the physio was halfway onto the field before Will Young.
New Zealand would want to get any injuries on here, would they? No.
They were very keen to play yesterday with the New Zealanders, as Burrows is in bowls and hits Latham on the pad. Ball bounces back down the track. Burrows feels of his own bowling and there is no run. Yeah, very keen to play because they've been here all of last week when the weather was, it's been glorious weather here down on the south coast.
We've had amazing weather, and then just the day we needed to play some cricket, they decided to chuck it down with rain.
And it really did pour with rain yesterday morning, but there was some disappointment around Hove yesterday with a feeling that maybe the umpires were a little hasty in making their decision to call play-off. Nonetheless, in comes Burrows, bowls wide of the off stump, and Latham plays that away into the offside, picks up a single fielded by Hudson Prentice, who runs back from point to field, and one more to Tom Latham, who goes to 31, New Zealand 53 without loss.
But to be fair, the outfield was pretty wet when we went over at the end. Then when we were on the ground, it was very squelchy.
Yeah. It was. Although having said that, the sun was then out, and Hove does dry very quickly, particularly because it's on a slope. That helps the drying process, but the decision was made, and to the disappointment of a crowd who had gathered at Hove, the game was called off for the day. In comes Burrows, bowls, forward comes to the offside, and there is no run. Vincent, who was talking about wine, says, what's your guys' take on the squads that were announced for the Test series from both sides? Well, Nicky was alluding earlier on, Vincent, that both Jimmy Anderson and Stuart Broad in the England squad. I mean, the selection of those two seems to have been very strange over the last few months, certainly in Australia and then in the Caribbean when they were left out. Burrows. Young forward plays up to the offside and there is no run. The end of George Burrows over, 4 overs, no maidens, for 20, New Zealand 53 without loss. Tom Latham on 31, Will Young is on 20. Certainly a name that wouldn't have been on too many people's lips at the start of the season over here is Matty Potts, who played here for Durham a couple of weeks ago in a county championship match and bowled really, really well, and it's the best spell of bowling I think I've seen this season, and he bowled to Pujara on, I think it was the 3rd day, and Chishwant Pujara, who's just a world-class batsman, really was having to be on the top of his game to keep Matt Potts out. He's quick, he bowled a good line of length, and I'm sure Ben Stokes, who's a county colleague at Durham, would have been very impressed. Ben Stokes, who's played the last couple of county championship games, he's playing at the moment actually in a game for Durham, would have been very impressed by Matty Potts, who's in the side, or Ollie Robinson left out, hasn't just played enough cricket as Ollie Robinson, but so many injuries to England fast bowlers at the moment. Chris Wokes is out, Ollie Stone, Sam Curran.
It's injuries galore at the moment, isn't it?
Latterly, Jofra Archer as well. Jofra wouldn't have been considered for this Test series. He was still recovering from his elbow injury, but Matthew Fisher from Yorkshire also out with a stress fracture, so it's the England fast bowling department. There are opportunities now for other players, and Matty Potts will maybe get his chance at Lords in a couple of weeks' time. In comes Henry Crocombe, around the wicket bowls to Tom Latham. Latham is forward, plays down the offside, and there is no run. In terms of the New Zealanders, some of those players still involved in the IPL.
Yeah, some of them are still involved. I think depends on the playoffs, and they'll be coming back in drifts and drabs, won't they?
Williamson is returning to New Zealand, as was another player going back from the IPL to New Zealand, I think for a birth of a second child. As in comes Crocombe around the wicket bowls, and Latham gets runs. He gets a single down to 3rd man. Now, I don't know if there was a chance to Tom Haynes, who's fielding there at third slip. It went in a blink of an eye. So we don't get the chance. Tom Haynes is looking rather ruefully at his left hand. I'm not sure it was a chance. Tom Haynes got his left hand to it and is now rather ruefully holding that hand behind his back. But a full shot nonetheless from Latham, who goes to 32 in New Zealand 54 without loss. There's an amazing cloud formation above Hove in the minute, some really wispy cloud just drifting across the ground. I think they're called mare's tails.
Mare's tails?
That works, yeah. Yeah, I think that's a...
Wow, I've learnt something new today.
Yeah. Comes Croker bowled, and forward comes Young, plays to mid-off, and there is no run. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the actual term is for that sort of cloud. It might be cirrus or something like that, but people do call them mare's tails.
It's like a little wave, isn't it?
Yeah, so it looks like a tail on a horse. It's the ground. Oh, and Young is beaten outside the arm. Good delivery by Henry Croker. Will Young looking to drive that one away through the offside. Ball rattles through to keep the Carter. There is no run.
That one stayed pretty low. Carter had to take that right by his shins.
Yeah. He slips. Tom Alsop, who's on loan at Sussex for the season from Hampshire. Tom Clark, young 21-year-old left-handed batsman who's made a couple of hundreds this year. Bowls a brisk medium pace. You can see a bit more of him in this match. Here comes Croker. Bowls to Young short, and Young thinking of pulling that delivery at the last minute, deciding not to. The ball bounces down in front of him. There is no run. Tom Haynes, the skipper, clapping his hands at third slip. George Burrows at third man down below as Finn Hudson-Prentice nattering away to the umpire, Graham Lloyd at point. The umpire has switched sides, I think, so he's not looking perhaps directly into the sun. Mid-off is Daniel Ibrahim, 17-year-old, who became the youngest player last year in the history of the county championship to score a half-century. Croker in bowls, let go by Young outside of the off stump. There is no run. Good over from Henry Croker, but 3 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 11. New Zealand winning the toss here this morning, deciding to bat up 54 without loss. Tom Latham is on 32, Will Young is on 20. And a very good morning wherever you're listening, around the UK, around Sussex, over in New Zealand. A very good evening or a very good night to you over there. Myself, Adrian Harms, Nikki Chowdhury on commentary via the BBC website, the Sussex live stream, and we are going to get a change of bowling. And I spoke about Daniel Ibrahim, and it's going to be Daniel Ibrahim to bowler. This is really good news as far as Sussex are concerned. So Daniel Ibrahim, just 17 years of age, made his debut for Sussex last season. As I say, became the youngest player ever in the history of the county championship to score a half-century, and would have become the youngest player ever to score a championship 100 at Worcester. Later on in the season, he fell 6 runs short. Sussex were looking for a declaration, and if he got those 6 runs, Danny would have been the youngest player ever to have scored a county championship 100. He hurt his shoulder in the opening match of the season here against Nottinghamshire. Hasn't played since, but the great news is he's back, and I'm really surprised to see him bowling. But he bowls a brisk medium pace to Daniel Ibrahim, and he's running away from us up the hill, coming in to bowl to Tom Latham. What a moment for Daniel Ibrahim, just 17 to be playing in a match like this against the Test World Champions, and Latham treats that first delivery with due respect, played out into the offside, and there is no run. So 2 slips, a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, a deep backward square, and a fine leg. And he beats Latham outside the jump. Good delivery by Daniel Ibrahim.
Yeah, lovely delivery. What a feeling it must be for him coming into bowl at Latham.
Amazing. I mean, just what an incredible experience, these young Sussex players. Chris has been in touch. He says, "Good day, Adrian and Nikki. Don't feel bad about your minor geographical error, Adrian. Other than misplacing our capital, you have been spot on regarding everything from Hawke's Bay wine to South Island skiing, Wellington rugby to Queenstown bungee jumping." Well, yeah, so I got something right. That's good. Thank you.
At least you got the wine right, isn't it?
comes Ibrahim bowls and covering up does Latham down the offside of the track. There is no run. Can you tell us Kiwis a little more about Hove, please? Yeah, well, Hove is break off for a minute as he just wanders back to his mark. Tom Haynes just, I thought he was going to change the ball for a moment, Tom Haynes, which is why he just hesitated, but he's just passed the ball now to Daniel Ibrahim, who turns and runs away from us, coming into bowl to Latham, who punches that to mid-wicket, and there is no run for the Delray Royals, and there is no run. So Hove is just down the road from Brighton. Probably I don't know if you're a football fan, Chris, but there is Brighton and Hove Albion, the city's football team, who used to play in Hove at a ground called the Goldstone Ground, which is no longer there. The Albion now play their fixtures at a brand new stadium, the Amex Stadium.
It's a pretty impressive stadium as well.
Very impressive. In comes Ibrahim bowls into the Latham, who plays to the offside. There is no run. And in fact, if you're a rugby fan, Chris, the Amex Stadium was used as a venue for in the 2015 Rugby World Cup, when I think Japan played. That beat South Africa. I think it might have been.
You're asking the wrong person here. I do not understand rugby.
Yeah, I'm pretty certain that Japan beat South Africa. I think that was certainly at the Amex Stadium. It was a venue for some of the matches in the World Cup. As in comes Ibrahim bowls wide of the off stump, carved away by Latham. Lovely looking shot. Too much width from Daniel Ibrahim, who bowled 5 excellent deliveries in the over before that. That was too wide of the off stump, and Tom Latham, far too good a player to miss out on an opportunity like that. Punching the ball away through backward point. He picks up a boundary, he goes to 36, and New Zealand are 58 without loss. Tom Latham is on 36, Paul Young is on 20. Daniel Ibrahim's opening over goes for 4 runs. I can also tell you, Chris, that in terms of Brighton Hove itself, if you were to get on a bus, and someone was talking about public transport a little earlier on, every bus in Brighton is named after somebody, after a famous resident of Brighton.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah, so if you go onto the Brighton bus website, you'll see all sorts of people, famous people, buses are named after in the city.
I'm learning so many things today, Adrian. I did not know this.
3 slips go down as in comes Crocombe, bowls to Young. Young is forward, plays that into the offside, fielded by Hudson Prentice. And there is no run. So a good solid start by the New Zealand openers on what looks a very good pitch.
Yes,
Nikki.
it does.
We thought there might have been a little tinge of green early on, but it just looks a very good batting surface. It has been all summer here at Hove. Good carry through to the wicket-keeper.
Yeah, definitely. It brings me to that. I think this year, especially in county cricket, you can tell that the wickets, especially early on in the season, have been much better, especially with the amount of runs they've been scored on, which gives it away. Lots of hundreds early on this season.
Crocombe bowls and Young turns this through a backward square leg. He picks up a single fielded by Daniel Ibrahim. Comes into field. Young goes to 21 and New Zealand to 59 for 1. Left-handed Tom Latham on to strike. See if we can find some more interesting facts about Hove for you. Chris, as Crocombe turns, he's coming around the wicket now to Tom Latham. Around the wicket, bowls and hammered away down the ground by Tom. Now, I'm not entirely sure he intended that to go there, if I'm being perfectly honest. He almost flat-batted it straight back down the ground. It was short from Henry Crocombe, and I thought initially that Tom Latham was getting in position to pull that through mid-wicket, but the last moment he seemed to change his mind. Lewis flat-batted it straight through mid-off for 4 runs. He goes to 40. New Zealand 63 with that loss, and with this test series around the corner, Tom Latham looks in really good touch here this morning. Beautifully played.
Very interesting shot, to say the least.
Over the wicket now to Latham. That short could carry through, and Latham just ducks underneath it. Taken by Sussex wicketkeeper Ollie Carter high over his right shoulder. There's no run. Still 3 slips in place. A third man, backward point, who On this occasion is Alistair Orr, the 21-year-old Sussex opening batsman, who's nattering away to umpire Lloyd, who's now standing at point. As in comes Crocombe bowls and Latham plays out into the offside. I think it's about a single, but it wasn't there. And Orr finished his conversation with the umpire and was very quickly in to prevent the single.
Came swarming in there.
There is no run. The beach here, Chris, is about 400 yards behind us. Very popular with all sorts of water sports, as you can imagine. People do swim here in the sea during the winter as well. You'll find people in wetsuits.
They do.
And some people even without wetsuits, and that really is pretty hardy stuff.
That is pretty brave. I've seen that in the winter. I think I was in Hove early January.
Right.
It was freezing, and people were just happily going for a swim.
Yeah. Crocombe in bowls, Latham forward plays to mid-off, fielded there by Delray Rawlins. It is the end of the over. Henry Crocombe's four overs, no maidens, no wicket for 16. New Zealand here in this friendly match, which is now over 3 days at Hove. We'll play 90 overs in each day. New Zealand are 63 without loss. Latham is on 40. Young is on 21. Daniel Ibrahim is going to bowl the next over from the sea end of the ground. So it's the sea's about 400 yards behind us. Here, Chris, it's a shingle beach, so if you're looking to make sandcastles,
it's not the beach you want to visit. It's not where you want to go if you're expecting sandy toes.
No, I mean there are beautiful beaches around Sussex, Chris.
West Wittering.
Well, Wittering is my favourite. Are you a fan of West Wittering?
I love West Wittering.
Right, okay, so West Wittering is down near to Chichester, which is a little bit along the coast from here, and that is the most gorgeous beach.
I think there's another one. Is it Camber Sands? Is it? Was that?
Well, Camber Sands is to the east. Yeah, that's towards Rye, which is sort of almost on the Kent border. As in comes Daniel Ibrahim, right up over the wicket, bowls to Will Young, who's forward, plays that into the offside. There is no run. There's been a change in the field, just the two slips in place now. Backward point, cover mid-off. Tom Haynes, the skipper, in at short extra cover. Then a mid-on, a mid-wicket and a fine leg. Yes, so Camber Sands is a huge expanse of beach over in the east of the county.
But Hove is definitely not the beach to visit if you're expecting sandy toes and a nice...
No, you need a good pair of... If you're going to go in the sea, you probably need a pair of, I don't know, flip-flops or something. If you
you need something on your feet.
On your feet. Here comes Ibrahim, bowls, Young lets that go outside the off-stump. Holding his right arm, medium pace is taken by Carter in front of first slip. There is no run.
I find it really uncomfortable, especially if you're down in Brighton or Hove and you go to the beach and you want to just dip your feet in the water and then you just stood on a rock and it's really hurt. Well, it's not ideal.
Whenever we get a hot spell of weather over here, Chris, and the media want to take photographs of a beach somewhere, quite often they choose Brighton Beach because it is very popular. You know, people coming out of London. Comes bowls, let go outside the off stump by Young, taken by Carter. A bit of extra bounce there for Daniel Ibrahim. Carter takes it high towards his right shoulder, and there is no run.
Yeah, it's the closest beach from London, I think.
Well, yeah, I mean, so and it's straight down the motorway, or get the train down to Brighton. So generally, when you do get hot weather, and they want to say, people flock to the beach.
They mostly head to Brighton.
You'll see people sitting on Brighton Beach, but it is a shingly, stony beach. 40 on the back of his shirt, 17-year-old runs away from us, comes into bowl to Young, who's carefully forward and plays to mid-on, and there is no run. And these two New Zealand batsmen will be delighted with the way that they played here this morning. It's been, in the main, good, accurate Sussex bowling. Ollie Robinson posing the biggest threat, but both Latham and Young are just feeling their way into English conditions. In this match, with the 3-match test series to come, as Nicky was saying, beginning at Lord's on the 2nd of June.
I believe they have another warm-up game next week in Chelmsford.
Yes, they do, which I think is against a county select 11, as in comes Ibrahim at bowls and played by Young to square leg, fielded by the eager Alistair Orr. There is no run. Yeah, so a warm-up match next week.
So how do they get selected for that in that invitational level?
Well, it's a good question. We were discussing this yesterday. I'm not entirely sure who's responsible for the selection of that. The T20 blast starts here next week, so I guess that gives the opportunity for those players who don't play T20 cricket but have been playing Championship cricket a chance to be selected. But I'm not entirely sure who's in charge of the selection of that side. As in comes Ibrahim and bowls, and forward comes Young, played out into the offside, fielded by Tom Haynes. There is no run. End of the over, 63 without loss. Latham on 40, Young on 21. Good tight, accurate over. A maiden over from Daniel England. 2 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 4. A lot of people were discussing why this game isn't a first-class match. But I think the New Zealanders were very keen to give as many players as they could an opportunity and an outing in this game. Applause is for Daniel Ibrahim making his way down to the boundary edge in with his maiden over. So for that reason, the New Zealanders' request was to play this as a friendly game. But for all that, and I think a few people were disappointed it's not a first-class fixture, but for all that, a decent crowd in here.
Yeah, decent turnout. It's a lovely Saturday down here in Hove. Lovely cricket watching weather as well.
It is. So the clock is coming up here to 12:30. We've had 20 overs. We're going to have 90 overs in the match. Tom Latham just leaning on his bat, waiting for a change in the field, which Tom Haynes, the Sussex skipper, is discussing with Henry Crocombe. And that change now sees just 2 slips in place. A third man, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, a deep backward square, and a fine leg as Crocombe is on his way over the wicket. Oh, that's a good delivery. Beats Latham outside the off-stump. Tom Latham looking to guide that down to third man. Beaten outside the off-stump. Good delivery by Henry Crocombe.
Oh, what I must mention, Adrian, is if you are in Hove, there is, I think, one of the best ice cream parlours I've ever visited.
Oh, that's good.
Yes, it is. It's just on the seafront as well. I believe there's some history to it. I think it was the first ever Italian family to have ever shifted to Hove. They set up a family-run ice cream parlour and they make all their gelatos in the restaurant. And
that sounds lovely.
Yeah.
All sorts of flavours?
All sorts of flavours. Honestly, I think there's like a selection of...
Crocombe bowls, let go by Latham outside the off-stump, taken by Carter. There is no run.
There's at least 20 odd flavours in this store. It is pretty cool, to be fair, and especially in the summer. Like, if you are at Hove, there are queues going on for...
So what would your favourite flavour be?
I'm a chocolate person, so anything with chocolate in it.
Okay, would caramel count in that?
No, I find caramel too sweet. I like dark chocolate. Anything with a bit of chocolate, but...
Crocombe on his way again. Bowls short, and Latham ducks underneath that short delivery through to Carter. Again, there is no run.
Yeah, not a huge fan on caramel, to be honest.
Right, okay. Certainly ice cream weather, so I'd imagine if they're open today, and almost certain to be...
Yeah, they...
Brief interruption to our commentary in a couple of moments' time. We'll give an update to our listeners on BBC Radio Sussex as in comes Henry Crocombe in. Bowls, Latham up on his toes, plays down. Short delivery, just plays with soft hands. Delray Rawlins Fields running in. The covers, and there is no run. 63 without loss. Bit of a breeze blowing across the ground. The clock tower scoreboard away to our right-hand side for our listeners in New Zealand. It's got the blue clock and the hands just showing 12:30, and either side of the scoreboard the New Zealand flag as it comes Crocombe. Bowls to Latham, who was looking to flick that one away through mid-wicket, and he's annoyed with himself, Tom Latham. Played it into the covers eventually, fielded by Rawlins, and there is no runs.
You've got the Sussex flag on the right and the New Zealand flag on the left of that clock tower.
Yeah, there's a nice breeze you can see with those flags fluttering away. Lovely blue sky above Hove. In comes Crocombe again over the wicket. Bowls. Latham plays that into the offside. Again, there is no run. It's a good over from Henry Crocombe. Another maiden over. Who's got very good figures. 5 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 16. There's a good round of applause from the Sussex crowd, who are mostly in short sleeves and.
They've got their sun cream on as well, to be honest.
Absolutely.
It's one of those days that if you're not careful...
No, I agree, definitely. You need the sun cream. So if thinking of coming down and watching some cricket today, definitely bring a sun hat, bring the sun cream as well. But it's a lovely, lovely day for
Lovely
watching
day.
cricket. Not. In fact, I can see someone watching from a balcony, Nick. If you look away to our right-hand side, there's someone up there in a floppy white cricket hat watching.
yep.
And someone else on the balcony. It looks like they've got their broom out and doing some sweeping up on the balcony. So.
Oh, there's somebody else there as well. I think in a blue T-shirt as well. Got their sunglasses on and watching the game.
In comes Daniel Ibrahim, running away from us, comes in and bowls to Young down the leg side. Good take by Ollie Carter. There's a loud appeal, but not given. But good take by Ollie Carter, way down the leg side. Young perhaps rather missing out on the ball that was erring down the leg side. Three without loss. It's a lovely sunny day here at Hove, Amani. We missed the first day's play because of rain yesterday, but we started bang on time at 11 o'clock this morning. New Zealand, the Test World Champions, playing here against Sussex. It's been an entertaining morning. New Zealand winning the toss and electing to bat first. Our 63 without loss. Tom Latham has batted beautifully. He's on 40. Will Young is on 21. Sussex have bowled well, particularly Ollie Robinson, not selected for the England Test Series, but playing in this match. He bowled 6 really tight, accurate overs this morning, certainly troubling both of New Zealand openers. We're in the 22nd over of the day. New Zealand are 63 without loss. As Ibrahim is on his way again, running away from us. Up the hill, comes in and bowls to Young, who flicks that to mid-wicket, fielded by Alistair Orr. And there is no run. 63 without loss. Latham 40, Young on 21. bbc.co.uk if you'd like to get in touch with us here.
Did you get any more facts about Hove then, Adrian?
I was thinking about other interesting things I could tell Chris about Hove. We told him about the shingly beach, we told him about your ice cream park, we told him about Brighton and Hove Albion, as in comes Ibrahim bowls, let go outside the off stump by Daniel Ibrahim, and there is no run. Really good to see Daniel Ibrahim back in action for Sussex. He seems to be bowling with good pace. Having hurt his shoulder in the first match of the season against Nottinghamshire, diving whilst fielding a ball. Someone who's older than 17.
Oh, definitely. I was surprised when you told me he's 17, actually.
Combining his cricket with his school studies as well. Oh, that's a good delivery. Really good delivery by Daniel Ibrahim. Beats Will Young outside of the off stump, taken by Carter. Groping forward was Young. He rattles through to Ollie Carter, and there is no run.
Yeah, honestly, managing exams, school, whilst playing cricket is...
Not easy.
No, it's not easy, and it requires a lot of time management, so...
Yeah, Daniel's not 18 until August this year. Plays his cricket for Preston Nomads. Local side here in Brighton, as in comes Ibrahim bowls, driven by Young. Doesn't time it though, fielded at mid-off by Jamie Atkins. It's another good, accurate over by Daniel Ibrahim. It's another maiden over, and he gets a well-deserved round of applause. 3 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 4. Using 63 without loss. You're looking at me quizzically.
No, I'm just thinking, I believe he comes from a cricketing family as well,
Yeah.
so...
Yes, he does. His dad is well known in cricketing circles. And he gets a good round of applause as well.
Yeah, he's getting a nice bit of attention down there, isn't he?
Are 63 without loss. Latham on 40, Young on 21. We've got another 25 minutes to go until the lunch break. Just to reiterate, we're going to play 90 overs a day here at Hove in this friendly match. Henry Crocombe is in bowls and Latham up on his toes, plays out to the offside, fielded by Alistair Orr. There is no run. 3 slips, third man, point cover mid-on, square and a fine leg. Got 20 arrive from East just down the coast here in Sussex is on his way again. Lovely sunshine bowls and Latham Gleed is a quality player, Tom Latham, does he? Just easing that down to third man where it's fielded by Ibrahim. 1 more to the total. Latham to 41, New Zealand 64 without loss. changes over for the right-handed Will Young. There's other cricket going on around the country today in the county championship. This is the 7th round of matches, I think, in the championship this season. It's Henry Crocombe. Bowl, short pulled away by Young. Doesn't quite time that, but nonetheless he's going to get 4 runs. Ali Orr is in hot pursuit, but it's a relatively short boundary towards the Sten Karma Pavilion side. I can see a gentleman there over there. I think he was waving a black capped top. Way to the left-hand side, he stood up for that shot from Will Young. It was short, and Young pulled the ball away. Didn't time it quite as well as he wanted to. Nonetheless, it's a relatively short boundary on that side of the ground. He pulled it square of the wicket for 4 runs. Young goes to 25. New Zealand to 68 without loss. Bowls and Young drives firmly to mid-on. And there is no run.
Yeah, quite significant difference with the size of the offside boundary and the leg side boundary. A very short one down on the leg side.
Sixth overs, figures 0 for 21. Comes in down the hill, bowls, short, pulled away by Young, too short from Henry Crocombe, and that got all it deserved, to be honest.
That's a lovely shot.
Yeah, short delivery. Will Young wasn't going to miss out on that. The first one, the first boundary of the over, he didn't time properly through mid-wicket, but on this occasion it was short and just belted away.
He timed that perfectly, this one, didn't he?
Through square leg for 4 runs, or backward square for 4 runs. He didn't go to 72 without loss. And that's going to be the 3rd boundary of the over, I think. Clipped away beautifully off his toes by Will Young. Alistair is very quick in the outfield, but it was
not quick enough.
No, pitched around sort of middle of the leg and just whipped away by Will Young through mid-wicket for 4 runs. Will Young, after an uncertain start, he was certainly bothered by Ollie Robinson earlier on this morning. But Young goes to 33 with 12 runs come off that over from Henry Crocombe. New Zealand 76 without loss. You can probably hear the sound of the seagulls in the background, which will tell you we're on the coast, we're at Hove, and you're listening to live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex. If you want to watch the live stream, go to the Sussex Cricket Club website and click on the link where you can see Hove really in all its glory. It looks absolutely magnificent this morning, the county ground in Hove. My name is Adrian Harms. Nikki Chowdhury next to me, making a commentary debut today for BBC Radio Sussex. So it's great to welcome Nikki here to the commentary box.
It's great to be here.
Right, actually, Henry Crocombe has just left the field, and I think Sean Hunt has come back onto the field. I wonder whether we might see a bit of Ollie Robinson before lunch, but I can't see Ollie on the field at the moment either. No, it's not. Being a friendly fixture, I think people sort of leaving and coming back onto the field, so we'll have to keep a bit of an eye on that. But it's going to be Daniel Ibrahim, who's in his 4th over, figures of 0 for 4 as he comes in and bowls to Latham, who drives beautifully through the offside for extra cover. They've taken 1. They'll come back for a 2nd as George Burrows fields makes a bit of a mess of that to George Burrows. Enables Tom Latham to come back for a 3rd run, which he does so. He goes to 44. New Zealand to 79 without loss.
I think the seagulls are on the lookout for their lunch, Adrian. So if you're in the crowd, then watch out.
Watch out, Just gives the ball a shine on his trousers. He's got a pile of sawdust in front of him, which hasn't had to be used, thankfully, today. Ibrahim is in over the wicket, bowls, and Young covers up to ball of good length, plays it straight back down the track. There is no run. So very quickly, for those listening interested in the county championship, Division 2 of the county championship is where Sussex are playing their cricket at the moment. Durham making 350 at Lords yesterday. Middlesex in reply 150 for 4. Sam Robson, who was talked about in England circles, made a very good 100 here a couple of weeks ago. He's 65 not out. Bowls that go outside the off stump, taken by Carter, and there is no run. Elsewhere in the 2nd division, Derbyshire 25 for 1 in their 2nd innings. Trailing not wickets by 73, Notts making 358 all out in their first innings. Leicestershire with it all to do down at New Road, Worcester. They're 5 without loss in their second innings. Worcestershire making a mammoth 577 for 6. Leicestershire bowled out for 148 in their first innings, so barring some sort of a miracle, he comes in and bowls up at his toes. Young plays down the track fielded by him. There is no run. Worcestershire in the ascendancy in that game. Leicestershire still trailing by 424 runs.
It's a lovely setting down there at New Road.
I love
Worcester.
New Road.
It is a lovely setting.
Yeah. Favourite cricket grounds, the lovely cathedral.
Yeah,
on the banks
the cathedral
of
and the
river.
backdrop is.
And you played some cricket down there.
Yeah, so I did. I played some women's cricket for the Rapids down at Worcester. Luckily enough, we did get to play.
Ibrahim bowls and eased away by Wall Young. That's a quality shot. It was just too much width from Daniel Ibrahim, and Wall Young just leant on that. He just eased the ball away through backward point. Beautiful shot. He goes to 37 and New Zealand 83 without loss.
Yeah, so we played a few fixtures down at New Road. It's a lovely ground.
Yeah, it is.
It's a lovely ground.
And Steve McGoffin, Australian, who played with a huge amount of distinction here for Sussex down the years, spent some time down at Worcester.
Yes, he was. He was the head coach.
Did he coach you?
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
He was the coach down at Worcester in my first year there.
Well, he's often a listener, is Steve, so he might well be in touch. In comes Haynes again, bowls and let go by Young outside the off stump. There is no run. End of the over, 83 without loss. Latham on 44, Will Young on 37. And in terms of New Zealanders who have played here, in recent times, Ross Taylor, who was recently retired from international cricket, spent a couple of seasons here at Hove. Bigger in New Zealand cricket, so he played his last game just a few weeks ago.
Some more round of applause for Daniel.
Yeah, but a good spell of bowling, hasn't he? 4 overs, 2 80, no wicket for 11. And in terms of it being a friendly game, which this is, we are seeing different bowlers coming out and playing. So Ollie Robertson started off the attack for Sussex. He's now off the field.
Jamie Atkins, by the looks of it.
It is Jamie Atkins, who's a young fast bowler, one of these young Sussex players who is only 20. He was 20 yesterday. Jamie Atkins.
Plays his club cricket down at Roffey, I believe.
Right. Outside of Horsham?
Just outside of Horsham, Premier League champions.
And it is going to be Jamie Atkins, right arm round the wicket, comes in and bowls wide of the off stump. Ollie Carter diving across him to first slip, can't take the ball cleanly, and there is no run. So, bowler. Birthday present would it be for him if he could pick up one of these scouts today. Bowler with 2 slips and a third man, a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, deep backward square and a fine leg. As in comes Atkins, round the wicket bowls, and Latham looks to ease that one down to fine leg, doesn't really time with the ball, dribbles into the onside, fielded by Hudson Prentice. There's one more to the total. So in the first division of the county championship, just to finish this off, Essex made 391, Lancashire in reply in all sorts of trouble at Old Trafford, 103 for 9. Phil Salt, formerly of Sussex, top scoring, he made 44. That Lancashire innings. Northamptonshire 100 for 3 in reply to the Kent total of 519 for 9. Taunton, Somerset all out for 211. Shire in reply, then comes Atkins over the wicket bowls to Young, who just steps inside the line and eases the ball to deep backward square. So the single he goes to 38, total 85 without loss. Hampshire in reply 244 for 7, and Aaron Donald 50 not out, Keith Barker making 36. Headingley, Yorkshire 356 for 6 in reply to Warwickshire's 244. Harry Brook in the England squad for that first test match against New Zealand made 82. Atkins bowls short and Latham eases that down to third man for a comfortable single. Tom Latham, he goes to 45, losing 86 without loss. Talk about Durham in that match at Lords. Ben's. Come on, Sussex, is someone in the crowd. Ben Stokes picking up a couple of wickets. 7 overs, 2 for 27 for Ben Stokes. Picking up the wickets of Mark Stoneman. Comes Atkins, bowl, short, pulled away. That's 4 runs. Can't afford to bowl there. Too short. And Will Young, that was a quality shot. He just pulled the ball away through mid-wicket for 4 runs. He goes to 42. New Zealand's to 90 without loss. And batting, Nikki, is looking increasingly comfortable.
He's looking very comfortable. He literally just guided that, didn't he? Straight to the boundary. Can't be bowling there.
So Ben Stokes picking up the wicket of Mark Stoneman, who used to be his county colleague at Durham for 41, and Josh De Cares, who's Mike Atherton's son, for 4. In comes Atkins, racing in, bowls up on his toes, is Young, and plays it into the offside. And there is no run, fielded by Sean Hunt. It is the end of the over. 90 without loss, 45 Latham, 42 Young. Tea will be taken at 1 o'clock. Tea? Lunch will be taken. Lunch tea? Lunch will be taken at 1 o'clock here at Hove. We're going to have 90 overs in the day, and we're going to get our first spin of the match, and it's going to be Delray Rawlings, Bermudan, 24 years old, to bowl his left arm spin from this the C end of the ground. It means he'll be bowling up the slope. Protective equipment is brought out to the middle. Helmet for the wicketkeeper Ollie Carter, no doubt some protective pads for most fielders, if indeed there are going to be any, which I'm sure there will be. I'll describe the field for you in a few moments' time.
They're still deciding who's going to go where at the moment.
If you're just joining us, very good afternoon from a lovely sunny Hove, where New Zealand won the toss this morning and elected first on what looks a really good batting surface here at Hove. Tom Latham and Will Young making the most of these conditions. Latham on 45, Young on 42. Some early scares against Ollie Robinson, who bowled really well this morning. Batting was looking relatively comfortable. He comes Rawlings over the wicket, bowls to Latham, a short delivery, which Latham eases to mid-on, and there is no run. There's just the one slip in place. Backward square leg, a deep backward square, shortish mid-wicket, an orthodox mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, cover, and cover point, just a few yards in from the boundary. Played out to the offside, there is no run. He's rattling through his overs here, Delray Rawlings. Comes in off half a dozen paces, in and bowls, that's too short, and Latham helps that around the corner to deep backward square, fielded there by the eager Alistair Orr, who gets in the throw to keeper Carter.
Nice easy single for him there.
Yeah, it was. So it goes to 91 without loss. Tom Latham on 46, Will Young on 42. Again, tosses that up, swept away. That's going to probably run away for at least a couple of runs. Might go for 4. Sean Hunt in hot pursuit, running down towards the fine leg boundary, gets in the throw, but not before. Young comes back for a comfortable 3rd run. He goes to 45 by New Zealand, 94 without loss. Line of length right here. Latham surveys that leg side boundary, Rawlings in, bowls, cut away by Tom Latham to deep backward point, fielded out there by Sean Hunt. Latham goes to 47, New Zealand 95 without loss. All remaining in this, the 26th over of the morning. Considering a change in the field here, Sussex Burrows is going more to a backward point from an orthodox point. In again, bowls a quick delivery that Young plays to mid-wicket. There is no run, fielded by Tom Alsop. On loan from Hampshire at Hove this season. That concludes Delray Rawlings opening over. 1 over, no maidens. 0 wicket for 5 for Delray Rawlings. New Zealand are 95 without loss. Tom Latham on 47. Will Young is on 45. What else have you got on your stat sheet?
Oh, what haven't I got on my stat sheet? I've just got quite a few bits of info that I'll probably I'll use throughout the day, the next 3 days. But we were talking about the mullet earlier, weren't we, Adrian?
Yes.
So you can see Carter there, he's got a bit of a mullet.
Yeah, sticking out the
coming
back
out
of his cap.
Yeah, it's a bit of blonde as well.
Here comes Jamie Atkins running in down the hill of the Cromwell Road and bowls to Tom Latham, and he strikes Latham.
Ball stayed very low, didn't it?
It did keep low. I thought for a moment it had struck Tom Latham around about the thigh pad, but I don't think it did. Maybe a little bit of bat on that, and the ball dribbled away into the offside, and there is no run. That's a good delivery. That's a good delivery by Jamie Atkins. That's the best one that he's bowled today. Pitching on a length, drawing Latham forward. The ball rattles past the outside edge into the gloves of keeper Carter, and there is no run. Ollie Robinson bowled 6 overs this morning. 3 mates, no wicket for 6. He's not in the field at the moment, so there is a rotation of bowlers going on. Sean Hunt, 4 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 16. George Burrows, 4 overs, no maidens, 0 for 20. Henry Cope, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 29. As Atkins is in, bowls to Latham, who works this to backward point footed by Alistair Orr, and there is no run. Dan Ibrahim, 4 overs, no wicket for 11, including 2 maidens. This is Jamie Atkins' second over. No wicket for 6, no wicket for 7 now. And Delray Rawlings just the 1 over for 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 bowlers Sussex have used so far today. Skipper Tom Latham, 3 runs short of his half-century weights as in comes Atkins and bowls, and Latham plays into the offside. There is no run, just rehearses, looking to pull that short delivery. Square leg. So the New Zealand side, Tom Latham, Will Young, Hamish Rutherford, Michael Bracewell, Tom Blundell, who will keep wicket, Colin de Grandhope, who's playing a bit of counter wicket at Surrey this season, Cam Fletcher, Rashim Ravindra, Carl Jameson, Matt Henry, Ajaz Patel, and Jacob Duffy. As in comes Atkins because of the thigh pad of Tom Latham. Ollie Carter runs from behind the stumps, gets in the throw, but not before New Zealand gone through for a leg bye. 96 without loss. 7 Young is on 45. This over and another one in before lunch.
I think we'll just squeeze in another one after this one, won't we?
Atkins over the wicket bowls. Young works this down to 3rd man. It's fielded by Burrows. They've taken 1, they'll think about 2, but there won't be a second one. Young settles for a single. He will pitch the bowling for the next over. Young to 46 and New Zealand 97 without loss. Latham on 47. Probably 1 more over. We may get 2. It depends how quickly Delray Rawlings gets through his overs, because the digital clock is showing 12:56. So it may well be that we may get this over in 1 more.
Yeah, he gets through his overs pretty quickly, doesn't he, Delray Rawlings?
27 overs this morning, so if Rawlings does get through, well, this will be 28. We may get another one from the other end, which would make us up to 29. 90 overs in the day is the agreed format of this match, and it is going to be Rawlings around the wicket. He comes in and bowls Young, who sweeps. We'll see if he got anything on that. The ball races away down towards the fine leg boundary, and they are byes. And the applause around the ground is 100 up for New Zealand. Healthy round of applause from the spectators here at Hove. Again, in the bowls, and Young is forward, plays out into the offside, and again there is no run. Cut away by Young to backward point.
Bit of a misfield there.
Yeah, it was a bit of a misfield. Ali Orr comes in sweeping on the cover boundary. I think that was Burrows who just dived over the ball. Point. Young goes to 47. Joining his partner Tom Latham. 102 without loss on New Zealand. Here comes Rawlins bowls, and Latham again just easily tucks this one backward of square. Picks up another single. He goes to 48. So we will get another over, you know.
Yeah, just one more in.
Yeah, we will. 2 more balls to go in this over from Rawlins. Young just surveys the leg side fielder. Just the one slip in place. There's Rawlins in bowls, and Young works this back down the onside of the track, fielded by Rawlins off his own bowling. And there is no run. Left arm around the wicket in bowls, and very nearly breached Young's defences there. Young on the back foot looking to play that one away through backward point. He squirts the ball away in the offside, and indeed we will get another over before lunch. New Zealand 103 without loss, Latham on 48, Young on 47. I think as far as New Zealand are concerned, Nikki, it's very much mission accomplished here this morning. That have wanted their, they've won the toss. It's a good pitch. And these two just playing themselves into a bit of form ahead of the Test match series starting in
2 weeks' time.
2 weeks' time, and particularly for the skipper here, Tom Latham, who's looked, well, both have looked impressive, but particularly Tom Latham, who's looked in very good form. In comes Atkins, around the wicket, bowls down the leg side. Latham lets that go. You can probably hear the shutters of the cameraman walking around taking photographs. There is no run. A couple of emails have come in, actually, which I shall read. One has come in from Tristan, who was talking a little earlier. We're talking about this bat that he got autographs on. As in comes Atkins and bowls, and Latham is beaten outside the outside. Second time that's happened from Jamie Atkins. Good delivery taken by Carter, and there is no run. So this was a bat from a match that was played in Tamaroo in the early 2000s.
Central South Island, that is.
Yeah, yeah. When Zimbabwe played at that ground, as in comes Atkins, in and bowls, and up on his toes is Latham, plays into the covers, fielded by Rawlins, and there is no run. And we were talking about Grant Flower, who probably might well have played in that match, and is now the batting coach here at Sussex. And so he sent in a photograph of the bat as Trist. He says, let's just say the signatures are very challenging to read. However, Alistair Campbell and the notorious Heath Streak blows an image of the bat if you can decode any signatures. I was not alive when the game happened, but I found the bat last year and searched New Zealand archives. In comes Atkins down the leg side, taken by Carter. There is no run. Here's the scorecard link, and it says Grant did play. Another correction, it was 97, 1998. Well, I'll tell you what, with your permission, Tristan, I'd quite like to send this over to Grant, because he may well be very interested in seeing that bat and the fact that he played in that game. So if you could just drop me a line and just say you're happy for me to forward that email on, I'm sure Grant Flower would love to see that. And thank you very much for getting in touch. In comes Atkins. Bowls and played into the onside by Latham. He picks up a single. He goes to 49, 104 without loss. Chris has been in touch and says, thanks for the comprehensive regional breakdown. Traditional English beaches, proximity to the MX Stadium and tasty gelato are all clear winners for Hove, says Chris. He says, what do you think of the ECB's decision to install Brendan McCullum as England Test coach? A lot has been made in the English media about his lack of first-class coaching experience, but I think it's a brilliant move. The English Test team is not short of talent, but Brendan will add confidence, boldness and fighting spirit to the English dressing room. He will also see eye to eye with Ben Stokes. In comes Atkins. Bowls let go outside the off stump by Will Young. That is the end of the over, and that will be lunch.
Time for lunch.
With New Zealand 104 without loss. Tom Latham on 49, Will Young on 47. Thoroughly good morning's cricket. Played in beautiful weather here on the south coast. And The New Zealand batsmen, apart from some early scares against Ollie Robinson, have certainly looked in very good touch. Jamie Atkins, 3 overs, no maidens, 0 for 8. I think it's been very enjoyable, Nikki. What's your summary of the morning's play?
It's been a lovely first session, hasn't it? Some lovely shots from Latham. A really good atmosphere.
Yeah.
The crowd seem to be enjoying it, so...
They certainly have. So, Nikki and I are going to have a little breather for lunch, and we'll leave the effects microphone bubbling away so that you can hear the sounds of Hove and the seagulls, and we'll be back with you in about 35 minutes for the afternoon session. But thank you for listening, thank you for your emails, and if it's time for bed over in New Zealand, hope you sleep well, and you can rest assured that your opening pairing here of Will Young and Tom Latham look in excellent form. But thanks for listening, and we'll be back with you shortly. match. Nicky, 4 overs, no wicket for 20. Latham on the verge of a half century.
On the verge of a half century, he's currently on 49, and Young on 47. New Zealand resume on 104 after lunch. Burrows makes his way in to Latham. Nice length there. And he's left that on outside the off stump.
That's right. That's all right. It's all right.
What's going on?
We were just checking the live stream was working, which it is. Which
Okay.
is so
Got a bit confused there.
Well, Tom Hayden's definitely not on the ground, is he? Because
No, he's not.
Ollie Robinson is very much in charge of things out there. So there's nothing too much wrong with Tom.
Burrows in again to Latham. Nice full delivery. Latham defends that for no run.
Got slightly more defensive, Nicky, haven't they, with just a couple of slips in place now,
Yeah.
whereas this morning at some stages there were 4 slips in place.
Yeah, now we've just got the 2. We've got a backwards point. We've got a deep cover, mid off, mid on. Deep mid wicket by the looks of it, and a fine leg, wideish fine leg. Burrows makes his way in again. Latham plays that straight to mid wicket, and he's snuck himself a single.
Well, good applause around the ground for Tom Latham's a half century, which has come up in 90 balls. And he's played very well indeed, hasn't he, the New Zealand skipper? I think, Nicky, to be honest, he's looked largely untroubled, really.
Yeah, he's been looking very comfortable. He's at ease.
6 boundaries in that half century.
We've got Young on strike now. We've still got 2 slips, backward point, deep cover. Cover, mid off, mid on, wideish mid wicket, and a fine leg. Burrows makes his way into Young. And down the leg side, Carter takes that, diving to his left.
Good take that, wasn't it?
Yeah, lovely take. Stayed a bit low as well.
Yeah. Ollie Robinson, I think, is certainly going to bowl the next
warming up.
over. No, he is. He's warming up.
Stretching his legs,
doing a
doing a
knees
few-
bend, is Ollie.
Doing a few sprints, doing a few jumps. Looks like he's going to come in from the Cromwell Road end, isn't he, next over?
Yeah.
Right, last ball of the over. Burrows at the top of his mark. And he's making himself his way into Young. Young defends that. Nice solid defence to mid-wicket, and that is the end of the over. New Zealand 105 for 1. Latham has got his half century. He's batting on 50 and Young on 47.
Well done, Nicky. The first over will be the worst.
It's out the way now, hasn't it?
well done, you. Oh, we had an email in earlier on from Shane Broadbent, who said, "Good afternoon, wanted to say thanks for the coverage on the New Zealand Sussex game. I'm a proud Kiwi living here in Kävlinge in Sweden. Can you believe?
Oh, wow.
And the commentary is making a miserable cold grey day here a lot brighter. So thank you very much."
I had a message in on Instagram from a Vincent Jones in New Zealand.
All right.
In Napier, is that how you pronounce it?
Napier, yeah.
Yeah. Saying, loving the commentary, enjoying your work. Thanks for
kind.
listening, Vincent. That's very nice of you.
Napier, that's a test match venue, I'm fairly certain. In New Zealand. Well, Ollie Robinson is back in today. Things always feel a little bit different when Ollie Robinson is coming on to bowl. You just feel as if a wicket may be around the corner as Robinson comes running in to bowl to Tom Latham. Around the wicket, he's in and bowls, and Latham lets that go outside the off stump through to Carter. There is no, and that was nothing like full pace from Ollie Robinson. He's perhaps just warming to his task after lunch. Not in the test squad, as we've been saying, that the side for the first 2 matches have been announced.
Yeah, I've got that side up here, actually.
But
Let's
really
have a look.
important for Ollie, you think, to be getting back in the groove, and if he can pick up a couple of wickets for Sussex today, keeping him in the selectors' thoughts for the 3rd test. Here he comes again. The Cromwell Roader means he's running down the hill. He's in and bowls, and Latham lets that go outside of the off stump, and there is no run. So 2 slips and a third man, a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. It really is a beautiful day here. Lots of blue sky, some high cotton wool clouds, a few seagulls wheeling around outside the commentary box as well. Colourful crowd in shirt sleeves.
We've got lots of yellow T-shirts in the crowd today.
Right, yeah, all sorts of colours.
Yellow T-shirts.
Lots of cricket sun hats on as well. As Nicky was saying, if you're coming down, bring your sun cream, because it's one of those days. It's absolutely lovely. As in comes Robinson, bowls, and Latham is forward, plays down the onside of the track, and there is no run.
Sun cream is a must, especially the sun in England, I think, has this uncanny knack of just getting you tanned with that when you're least expecting it.
Yeah, well, I would agree with that. In fact, funny enough, we were talking a bit earlier on about going down to West Wittering, which was a lovely beach on the Sussex coast down towards Chichester. And the amount of times I've been down there and it's a cloudy day and you think, oh, well, don't need any sun cream, and you come home and everyone's burnt. It always seems to happen there. In comes Robinson. In and bowls, Latham lets that go outside of the off stump, taken by Carter, and there is no run. Applause from George Burrows for his colleague Ollie Robinson.
Yeah, definitely, because I recently just got back from India a few weeks ago where it was around 44 degrees. I kid you not, Adrian, I did not get tanned whilst I was out there. I came back here, I've played some matches myself, and I've got more tanned in England than I did whilst I was out in India.
I was reading, actually, it's been really hot in northern India and into Pakistan, to 50-degree temperatures.
Yeah, I was up in northern India. It was sweltering.
Wow. Robinson in bowls, let go outside the off stump by Tom Latham, taken by keeper Carter. There is no run. So what was that? Was that a bit of relatives, or was that...
Yeah, it was a bit of mixture, actually. I went for a wedding. Yeah, I went for a wedding.
Right, wow.
I went for a big fat Indian wedding.
Right.
I also went to see my family. I saw my cousins. I surprised my grandparents. So yeah, it was a nice little... nice little trip. I hadn't been back for close to 4 years, so...
And whereabouts in India do the family live?
They live in Calcutta. I've got some family. My cousins live in the northern part of India.
Robinson in bowls. So Latham, who plays into the offside. There is no run. Deliver maiden over from Ollie Robinson. 7 overs, 4 maidens, none for 6 for Ollie Robinson. New Zealand 105 without loss. So you surprised your grandparents. How did that work?
Oh, they were so shocked. I rocked up at 2 a.m. in the morning and I just knocked on the door.
I bet they told you to go away. Who's that knocking on the door?
They looked so surprised, honestly. But yeah, that was a lot of fun. I spent a few days with them. And then I went to a friend's wedding. So that was 3 days of no sleep and a lot of dancing.
Right. Indian weddings are great, aren't they? Don't
yes.
they go? Yeah?
Yeah, they're fantastic. This was my first experience of a full-out, proper, big, fat Indian wedding. And it was a lot of fun.
Wow. How many people were at the wedding?
Apparently this was a small one. Only 400 people.
Oh, really? That's
only
crazy.
400 people. Yeah, apparently they can go into the thousands, apparently. I was like, I don't know how they manage that. Got Burrows again from the sea end. Running into Young. Nice full delivery. Young plays a solid defence straight back to Burrows.
So when it goes on for that many days, so clearly you have the wedding service, then is all the rest of it just a massive party that goes on and on, or?
So there's different functions. So for example, obviously in South Asian weddings they apply henna. So like for example, one of the functions in the morning was like the henna function, and that's where the bride gets her henna applied, and like all the female guests can go get henna applied as well. And it's just an excuse to have like a nice fancy lunch. Burrows in, too young again. Played straight to mid-wicket, no run. So yeah, it's just you...
So when you say have the henna on, because over here when you have, don't they use sort of henna, it's like an ink, is that for what they do for...
So that's like a tattoo. Henna is just like a non-permanent... non-permanent tattoo, for example. I think that it lasts for like 10 days, something like that.
Okay.
So the bride applies that, and then that starts the whole...
Right.
Yeah. Burrows running up the hill from the sea end into Young. Nice full deliveries, played that off the legs and has clipped that down through to mid-wicket 4-4. That's a lovely shot, the way he waited for that ball. Let that ball come to him and clipped it off his legs. New Zealand are 109 for no loss. Young has got his half century. 51 of 94 bowls.
Beautiful shot, wasn't it? What a lovely way to go to your half century,
Lovely
Nikki.
shot. It's one of those
played.
very feel-good shots, playing the ball off your pads.
Yeah. Is that a favourite shot of yours?
Oh, I love it. Absolutely love it. It's a very satisfying shot. Burrows makes his way up the hill. And Young leaves that outside off stump. Carter takes it, and the ball's being passed round.
It is a satisfying shot, that clip through mid-wicket. I guess the danger with it is that if you're clipping the ball off middle of the leg, you run the risk of LBW. So you've got to make sure that you're...
It can be a very greedy shot. I'd say you have to be really careful when you're playing it. You know what your conditions are, what sort of wicket you'll be playing that on. Yeah. Seems like a good track, though, down here at home. So he gets...
certainly does.
Making the most of those shots. Burrows running into Young. Ooh, it's quite a full one, isn't it? It's a dot ball.
Nicely dug out, wasn't it?
Nicely dug out.
So when you've been to the you've been for the wedding, I mean, do you need a few days to get over it?
Oh my goodness, Adrian, I couldn't walk for 3 days.
What? Because you're dancing so much?
We danced so much, my legs were like in pieces.
So who was this? Was this a family member at the Cabaret, or was it a friend of yours?
Yeah, a friend of mine.
Right.
So one of my friends from India, and so they got married in the north part of India in Amritsar. Burrows running up the hill into Young, and that is played to backward point for no run. Yeah, up in the northern parts of India, in a place, a city called Amritsar. If you're familiar with the Golden Temple.
I've heard of Amritsar.
Yeah, that's where the Golden Temple is. So I was there. That's where the wedding was, at least. And then, 3 days of a lot of partying, no sleep, and a lot of catching up, which was just what the doctor prescribed, to be fair.
Wonderful. Well, it sounds great. Ollie Robinson is going to roll the next over for Sussex. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex. If you want to watch the live stream of the game, go to the Sussex Cricket Club website, where you can click on the link and see Hove on a lovely sunny day, and you'll see Ollie Robinson running down the hill from the Cromwell Road end to bowl to the left-handed Tom Latham. He's in, and Latham lets that go outside the off-stump, taken by Ollie Carter, and there is no run. 2 slips, a third man, point, cover mid-off, mid-on, deep mid-wicket, and a fine leg. I'm Adrian Harms. Nicky Chowdhury with me on commentary today and for the next 2 days here at Hove. Well, the weather forecast is good, certainly for tomorrow. I think Monday is not quite so certain. I think there's a bit of rain around on Monday.
Not as much as yesterday, though.
No,
apparently,
yesterday was pretty torrential, certainly in the morning. Robinson in again, bowls, and Latham plays to backward point, fielded there by Finn Hudson-Prentice.
I find it like it's really easy to distinguish where Finn is, isn't it? This little ponytail gives it away.
Yes, Finn Hudson-Prentice, for the benefit of our New Zealand listeners, is an all-rounder. Began his career at Sussex, then moved to...
He's had a bit of a 360.
Yeah,
started at Sussex.
Moved to Derbyshire via the MCC. And then come back to Sussex and was very much looking forward to this season, but then suffered a stress fracture of the back. But he's batting in this game, as in comes Robinson. But he very nearly chops on to Tom Latham. That was fortunate. It's coming down here to third man. Burrows is quickly round, gets in the throw. Good cricket. Very well fielded by George Burrows, who gets a good round of applause. Stick inside edge. Burrows raced around the boundary, got in the throw. But a full shot from Tom Latham, who very nearly played on. He goes to 51. New Zealand are 110 without loss. Ollie Robinson, although the other Sussex bowlers have been tidy, Robinson's been the bowler who's really looked like taking a wicket, as perhaps you would expect against 2 test quality batsmen. Young is going to take strike for the first time since lunch to Ollie Robinson. 2 slips in place. The deep mid-wicket has come up to an orthodox mid-wicket, saving 1 as Robinson is in over the wicket, bowls and let go, and it's a no ball bowled by Ollie Robinson. Just overstepping, and he wanders back to his mark, a bit annoyed with himself.
So have you ever been to an Indian wedding then, Adrian?
No, I haven't, and I've never been to India, which is another place on my
Bucket list.
Yeah, which is ever growing, and I need to get cracking. COVID hasn't helped, has it?
No, it hasn't.
Because we haven't been able to go anywhere.
No, it hasn't. It felt very weird sitting on a flight for the first time after COVID. Yeah, it was a bit rather emotional.
Yeah. Then comes Robinson, over wicket bowls, and played by Young to mid wicket, fielded by Ibrahim, and there is no run. I mean, India is such a vast country, Nikki. If you were a first-time person going to India, say you had 2 weeks holiday, and you thought, right, you're never going to see it all, but what would your sort of...
Oh, goodness.
If you had sort of, half a dozen unmissable things?
Well, for starters, you'd have to go in and do the whole Golden Triangle, which means you'd go to Delhi, you'd go to Agra to see the Taj Mahal, and take a trip up to Rajasthan, so you can maybe go to Jaipur and have a look there.
Here comes Robinson and bowls. Young is forward, plays out to the offside. There is no run.
If you go off to India, you have to see the Taj Mahal again, don't you?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah,
It's a must-see, and I only saw it quite 4-5 years ago for the first time. It's amazing. It is so pretty.
And as a cricket fan, you'd have to take in some cricket. So did you see any IPL when you were over there? Or?
Not this time. I've been to a KKR match in Calcutta.
Right.
And honestly, the atmosphere at that place was phenomenal. You can't even hear yourself think.
Robinson in bowls, and forward comes Young, plays to mid-on, and there is no run. There's another tight over from Ollie Robinson. 8 overs, 4 maidens, no wicket for 8. For Robinson, New Zealand 111 without loss. Latham on 51, Young is on 51. Was it relatively easy to get tickets for games, and were they reasonably priced, or were you lucky? Did someone treat you?
I was lucky, but my dad knows some people,
right, okay.
So I didn't. Good old dad and connection. So I didn't have to stress on that part. But yeah, it was a very good experience, and especially I think because the KKR owner is one of Bollywood's, or probably Bollywood's biggest stars, and he was actually at the ground, and the crowd just went chaotic.
Right.
Yeah, they went chaotic.
Perhaps it's difficult for us here because there's so many T20 tournaments around the world, and for me they tend to sort of run into each other. There's the Pakistan Super League, there's the Big Bash, there's the IPL. But in terms of the IPL, does that sort of grip the country? Are people, really engaged in the competition?
Yeah, they are pretty engaged. I think everyone's pretty invested in the IPL. Everyone's got their own little team that they like to back.
Right, okay.
Right, we've got Burrows coming in from the sea end. Round the wicket, he's bowling to Latham. Lovely drive off the front foot for no run to cover, though. It's a nice solid drive, that, wasn't it, Adrian?
Yes. I just wonder here from a New Zealand point of view, because these two, as I say, it isn't a first-class match, it's a friendly game. I wonder whether, having lost today to rain yesterday, whether Tom Latham will... Obviously, these two will want time at the crease, but so will some of the others in the New Zealand side as well. So I wonder whether we will reach the stage where, perhaps in this game, you may get a situation where batsmen... leave the field and others come in for an opportunity, which could well happen in this game.
It could. Burrows running in to Latham. He's just played that off his hips down. It's a fine leg for a single. So we've lost a slip here, Adrian. We've got one slip. But I think we're going to have a change in the field as we've got Young on strike.
Yeah, I mean, what are we into here? The 34th over with this ball. I would imagine that we're going to have
So we've got one slip by the look. So we've got a backward point coming in. Cover, deep cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And a deep mid-wicket, slightly wider though. And a fine leg. Burrows in to Young. He's played that off the back foot to deep cover and taken a single there. Nice, easy single. They've just trotted that.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of any sort of penetration in this Sussex attack, and any of the bowlers who are going to cause problems, I mean, clearly Robinson is the main one who may well do that. Just turn our effects mic down a little bit because you can hear the...
Yeah, Latham and Young both on 52. New Zealand are currently 113 for no loss of 33 overs. Burrows running up the hill from the sea end to Latham, who again has played that off his hips down to fine leg. Easy singles here for the two of them, isn't it?
Yeah, there are, and this is obviously, Sussex with a relatively weakened attack in terms of some of the bowlers who aren't available in this game. So, for example, Steve Finn, who signed for Sussex, would perhaps have played in this game, but he's out or has been out with a knee problem. No George Garton, who's been suffering with COVID, not playing in this game. Clearly no Jofra Archer, who we know is out for some time. Jack Carson, the off-spinner, has also not played this season so far with a knee injury. So Sussex are very short of bowling.
Well, Burrows running into Young. Bit of a full toss there, that's been defended straight back.
But in terms of the New Zealand batsmen, from their point of view, this is terrific practice, isn't it? I mean, it's a good batting wicket against an attack which is bowling tidily enough, but against Test match batsmen, this is just ideal preparation for these New Zealanders.
Exactly, that's probably what they're after, and that's what they're looking to gain from this warm-up game. Burrows running up the hill again from the sea end into Young. Bit of a back of length delivery that's been played into cover, and they've managed to sneak a single. New Zealand 115 for no loss. That is the end of the over. Burrows bowled 7 overs for 29 runs, no maidens. So Ollie Robinson is back from the Cromwell end.
Yes, indeed, it is. 115 without loss here on BBC Radio Sussex. Adrian Harms and Nikki Chowdhury with you on commentary. I know we've had a lot of people listening in New Zealand to the first session of the match. Probably most of those people have gone to bed now, I would imagine, because it's something like 1, 2 o'clock in the morning.
You never know. Some people might be tuned in.
Yeah, there might be someone. Might be someone who's been out and about doing something on a Saturday night somewhere in New Zealand, driving home in their car and happens to turn on the cricket and listen to us. In comes Ollie Robinson, running down the hill, comes in and bowls to Young, who plays this firmly away through backward point. He gets a single down to wide-ish third man, while George Burrows is quickly round the field, gets in the throw, but not before Young comes back for a second run. He goes to 55, New Zealand to 117 without loss. Winning the toss this morning, deciding to bat first. What is a gorgeous day on the south coast. A good batting wicket, despite the rain yesterday. It's a fast outfield as well. And Sussex striving for their first wicket of the day. We're going to have 90 overs today. It's now a 3-day match, with yesterday having been washed out because of rain. And a good-sized crowd as well, as Robinson comes in and bowls. And he beats Young as a loud appeal, and it's not given.
Looks a bit high, that, don't you think, from here?
I mean, we're by no means wicket to wicket here.
No.
So in terms of where we're looking from and commentating from, to the right-handed Young, Nikki and I are looking probably directly over something like third or fourth slip. So very difficult to see exactly where that hit or the trajectory of the ball. What I can say is that Robinson's appeal sort of lacked the normal Ollie Robinson appeal. And generally, when Ollie Robinson thinks he's got someone out, he's really right in the umpire's face appealing. But on that occasion, it was kind of a 3/4 appeal from Ollie. Nonetheless, he'll be encouraged as he runs in again, running in hard, comes in and bowls to Young, and Young is forward defensively, plays that into the offside, fielded by Hudson Prentice, who comes in from point to field. There is no run. 2 slips, Tom Alsop and Tom Clark. Ollie Carter keeping wicket. Third man down below is George Burrows. Finn Hudson Prentice at point. Alistair Orr, the left-handed opening batsman, at cover. Henry Crocombe at mid-off. Mid-on looks to me like Sean Hunt. Square leg is Daniel Ibrahim. Fine leg to our left-hand side is Jamie Atkins, wearing his sun hat. As in comes Robinson over the wicket, bowls, and Young lets that one go outside the off-stump, taken by Carter, and there is no run. Other noise you can hear on our effects microphone is just the sound of the press box next door to us, where our effects microphone is just hanging down. Well, you're a bit of chatter going on there. Now, interesting, Alistair Orr's come into a third slip for Will Young. So just the two men saving one on the offside now, as Robinson maybe sensing there's something here for him. Comes racing in, bowls, and Young comes forward to a ball of good length, plays it onto the onside, fielded by Daniel Ibrahim.
So did you play any cricket then, Adrian?
Did I?
Yes.
Yes, not to a very high standard. I was one of three brothers and I was the worst.
Don't be so hard on yourself.
No, I was. I don't mind admitting that. So I was, but absolutely, loved the game from a young age, and with two brothers used to play in the garden, in the street, and on the local green all the time. Mm-hmm. But I can't profess to have been a great cricketer. In comes Robinson, running in over the wicket, bowls, and Young covers up, plays down the onside, and there is no run. Another good, tight, accurate over from Ollie Robinson, just conceding the 2 runs. New Zealand are 117 without loss. Tom Latham is on 53, Will Young is on 55. Ollie Robinson, 9 overs, 4 maidens, no wicket for 10. Ollie Robinson seems to be captaining Sussex at the moment because Tom Haynes, the Sussex skipper, is off the field. That looks like Tom Haynes standing on the balcony.
Yeah, I was just about to mention, it looks like he stood on the balcony.
Yeah, so it could well be they're just rotating things as they're able to do in this. Just to reiterate, is a friendly fixture, not a first-class match. In which case, I think the
bit more freedom.
Well, yeah, the rules will be a lot more strenuous in terms of players coming and going, as they have been a little bit on the field today. Nonetheless, Latham and Young have continued on their way, and to be honest, although Ollie Robinson has bowled well, particularly well this morning, these two have really looked pretty comfortable.
Yeah, very comfortable. We've got Burrows making his way in from the sea end again to Latham. Latham just left that outside, his off stump's gone straight to Carter, no run. We can still hear the seagulls on effects, Mike, can't we?
No, we'll hear those.
They're still around. I think they're still looking for their lunch. Yeah, I think that's Tom on the balcony. Maybe they're just having a bit of a rotation, taking some time off the field. Because as you mentioned, it is a friendly game, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
We've got Burrows running in again to Latham. And he's played that straight to mid-wicket for no run.
In fact, Tom Haynes' brother Ollie is a regular listener to our... Do you know Ollie?
I know Ollie too well.
Well, he's a regular listener to our commentaries. So if you're listening, Ollie, hello. But I suspect he's probably playing cricket today.
Yeah, he must be playing today, isn't it? The club games are on today, aren't they?
Yeah, so... the league season has started here in Sussex, so it could well be that Tom's brothers are playing cricket today and Ollie isn't listening.
They all play, don't they?
Yep.
All of his brothers. Burrows running in to Latham from the sea end. Just slightly back of length, and that's played to deep mid-wicket, and they've taken it easy single. They've literally just trotted that.
Yeah, comfortable single, wasn't it? Yes, I think Tom Haynes is one of 4 brothers, and I think Tom Clark is also one of 4 brothers. Both of whom play their club cricket at Horsham, which, for the benefit of those listening over in New Zealand, is a town, 20 miles north of here, I would say, something like that.
Yeah, it's not too far from here. I think it's only...
Where Sussex have in the past played a lot of county cricket as well as one-day cricket. But COVID has rather put the mockers on cricket being played at outgrounds at the moment.
Yes, it has. We've got Burrows running in again from the sea end, too young over the wicket. Seems to have just dug that one out, Young. Spanish just play that straight to mid on for no run.
I mean, looking at other bowling options for Sussex, it's primarily a seam attack. The one spin option will be provided by Delray Rawlings, bowling his left-arm spin. Tom Clark can also bowl some medium pace, as can Tom Haynes. Interesting, Tom Clark hasn't bowled so far, and he has been suffering, I think, with a bit of an ankle problem, so maybe they're not going to risk him in a friendly match, maybe holding him back for, I don't know, they'll play in the T20 competition. We'll have to see, because...
Yeah, definitely. It's all about managing the players and avoiding these injuries. We've got Burrows running into Young, who's just left that outside the off stump, and Carter's taken it. We've got New Zealand currently on 118 for no loss, with Latham on 54 and Young on 55.
If you want to get in touch or send us an email, please feel welcome to do so. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk, or you can tweet us at BBC Sussex Sport. We can get in touch with Nikki on a variety of methods of
Instagram or Twitter.
Right.
It's at Nikki Chowdhury, which is spelled NIKKICHAUDHURI. I've had a few of the listeners get in touch, which has been nice. We've got Burrows running in again. Oh, he's decided to stop and run back. Probably lost a bit of his rhythm.
He's running around in a great big semicircle, isn't he?
Big circle. Maybe it was the seagulls that put him off.
There's a really good crowd here, isn't there, today?
Yeah.
I mean, this is a better crowd than you get for a county match.
Yeah, it's a good crowd. We've got Burrows running in again now to Young. Slightly back of length ball. It's played by Young. Nice defence. And that is the end of the over. We've got Burrows bowled 8 overs for 30 runs.
Now, one of the batsmen is going off. I think that's Will Young who's going off, having made 55. So we've got a batsman retiring. And that's the applause.
He's retiring after making 55.
So 36 overs. With the total on 118. So, Will Young retires. We wondered if that might happen, didn't we?
Yeah,
Let's just see.
giving the others the opportunity as well to get some runs.
Well, Hamish
Get the feel
Rutherford.
for it.
Yeah, Hamish Rutherford is down on the card as being the number 3. It's going to be Tom Latham, though, who's going to take strike against Ollie Robinson. Latham waits short, pulled away onto the leg side, fielded by Alistair Orr at deep mid-wicket. Latham goes through for another run. He goes to 54, and indeed it is Hamish Rutherford who's come out to bat, another left-hander, to join his skipper Tom Latham. As far as New Zealand are concerned, it's very much mission accomplished today, so far at least, with Young making a half-century, with Latham making a half-century, and an opportunity now to give
Rutherford a chance.
give others a chance. And an examination now for Rutherford. He's coming into bat against Sussex's strike bowler in Ollie Robinson. A tall left-hander. He waits as Robinson is running in and bowls, and Rutherford works that down to third man, fielded just to our left-hand side by Jamie Atkins.
He's off the mark straight away.
He is. In Sussex, New Zealand to 120 without loss. So Will Young retiring when he was on 55 in the 36th over. 90 overs of cricket today, weather permitting, and I think the weather forecast is good, so we should see all of those 90 overs very much replicating what New Zealand will be doing or how they'll be playing in the test matches coming up next month, as Robinson runs towards us down the hill, bowls, and Latham just tucks this onto the inside and picks up a comfortable single through mid-wicket. The fact that Will Young has retired himself, I wonder how long Latham will bat. Perhaps not for that much longer.
Maybe his retirement's going to be imminent as well. He's on 56 at the moment, so...
Yeah, 121 without loss. The sun is momentarily, sort of half the ground is in sun and half in shade at the moment, as a bit of heavier cloud drifts across Hove, but worry not, there's lots of blue sky around as well. As Robinson, in his 4th over since the break, is in and bowls, and hits on the pad is Hamish Rutherford. There's a loud appeal, and Robinson fancied he got his man there. That was a more convincing appeal from Ollie Robinson from the previous LBW decision. That's umpire Lloyd at that end of the ground, giving it not out, but suddenly Robinson thought he'd got his man. Trying to clip that away through mid-wicket was Hamish Rutherford, struck on the pad. Very difficult for us to judge, as saying we're now for the left-handed Rutherford, we're at a wide-ish fine leg, so very difficult to give a decision. As in comes Robinson, bowls. Oh, he hurries up Rutherford then, who played very uncertainly, and the ball dribbled through off an inside edge through to keeper Carter, and there is no run. 21 without loss. From Ollie Robinson's point of view, not in the test squad for the first 2 matches, but might well be in the third, and he'll feel, well, there's perhaps some opportunities here, just to put some doubt in the minds of the New Zealand batsmen, perhaps for later on in the summer, as Robinson is in again, bowls, and Rutherford is forward. Robinson feels he's annoyed, Ollie Robinson.
He's not a happy bunny,
No,
is he?
he felt he'd got Hamish Rutherford LBW. Then it was played by Rutherford back to Robinson, who fielded off his own bowling and just threw the ball at the stumps, which missed. Fortunately, Ollie Carter, the wicket-keeper, was alive and prevented any overthrows. However, it is the end of the over.
And I think we have a change in bowling.
It's going to be Dan Ibrahim.
Dan Ibrahim has given his jumper to the umpire, so change in bowler from the C end. Got Dan Ibrahim's.
Yeah.
Who's going to be bowling to Latham.
There's a particular balcony here, Nikki, where there's always some washing hanging up, and you can see the washing hanging up
washing.
there. Colourful
Very colourful washing.
Yeah, orange, red, and light blue towel, would you say they are?
Yeah, I think they're towels.
Yeah.
There's a bit of navy blue, a bit of grey there as well.
And more people now on their balconies watching the cricket as well. Away to our right-hand side, I can see several people enjoying
Yeah,
it.
quite a few more people. We've got Dan Ibrahim's running into Latham from the C end. Nice full delivery that has been tucked away straight to mid-wicket for no run. Crowd seem to be enjoying themselves over here down in Hove. Just 17 years of age, Dan Ibrahim's coming in and running into Latham. What an experience for him. Bowls it, Latham leaves it outside the off stump. Carter takes it, no run. New Zealand are currently 121 for no loss. Latham's on 56, Rutherford on 1. This is Ibrahim's 5th over. He's currently bowled 2 maidens for 11 runs. Got a few fans in the crowd as well, by the sounds of things. Ibrahim's running into Latham. Lovely shot off the legs by Latham. It's gone straight to mid-wicket for 1. We've got Rutherford on strike. Still got the 1 slip. We've got a backward point, deep cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Deep, wideish mid-wicket, and a wide fine leg for Ibrahim's. Who is currently making his way in from the C end to Rutherford, who's just played that 2-point for no run. Looked a bit surprised by what happened there. Rutherford did. So the seagulls are still chirping around the ground here down in Hove. I don't like seagulls. Do you, Adrian? They're very annoying.
I don't like
They're very scary.
I don't like them when they steal your fish and chips, that's for sure.
Yeah. We've got Ibrahim's running in up the hill to Rutherford. And then he's just played that off his hips to mid-wicket. For no run, New Zealand are currently 122 for no wicket. It is the 38th over.
Nice bit of fielding that by Tom Clark, wasn't it?
Lovely bit of fielding.
Yeah, preventing that single being taken. Probably more runs, actually, because although there's a field on that deep mid-wicket boundary, it was fairly straight.
Mm-hmm. Ibrahim's running up the hill into Rutherford again. And it's just off his legs. Rutherford's played that down to the fine leg. He's taken a single. Quite easy singles coming in for these 2 New Zealand batters. Taking them quite easily. That is the end of the over. That's 5 overs for 2 maidens, 13 runs for Ibrahim. I think we continue with Robinson from the Cromwell Road end.
Jeremy's been in touch and he says, hi, has someone unplugged the mics? I'm missing the coverage. It's been great hearing you both today whilst at the game. Jeremy, hopefully you can hear us going out now. Perhaps you could just let us know or just send us through a notification. Momentarily, the line did drop out here at Hove, but I think we should be back on now. So if you could just drop us online and let us know that everything is going out.
Yes, please do let us know if you
that'll
can
be
hear
be very useful. So apologies for a slight delay in the coverage. It's going to be Ollie Robinson who's going to carry on. He's in his 11th over, figures of 0 for 13 with 4 maiden as Robinson is running in. Bowls to Rutherford, who edges that one just off the legs down to fine leg, fielded down in front of us by George Burrows. One more to Rutherford. He goes to 3. New Zealand to 124 without loss. The flags, the flag of New Zealand and the Sussex flag fluttering away on the clock tower scoreboard away to our right-hand side. A nice breeze across the ground, plenty of sunshine, and a really lovely afternoon to be watching cricket. Not too hot. Robinson is going around the wicket to the left-handed Tom Latham. It's been an angle of attack he's used on a number of occasions today, but he's in now on bowls, and Latham... We'll just have to wait and see if that came off the bat or off the thigh pad. Let's wait for the umpire's signal, and indeed it is a leg by has been signalled. Goes to 124 without loss. Double checking that we are...
Are we live?
Still going out online. Robinson. In shade for a moment, comes in and bowls for Rutherford, clips it away, but that's a lovely shot.
That was a lovely shot.
That's actually probably one of the shots of the day.
That was it.
Slightly over pitched by Ollie Robinson. It was on the leg stump and it was just clipped away by Hamish Rutherford. Through backward square leg and the ball raced away for 4 runs. That was a beautifully controlled shot.
Played with so much ease.
Yeah. Rutherford to 7. To 130 without loss. Getting hit for boundaries, Ollie Robinson. How will he respond? He's in again, bowl outside of the off stump, and on this occasion Rutherford was thinking of driving that through the covers. In the end, just let the ball pass by the outside edge through the keeper Carter. And there is no run, 130 without loss. Good crowd here today. I suspect it may not be quite such a good crowd tomorrow. A lot of people perhaps come to the cricket in the morning, then make their way to the Amex Stadium in the afternoon, where Brighton are playing West Ham. It's the last Premier game of the season. So...
bit of a clash then tomorrow, isn't it?
Well, yeah. Well, how wonderful to watch some cricket in the morning, and if you want to watch the football in the afternoon, go and do that. In comes Robinson, bowls, and forward comes Rutherford and plays to mid-on, and there is no... Plays to mid-on, there is no run fielded by Henry Crocombe. Polishes the ball. New Zealand remaining 130 without loss. For those just joining us, New Zealand winning the toss this morning, electing to bat first. They haven't lost a wicket. Will Young, the opening batsman, retiring on 55. As in comes Robinson again. Son back with us. He's in on bowls, and forward comes Rutherford. Plays that to mid-off. Ollie Robinson gives Hamish Rutherford a bit of a stare, as is his wont. And again, there is no run.
I love when it gets heated in cricket. It's so much fun. I love it.
Do you?
I absolutely love it. Even just the small things like giving the batsman a stare, or sometimes when the batsman's doing a bit of gardening and stares the bowler in the eyes.
Robinson comes in and bowls, and Rutherford plays from the crease into the offside, fielded by Hudson Prentice, and there is no run. Yes, and New Zealand off to a good start here. They won the toss there this morning. They're 130 without loss. Their skipper, Tom Latham, is on 57. Hamish Rutherford is on 7. The other opening batsman, Will Young, actually retired once he had made 55. This is a friendly fixture, so we're expecting to see the New Zealand batsmen rotating their way through the match as they get in practice for the Test match series that begins next month at Lords. But for the time being, an exhibition of batting from New Zealand. They're 130 without loss. So Daniel Ibrahim.
You got Daniel Ibrahim continuing from the sea end. He's running in to Latham. And he's played that. He's given way too much width off the back foot. Latham's played that down to deep cover for 1.
When you were saying you like a bit of, so do you like sort of a bit of sledging? I mean, does that get you worked up, or are you sort of, doesn't it bother you?
It doesn't get me worked up. I think I'm pretty good with zoning out from it. I've played a lot of boys cricket, and especially in situations when I've played a game and you can tell you definitely weren't wanted on that pitch.
Right, okay.
But yeah, I'm pretty good at zoning out and not giving it too much attention. We've got Ibrahim's running up the hill from the sea end to Latham, who's just played that off the front foot to mid-wicket for no run. So yeah, I quite like it. I think it's a good contest. It's a good show of passion. Adrian, I think it's quite... It makes the game exciting.
Okay. You just hope it doesn't go over the top.
Yeah, I think obviously if it does, it shouldn't go over the top, but with a good balance, it keeps the games interesting. Got Ibrahim's running up hill. Oh, and Latham has just backed off. That is a dead ball. I think something was interrupting his vision. By the looks of it, someone in a red jacket has just walked past the side screen.
Yeah, I was going to tell you this.
So that was a dead ball.
Phil Tibbs has been in touch from sunny Newark. Hello, Phil. Good to hear from you. I'll read your email in a couple of moments' time. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk.
Ibrahim's running in again to Latham, who's just played it off his hips down to mid-wicket for 1. And they've taken the second there quite comfortably. Score is 133 for no loss. Rutherford currently on 9 and Latham on 58.
Phil says, on the subject of people going to the cricket in the morning and the Amex in the afternoon, perhaps the club should offer a 50% reduction on the entrance fee in the morning to anyone who provides a valid ticket for the Albion. It's an expensive morning of cricket otherwise. That's a fair comment, I think, to be fair. Maybe... Now, people still moving behind the bowlers' arm, which is really very irritating. There should be a steward there, really, to stop people coming into the ground. I don't know quite why the stewards aren't there.
We've got Ibrahim's running up the hill from the sea end to Latham again. It's just bowl that slightly back off length. Latham's played that off on the front foot to deep cover, has taken a single. We've got Rutherford on strike.
I think that is an interesting point, actually, Phil, because it might well be there might be someone who thinks, well, I'm not going to go to the cricket in the morning because I've got to pay for a whole day. So if they were to come for a half day, perhaps for half the fee, at least Sussex get somebody else inside the ground. So I think that's a really good email.
But how would you monitor if someone's left the ground?
Well...
I think that will be the difficult
well, I think if you've got a ticket for the Amex that you probably paid 30 or 40 quid for.
Ibrahim's runs in to Latham. Just bowled outside off stump. Latham's comfortably driven that to deep cover for a single.
Yeah, I think if you've got a ticket for the football that you've probably paid, I don't know what a ticket for the Amex is, 30, 40 quid maybe, something like that you'd probably not give that up. That's an interesting point, because there are a lot of Sussex cricket supporters who are also Albion supporters as well. Yeah. I mean, it's not too often that the two play on the same day, but it does happen at this time of the season and again in the autumn.
But Ibrahim's running in round the wicket to Latham. He's bowled it again. He's played that straight to point for no run. And that is the end of the over. New Zealand currently 135 for no loss of 40 overs, I believe. This was the 40th over. Ibrahim's 6th over. I think Robinson is continuing up from the other end.
I think actually he's going to have a rest because I think it looks like it's going to be
Maybe,
Sean
yes.
Hunt who's going to come into the Sussex Essex. I'm just seeing looks like Tom Haynes is coming wandering back onto the field, is it? No. So I'm just trying to see who's in charge here for Sussex. Sean, it is going to be
It
Sean,
is
and Ollie Robinson is still on the field. So Tom Haynes is still off. We don't quite know the reason why that is, the Sussex captain. But it's going to be Sean Hunt, who bowled very tidily this morning, just bowled the 4 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 16. So the left arm seamer is going to be bowled with 2 slips and a third man, a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and a fine leg. I see Tom Clark has now gone off the field as well. So it's a bit of a rotation here in terms of who's on the field and who's off the field, but it's going to be Sean Hunt who's going to be bowling to Tom Latham. He's in and bowls, and Latham lets that one drift past outside the off stump. Latham has a little look in the direction of the umpire as if to say, well, that was a little wide of the off stump, but not wide enough to be a wide.
Definitely not wide enough to be a wide.
No. So I'm just trying to see who's on field here as a replacement. Jamie Atkins is down here at third man, so you could say he's a replacement for Tom Haynes, but Tom Clark has gone off as well.
So who's come in for him?
Let's have a look around the field and see who's... In comes Hunt. Bowls, and Latham up on his toes, steers that into the covers, fielded by Ibrahim, and there is no run.
Sun's making an appearance again.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I was just going to say actually that we're not seeing quite as much sun this afternoon, but actually there's a nice bank of blue sky making it. Looks like the weather's coming from the southwest today, coming along the coast. Well, there's lots of cloud around. There's still plenty of patches of blue sky. And the forecast is good as in comes Hunt and bowls, and Latham plays that with ease down to third man, just using the pace of the ball and gliding the ball down to third man. He's a lovely batsman to watch, Tom Latham. Seems to have plenty of time and picks up another comfortable single. He goes to 60.
He has a lot of time, doesn't he? He makes it look very easy.
He's in 136 without loss. Ollie Robinson just reorganising his field a little. He's bringing up his deep mid-wickets to an orthodox mid-wicket. So on the leg side, there's now a mid-on, a mid-wicket saving one, and a fine leg. Alistair Ord is down here in front of us on the boundary as in comes Hunt over the wicket, bowls, and a play and a miss outside the off stump by Hamish Rutherford, who was reaching for that. To play that down towards third man would have been a rather ugly dismissal if he'd have gone out. The ball rattled through into the gloves of Ollie Carter, the Sussex wicketkeeper, and there is no run. An update on some of the scores in the county championship. In a moment's time as in comes Hunt. Over the wicket, bowls, and this time Rutherford just lets that one pass by outside of the off stump, and there is no run. So in the second division of the Championship, Middlesex 219 for 5. That in reply to the Durham total of 350. Ben Stokes with a couple of wickets today. 8 overs, 2 for 30 for the New England captain. We'll be back at Lord's in a couple of weeks' time for the first Test match against New Zealand. Hunt over the wicket, bowls, let go by Rutherford outside of the off stump. There is no run. End of the over, 136 without loss. Latham on 60, Rutherford on 10. Sean Hunt, 5 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 17. In the game at Trent Bridge, in the second division, Derbyshire 71 for 2, still trailing lots by 27. I mentioned that because Shad Masood, the Pakistan batsman, has been in amazing form during the early season. And there was a lot of talk that he may get to 1,000 runs before the end of May, which is always seen as an incredible achievement by a batsman. Doesn't happen too much these days. He made a double 100 against Sussex earlier in the season, but today he's been LBW for a duck. Stuart Broad picking up the wicket. So Stuart Broad looking like he's getting himself in good form for the Ashes, series against New Zealand coming up in a
We've got
few
Ibrahim
weeks' time.
continuing from the sea end. Nice full delivery play, solidly back to him by Latham off the front foot.
Lots of matches in the Charlotte Edwards Cup today.
Yeah, there's a few games
Nikki?
going on today as well. I believe the South East Stars are playing the Western Storm down at Beckenham. So
Yeah, and the South East Stars won by 7 wickets. Western Storm 145 for 6 in their 20 overs. South East Stars getting home with an over to spare, 148 for 3.
Ibrahim's running in again to Latham. Short ball that's been pulled down to fine leg for 1. He's just guided that, Latham. So, Adrian, what's this area on the right-hand side of the comms box?
Yeah, so they call it Cow Corner. It's really sort of a corporate entertaining area. So you can
Okay.
see a couple of people out here serving drinks. So perhaps people are in there for a nice lunch.
Nice. Not a bad way to spend your Saturday afternoon.
Very nice, isn't it? In the sun as well.
Rutherford's on strike. Ibrahim's running in. Played that off the front foot to cover. They've just scampered it. Easy single. We got Latham back on strike.
So in terms of the South East Stars, presumably you'd know some of the side who have played today. Bryony Smith.
Yep.
Ailish Cranstone.
Yep.
She made runs. She made 66 not out.
There are quite a few of them,
Alice
yes.
Capsey, Phoebe Franklin. Alice Davidson Richards. Kira Catley or Cately.
Chartley.
Chartley.
She's actually my cousin.
Is she?
Yep.
Well, she played today. Let's see how many runs she got.
Ibrahim's running in. Just back of a length. Latham's played that off the back foot to cover for no run.
She didn't bat today.
Yeah, she's predominantly a keeper batsman.
She kept wicket, but well, the South East Stars winning by 7 wickets with an over to spare. So I think in T20 terms, that's relatively comfortable, isn't it?
Pretty comfortable game.
So win for the South East Stars in the Charlotte Edwards Cup. The other games are all underway. The Central Spunks against the Sunrisers, the Lightning v the Thunder, and Northern Diamonds against the Southern Vipers.
Ibrahim's running into Latham. He's played that off the back foot down to deep cover for an easy one. They literally just walked it. New Zealand are 139 for no loss. Rutherford on 11, Latham on 62. And it's the final ball of Ibrahim's is over. Running up the hill from the sea end, Ibrahim's comes in to Rutherford, who's just played that off the front foot to backward point. That is the end of the over. New Zealand are 139 for no loss off 42 overs.
Yeah, so the Southern Vipers are playing the Northern Diamonds at Durham this afternoon. The Southern Vipers batting first. Georgia Adams and Danny Wyatt opening the batting, and into the second over, the Vipers are 12 without loss. So we'll keep an eye on that one throughout the afternoon here on BBC Radio Sussex. Adrian Harms and Nikki Chowdhury with you here, live commentary on this game here at Hove, where New Zealand are getting some batting practice. They're 139 without loss. Tom Latham on 62, Hamish Rutherford on 11. Will Young retired, having made 55, not through injury, but to give someone else a chance. As in comes Hunt and bowls to Latham, who drives pleasantly through extra cover, picks up a single, fielded by a tumbling Ollie Robinson. But not before Latham has gone through for another run. He goes to 63, total to 140 without loss.
I wonder what it must be like to tumble when you're so tall.
Yeah, well,
I'm just 5'4" and it's an all right thing. But if you're 6 foot something and you're tumbling, I wonder what that feels like.
Well, often we talk a lot in commentary where you see a bowler hurtling around the boundary and they make a flying stop, and you think for the purpose of saving a single, you risk a shoulder injury or whatever. In comes Hunt and bowls, and Rutherford doesn't play that where he wanted to. He's looking to play that away on the offside. Instead, manages to get the ball down to fine leg, fielded by Alistair Orr down in front of us. One more to the total. Rutherford goes to 12. Hasn't been the most convincing 12 from Hamish Rutherford. He's faced 23 balls for those 12 runs. Nonetheless, he'll be just enjoying getting used to conditions and just batting himself into form. But Tom Latham has looked in terrific nick, really, from the moment he started this morning. He's on 63, 141 without loss. As in comes Sean Hunt over the wicket, bowls, and Latham drives. Lovely shot into the offside, well fielded by Ibrahim in the covers, but it was such an easy shot, wasn't it, by
Very easy shot.
Tom Latham drilled the ball into the covers with perfect timing, and there is no run. See a gentleman away to my right-hand side. He's just kneeling down. He's got his young child on his shoulders watching the cricket.
Oh, a very young child.
Very young. Probably no more than, probably not even one, I would imagine. As in comes Hunt and bowls, and driven by Latham firmly to mid-on, fielded by Henry Crocombe. And there is no run, 141 without loss. Lister Orr down below us claps his hands, fielding at fine leg. There are 2 slips and a third man. Backward point to cover mid-off. Mid-on, deep mid-wicket and a fine leg on a lovely sunny afternoon at Hove. Hunt wheels around at the far end of the ground. And is in again, bowls to Latham, and Latham clips this beautifully off his toes down to deep mid-wicket. There'll be a couple of runs here as George Burrows comes running into field. And Latham picks up a couple more comfortable runs. He goes to 65. New Zealand to 143 without loss. If you want to send us an email, I'll be delighted to hear from you. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk.
Get in touch if you are listening.
Yeah, absolutely. Or you can tweet us, or you can Instagram Nikki.
Instagram me. I will give you my handle after this ball is bowled, though.
Hunt on his way again. In and bowls, and forward comes Latham, plays into the offside. There is no run. It's the end of another over. Now I think Tom Latham is going to go off here, because I can see another batsman coming down the steps, and I think we are going to get Tom Latham has had enough for today. He's made 65 and has looked very impressive in too, making those 65 runs. So he retires on 55 in the 43rd over. There we are.
He's retired. Very comfortable 65 as well, by the looks of it.
We just looked in complete control. To be honest, didn't even look like getting out, did he?
No.
It was just a quality innings by Tom Latham.
A lovely innings. And I believe you've got a change in bowling from the C end. It looks like you've got Jamie Atkins coming in.
Yes, it does. And a new batsman, Michael Bracewell, coming up. And what's interesting now, Nikki, for these New Zealand batsmen is that these are players who will now be playing for their places in the Test side. So these will be players who, in the absence of some players who will come back into the side automatically, the likes of Kane Williamson, clearly, an opportunity for some New Zealand players to really stake a claim, to get themselves into form. There's the match coming up at Chelmsford next week, but a real chance to make some runs and stake a claim for being in that first Test match at Lord's, starting on the
2nd of June.
2nd of June, yeah,
Yep.
absolutely.
He's doing a few stretches at the top of his run-up. He's running into bowl at Rutherford. He's just down the leg side. Taken by Carter, no run.
Ian has been in touch. I'll try and pronounce your surname correctly, Ian. Ian looks like it's Crusaydas. Crusaydas. My apologies if I've got that pronunciation wrong. But Ian says, hello, I'm enjoying your coverage from bed here at 1:30 a.m. in New Zealand. Cold, windy and dark outside as you bask in the sunshine. The Kiwis are going well against this weakened Sussex attack.
Atkins running into Rutherford. He's played that off the front foot to deep points. They've taken a coming back for 2 actually by the looks of it, for a comfortable 2. So he's listening from in bed in New Zealand.
Yep. And he says, I'm very much looking forward to jumping on a plane this coming Tuesday to travel to England for the first Test at Lord's. It's been a long-standing dream to come to the home of cricket to attend a Test match, so very excited to be finally making the journey next week. Keep up the commentary. Thank you, Ian. That's really kind of you for getting in touch. And I hope you have a great trip, and I hope you enjoy Lord's. And why wouldn't you? Because it's a wonderful cricket ground.
Atkins uphill to Rutherford. Just played that off the back foot back to Atkins for no run.
And a redeveloped Lord's as well. I haven't been there, but the 2 stands at the nursery end. Have you been? Oh,
Yeah.
right. Okay.
Yes.
What does it look like?
It's looking incredible, honestly. I think the atmosphere at Lord's before that those were put in was obviously amazing, but now those 2 stands are put in, and I think we've got a very exciting summer ahead of us, especially when those are full and we've got a nice crowd in. Atkins running into Rutherford from the sea end. He's played that off the front foot. It's gone through cover, easy single for him. And they're looking to come back for 2, which they have done, an easy 2 for Rutherford. New Zealand are currently 147 for no loss off 43.4 overs.
Misfield, wasn't that, by Ali? Or he's furious with himself.
He dove straight over that, actually.
Yeah, he's not happy with himself. So, Ian, have a great trip. I don't know whether you're coming over just for the 1 test match or staying for a couple. It's all time, isn't it?
Atkins running into Rutherford, who's just played that off his hips, has gone straight down to fine leg. Comfortable singles. I feel like New Zealand are just enjoying taking singles at this point.
They are, and they're enjoying getting some batting practice.
Yeah, good practice ahead of the test that starts on the 2nd of June at Lord's.
It'd be great to hear from you, though, Ian. Perhaps when you get over to England, drop us an email. It'd be perhaps good to catch up and see how you're enjoying the test match, if it's your first trip to Lord's. I have to say, every time I go to Lord's, and we're very lucky to be able to go there to watch cricket, county cricket or T20 cricket with Sussex. I just love it when you get to the ground. It's just something magical about the place.
It's a great day out, isn't it? Atkins running in, so that's gone down the leg side, taken by Carter, no run, and we get to the end of the over. 4 overs bowled by Jamie Atkins for 13 runs. New Zealand 148 for no loss, with Bracewell on 0 and Rutherford 17.
Phil has been back in touch. We were talking about whether people who are going to both the cricket and the football tomorrow, whether perhaps there could be some sort of reduced admission price if people are going to the Amex to watch the Albion play West Ham tomorrow. And Phil says they could always offer the 50% reduction as a refund on exit, showing the Albion ticket to police it. As you say, it only works as the football tickets are way more expensive than the cricket. The club needs to think outside the box a bit to get as many people as they can. I think it's a really good point, and that would be an excellent way of doing it, wouldn't it? So you pay your full, whatever it is, 30 quid here at Hove, and then when you exit the ground, you show your ticket for the Amex, and perhaps you get a half refund. But no, I think all these ideas are really good. And if you're happy for me to do so, I could forward that on, Phil, to the powers that be here at Hove. As in comes Hunt and bowls, and Rutherford drives, not too convincingly, gets a thick edge down to 3rd man, and he picks up his 18th run, some New Zealand to 149 without loss. Phil goes on to say, I'm totally with you about your best bowler herring around and fleeing themselves at the boundary to save 1 run, especially as sometimes there is very little gap before the advertising hoardings. I recall Run and Navid did his shoulder just before leaving Sussex to go to Yorkshire. He was never quite the same. Fast bowlers seem to break down easily enough these days without throwing extreme fielding into the mix as well. Yeah, but I mean, it's great to see fast bowlers doing that, but if you just save a run but you dislocate a shoulder or, in some way injure yourself, that's not great. As in comes Hunt and bowls, short and tucked around the corner by Bracewell, who picks up his 1st run. Michael Bracewell, the new batsman. 2 batsmen have retired, both without getting out. Tom Latham on 65, Will Young on 55. So a chance now for 2 batsmen to re-establish themselves. The more established of those is Hamish Rutherford, who is on 18. New Zealand 150 without loss. Here on BBC Radio Sussex, a very good afternoon wherever you're listening from. You may be like Ian, listening down in New Zealand on a cold, windy night. Sean Hunt is in bowls, and Rutherford covers up, plays down the onside. There is no run. I would imagine, Ian, that probably the rugby season is in sort of full flow at the moment as you go into the depths of winter. Strange, isn't it? You always think, when I think New Zealand, I'm sort of thinking, well, it's sort of Australia-ish and a bit further on, isn't it? But it's a very similar climate to over here, and quite a lot of cold weather in the winter months. Sean Hunt, left arm over the wicket, tall bowls, and Rutherford just eases that down to 3rd man and picks up another single. Rutherford goes to 19. New Zealand 151 without loss.
Just having a look, Adrian, it seems like we've got a few of the players who come from cricketing families. Marcus Bracewell himself is the son of Otago first-class cricketer Mark, so he too's from a cricketing family. His dad used to play first-class cricket as well.
Well, there's been 3 left-handers in the top 4 here for New Zealand. As in comes Hunt and bowls, and Bracewell is forward, playing onto the onside. There is no run, fielded there by... Who's that fielding the ball? That is George Burrows, and there is no run. Tom Haynes is back on the field. The Sussex skipper, he's fielding at mid-off, which probably means that Ollie Robinson has left the field.
Looks like it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I think he's left.
So I wonder whether we'll see New Zealand bowling today, or whether we'll just see New Zealand batting out for the day. As in comes Hunt and bowls and let go outside the off stump by Bracewell. Through to keeper Carter, there is no run. End of the over. The 12th man has come running on with some supplies. I'm not sure if they are for the New Zealand batsmen. Yeah, I think they are. Maybe a drink for, or some running repairs for Hamish Rutherford. 151 without loss. Bracewell is on 1. Rutherford is on 19. So thank you, Phil. Thank you, Ian. Thank you, everybody who's got in touch throughout the day. If you'd like me to forward your email onto the club, Phil, I'm very happy to do so. To the powers that be here.
I completely forgot to give our Twitter handles, Adrian.
Well, at BBC Sussex Sport, or yours is...
At Nikki Chowdhury on Twitter or Instagram.
Okay.
Whatever takes your fancy.
Photographer down below us who's been busily snapping away. He's walking around with a huge camera.
And a very bright high-vis shirt.
Yes, he is. Yeah, that's the thing now. Everyone wears high, very bright high-vis, don't they?
Very bright.
But Jamie Atkins to continue.
Yeah, we've got Jamie Atkins continuing from the sea end to Rutherford. He's just at the top of his run-up. He's making himself his way in right now. Outside off stump, Rutherford leaves that. Carter takes it and dot ball. There's suddenly a large influx of seagulls that have just rocked up to my right-hand side. There's a lot of them.
Jeremy's back in touch, and thank you, Jeremy, who let us know that our microphone had gone down momentarily, but he sent a couple of messages to say, yeah, we're back on now, which is good stuff. A couple of points he makes.
Atkins running into Rutherford. That's gone down the leg side.
Lucky to get away with that.
Yeah, lucky to get away. That was a freebie there.
Well, that could have disappeared over the pavilion. So Jeremy says, I'm from Christchurch in New Zealand. I live in Croydon, though, and have come down for the day. Lovely day for us. He's at the ground, is Jeremy. I don't know where you're sitting. Perhaps you give us a wave from whereabouts in the ground you are. And talking about rugby, he says the rugby season tends to start in or around February in New Zealand, so it's well underway right now for sure.
Got Atkins running uphill from the sea end to Rutherford. That's a better line. So it's played off the hips to mid-wicket by Rutherford. He's taken an easy single there. That brings Bracewell on to strike.
Peter's been in touch. Peter Swaby says, loud and clear, we're coming through now. So thank you, everybody, for getting in touch and letting us know that we're going out live.
That's great.
I'd imagine there's much. The next Rugby World Cup, we always think New Zealand are going to do well in that. And the next Rugby World Cup I think it's next autumn in France.
Got Atkins running in to Bracewell. That off the front foot, easily just nicked a single to mid-wicket. At least to know we're going back out live now, aren't we, Adrian? We're not just blabbering onto ourselves.
Now, you can always tell these two little lights, there's a red light and a green light on our equipment, and if they disappear, we're in trouble.
We're in trouble.
Fortunately, they're not, so that's good news. And actually, if anything does happen and we get any gremlins in the system, generally someone says, we can't hear you anymore. So we're very grateful, because sometimes you tend not to look at the equipment and you think,
Atkins running into Rutherford. Ooh,
that's a good
gone
appeal.
up for that one, big appeal. I think that one came off the bat.
That was quite... There was a groan around the ground, because Sussex supporters are desperate to see a wicket here today. You heard that groan.
It's a funny one.
I suspect there's going to be a loud cheer if and when Sussex get a wicket.
It was a bit of a half-hearted appeal, to be honest. I think the groan was louder from the audience.
It was. I've never heard a groan like it. Oh, come on, umpire.
Come on, just one wicket. That's all we want to see.
Yeah.
You never know. Well, one more ball from Atkins. Could be what the fans want to see. He kind of makes his way uphill from the C end to Rutherford. Down the leg side. Rutherford's missed out on that one. It's the end of the over. New Zealand are 153 for no loss. Bracewell on to Rutherford at 20. And we've got Hunt resuming again from the Cromwell end.
And a very good afternoon, wherever you are listening. Listeners over in New Zealand who are tucked up in bed on a cold, windy night. Thank you for getting in touch and thank you for listening. It's great to have your company, and there will be coverage right across the summer, of course, here of the tour, of the 3-match test series, with test matches at Lords, Trent Bridge and Headingley, and some T20 matches as well. So it's great to have your company. And great to have your company wherever you're listening from today. And if you want to send us an email or join in our conversation, please do so. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. If you want to watch the live stream, go to the Sussex Cricket Club website where you can watch the action. As in comes Sean Hunt, left arm over the wicket, bowls to Bracewell, who lifts the bat high out of the way. The ball goes through into the gloves of Ollie Carter. And there is no run. I hate to rub it in for you, those of you listening in New Zealand, but it is a lovely day here at Hove, which wasn't the case yesterday. Yesterday was a pretty miserable morning. We've had beautiful weather here in England actually for weeks and weeks. The cricket season so often seems to be you get bad weather, but actually it's been really, really good this summer so far.
Especially early season. Normally
it's been fantastic.
Not very nice, but this year it's been really good.
Yeah, it has. In comes Hunt over the wicket, bowls, let go outside the off stump by Bracewell through to keeper Carter when there is no run. I remember Sussex's first match last season was against Lancashire at Old Trafford, and on the final day it snowed.
Yeah, I remember seeing those photos. It was snowing.
Yeah, it did snow, and the Sussex players were making snowmen on the outfield. I mean, it was crazy.
It wasn't just light snow, it was
No, the whole
yes.
ground was covered. We're thinking this is just ridiculous.
Yes.
And also I think the game at Headingley was affected by snow. But so far, Sussex have been snow-free. As in comes Hunt over the wicket, bowls and let go by Bracewell outside the off stump. Tall left-hander, Michael Bracewell, goes down the wicket and does a little bit of gardening.
It's nice to see that the New Zealand players are getting a nice go in the middle so they can get some practice in these conditions.
Yeah, absolutely. And as far as New Zealand are concerned, they've had 3 or 4 excellent days down here at Hove, training with lovely South Coast sunshine. They've enjoyed that, and now an opportunity to really get some batting practice. In comes Hunt over the wicket, bowls. Bracewell lets that one go outside of the off stump, taken by Carter. And there is no run.
Yeah, to get used to these conditions. Although I feel like they say conditions down in New Zealand and England are pretty similar. Yeah. I've not been, so I can't comment. But I think for Rutherford, he's actually had some county experience at Essex and Worcestershire. So I think he might be slightly familiar with the English conditions.
Hunt. Mark. In the bowls and driven beautifully down the ground. Half stopped by Tom Haynes and mid off, but a lovely flowing off drive.
It's a lovely shot.
Yeah, fielded by Tom Haynes, but not before Bracewell goes through for his 3rd run, and New Zealand to 154 without loss. Up to date with scores in the Charlotte Edwards Cup throughout the afternoon, as in comes Hunt down the hill, bowls, and Rutherford is very comfortably forward, plays into the offside. There is no run. Tidy enough over from Sean Hunt, just conceding the 1 run, 8 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 25. New Zealand are 154 without loss, with Bracewell on 3, Rutherford on 20. The 2 retirees, I think we can call them retirees, Tom Latham, who made 65, Will Young, who made 55. And it's going to be Jamie Atkins who's going to carry on from the C end of the ground. So called because the C is just behind us, about 400 or 500 yards directly behind our commentary box. Well, no doubt there will be people sitting on the beach today. Just to bring you up to date, the Southern Vipers are 55 for 1 in their game against the Northern Diamonds, 20 over match. Danny White on 24, Georgia Evans just out for 24. 56 for 1 after 7 overs.
Got Atkins continuing from the C end to Bracewell. He makes his way in Slightly back of length ball. It's defended for no run. Extra cover comes running in to collect that one. There's been an increase in the number of spectators around the ground. I feel like it's getting slightly busier.
Yeah, I mean, there's people perhaps drifting out in and out the ground, isn't there? Perhaps, popping out for grabbing a beer or whatever. But I would say that the Southwest stand is very well patronised. There was talk of 1,800 people being here today. And
Atkins running into Bracewell.
Sharp.
He's played that lovely
Shot.
shot off his hips down through mid-wicket for 4 runs. He waited for that nicely and played that straight down to mid-wicket. Clipped it off his legs.
Lovely shot, wasn't it?
It's a lovely shot. It's honestly one of my favourite shots.
Oh, just effortlessly played, wasn't it?
A lovely shot. I think a flick through mid-wicket or an on-drive is probably one of a very pretty looking shots. Atkins making his way uphill again from the C end. And that is left outside off stump by Bracewell. No run there.
I think T today is going to be at 20-4 regardless. So we're going to have 90 overs in the day. We've got, another 42 overs to be bowled. So very much mirroring how things will work in a test match. So whether we will see Sussex batting today or whether New Zealand will just decide that today is a day they're going to bat all day, which is perhaps possibly the case.
Atkins running in. He's played that off the back foot. Bracewell straight to backward point for no run. Got a message from Nick in Hamilton, New Zealand, who says that currently Conway and Williamson are the 2 best batters in the IPL, and the best vineyards here are in Marlborough, Otago and Hawke's Bay. I do love myself a vineyard, Nick. I do love myself a vineyard. And surprisingly, there's actually quite a few down here in Sussex itself. There's quite a few that I didn't even know existed. We've got Atkins running in from the C end. Oh, short ball. Bracewell's gone to try and pull that. He's missed that. It's gone straight to Carter with the gloves.
The interesting time about this time of day, Nikki, is that we might get some cakes.
You know what, Jamie
Just coming up to tea.
actually told me, he was like, I'm going to send cake up at tea.
Jamie Bennett, did he?
Yeah,
Good,
he
right,
told me.
okay,
So
well, we're
Jamie,
holding to that.
I'm waiting for this cake.
Yeah, well, and it's really very good here at Hove, so
Yeah.
keep an eye open.
He said, I will send some cake up at tea.
Could happen.
Atkins running in from the C end to Bracewell. Nice fuller delivery. Bracewell's played that off his legs to mid-wicket. A nice easy single. And I believe that is the end of the over. But Atkins bowled 6 overs for no maidens, 20 runs. New Zealand are currently 159 for no loss, with Bracewell on 8 and Rutherford at 20. 48 overs gone, and do we have a change in bowling from the Cromwell end?
Looks like we might well do. I think we might be getting a bit of Delray Rawlins who's going to come on to bowl, possibly. He's looking as his skipper as if to quite fancy a bowl skip.
Give me a ball.
I think Sean Hunt has been taken out of the attack, and it's going to be Henry Crocombe who's going to bowl from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. Very good afternoon. Live cricket here at Hove. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Nikki Chowdhury, who's making her commentary debut here today. So well done, Nikki. It's been good fun to have you in the commentary box.
Thank you, Adrian. I'm very excited, especially after yesterday's atrocious weather. It's good to get some cricket played and finally have a go.
Yep. So, it's going to be Henry Crocombe, who bowled 6 overs this morning. 6 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 29. The young 20-year-old Sussex side. If you're listening over in New Zealand, thinking these are a lot of young players who are playing for Sussex, well, this is very much the way of things at Sussex these days. A lot of younger players in the side. As in comes Crocombe, right time over the wicket, comes in and bowls a very good length and let go outside the off stump by Michael Bracewell, I'm sorry. What am I talking about? And there is no run taken by Carter. 2 slips and a third man, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg.
Some messages through on Instagram, but I need to find them because they've hidden. It's come up and they've disappeared, so I'll read them out.
Crocombe in and bowls and played in the air and just eludes the fielder at mid-wicket. But it was in the air from Bracewell, who picks up a single. It wasn't that far short of George Burrows, who's fielding at mid-wicket. It wasn't a chance, but it was a forced shot by Bracewell, who goes to 9 in New Zealand to 160 without loss. Sort of milky sunshine now across the ground. Bit of high-level cloud drifting in as Crocombe is in over the wicket, bowls and let go outside the off stump by Hamish Rutherford, and there is no run. You can hear as Alistair Rohr, who's fielding down here at fine leg, applauding the efforts of his teammate Henry Crocombe. He's still going. He's enthusiastic down here, Rally.
Very enthusiastic.
Yeah. What would he be like if they get a wicket? Crocombe in again, bowls and beautifully played through rugby. That's a beautiful
That
shot.
was effortless. That was
4
a beautiful
runs,
shot.
yeah, beautifully played. I mean, a little bit too much width and just ease through the covers by Rutherford. He goes to 24, 164 without loss. Aliora is still clapping away down here.
He's got a cheeky grin on his face as well.
Yeah. Come on, Croaks. You've probably heard that in our effects microphone. In comes Henry Crocombe over the wicket, bowls, and Rutherford up on his toes, steers that into the offside, fielded by Daniel Ibrahim. He's changed now from Croaks to Henry Boy.
Now it's Henry.
Keep going, Henry. So he says next.
All the nicknames coming out now.
Yeah, they are. Crocombe in again, bowls. Rutherford drives without timing. Crocombe fields off his own bowling. It is the end of Henry Crocombe's over. His 7th over, 7 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket. 434 for Henry Crocombe. New Zealand are 164 without loss. Bracewell on 9, Rutherford on 24. Tom Latham made 65 and Will Young 55 before both of them retired to give others an opportunity. We have got another 41 overs to go today. Tea will be taken at 20 to 4. I wonder whether we might see a little bit of spin before that to hasten along the over 8. But in the meantime, it's going to be Jamie Atkins who's going to carry on from the C end of the ground.
Yep, and doesn't look like there's a change in the field either. We've still got 1 slip, backward point, deep cover, mid-off, mid-on, deep mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Atkins in to bowl. Ooh, played and missed by Bracewell. No run. Carter takes the ball. And Atkins makes his way back to the top of his run-up. A bit of oohs and ahs out here in the crowd.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, the crowd are desperate to see a wicket.
Atkins running up the hill from the C end to Bracewell. And again, outside the off stump, has left that. And Carter takes that by his ankles. Didn't seem to have any carry on that ball.
So let's read to you about Michael Bracewell. So Michael Gordon Bracewell, who's 31. No surprise that Michael Bracewell, nephew of former internationals John and Brendan and son of Otago first-class cricketer Mark, started playing cricket when he was 5. Like his hero Adam Gilchrist, Bracewell is a left-handed top-order wicket-keeper batsman. His other interests include rugby union and basketball.
Atkins running in. Nice fuller delivery that's been flicked straight to the hands of mid-on for no run. Nice few dots here from Atkins. So from a cricketing family then, Bracewell?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep. That's a bit handy, isn't it? We've got Atkins running uphill again from the C end to Bracewell, who plays that defensively to cover for no run.
Hamish Rutherford is 33.
I believe he's played some county cricket at Essex and Worcestershire as well, so he He must be familiar with the UK English conditions.
Yeah.
Atkins at the top of his run-up, making his way through the crease. Bit of a short delivery that's ducked.
Effort ball, wasn't that?
Yeah, a bit of you heard the oomph.
Did you hear the cry?
Heard the cry. Bracewell just ducks under that. Carter takes the ball, and Atkins is making his way back to the top of his run-up. New Zealand are currently 164 for no loss. Bracewell's on 9, Rutherford 24. I believe this is the 50th over, if my eyesight is to be believed.
It is.
Okay, great. Atkins making his way through his run-up. Again, slightly back of length delivery. This one's been defended straight to cover. That is the end of the over. Jamie Atkins has bowled 7 overs for 20, no maidens, nor wickets. New Zealand finish on 164 for no loss. And we've got Rutherford on strike.
Yeah, so we've got another 8 overs to go. Well, I was going to say until tea, because normally tea will be taken with 32 overs left in the day, but that's not the case today. We'll just take tea at 20 to 4, so that's another half hour away. Still a lovely day down here at Hove. Still a bit of chatter around the crowd. And New Zealand 164 without loss. It's going to be Henry Crocombe who's going to carry on. Yeah, it's played for Derbyshire, Worcestershire and Glamorgan. There's Hamish Rutherford. In comes Crocombe bowls, and Rutherford just leans forward and plays out into the offside, and there is no run. Two slips. Third man has disappeared. There's a backward point, cover mid-off. There's a mid-on, a mid-wicket and a fine leg as Crocombe in his 8th over. In and bowls and a play and a miss outside the off stump. Looks to hammer that one away through backward point. Said ends up in the gloves of Lee Carter. He gets back to his mark very quickly and is on his way again. Bowls, and I think that might have hit the thigh pad of Rutherford. He's taken one, and I think that's all they're going to take. We just wait for the umpire's signal. And it is signalled as a run. There was a little tickle perhaps onto the thigh pad. The ball bounced away onto the leg side, and Rutherford goes to 25, 165 without loss. Crocombe bowls to Bracewell, who's forward, plays the ball onto the leg side, and there is no run. You can probably hear the shutters of the camera just down below us. The photographer might be our effects microphone. You can hear the clicking away of the shutter.
What really intrigues me is, like, obviously you can hear the clicking, right? But does that mean the amount of clicks there are, that's how many photos were taken?
Well, good question, because I mean, there was probably 6 or 7 clicks there, do you think? Yeah.
And maybe do they all get taken on one click? Like, it's interesting.
In comes Crocombe. Bowl, short, pulled away, good shot.
That is a lovely shot.
It was too short from Henry Crocombe, and Bracewell wasn't going to miss that opportunity, just pulled the ball away through square leg for 4 runs. Lovely looking shot. But Bracewell goes into double figures. He goes to 13. New Zealand to 169 without loss.
Definitely what that delivery deserved. It was a lovely shot.
Beautifully played.
Beautifully played. Full arm extension of that, and a nice little swivel with it as well.
Yeah.
I love a pull shot with a bit of a swivel.
Well, it was executed beautifully, wasn't it? As in comes Crocombe again, bowls, and let go outside the off stump by Rutherford. Through to keep Carter, end of the over. Delray Rawlings has just taken off his jumper and his glasses. Well, I think we're going to get some spin here. With 25 minutes to go until tea. New Zealand 169 without loss. Bracewell on 13, Rutherford on 25. If you've just joined us, very good afternoon. Live cricket from Hove on a lovely afternoon. More and more people sitting on their balconies now, enjoying the cricket. This morning there was nobody, but this afternoon has brought a few more people out to enjoy the sunshine on the flats. If you don't know this ground, if you're listening over in New Zealand, it's a ground that's surrounded by, as we're looking up the ground from the sea end of the ground, to our right there are, I'll say blocks of flats. They're apartments really, or a flats come apartment on 5 tiers. So they don't dwarf the ground, but people sitting on their balconies enjoying the cricket, they get a free view as well. But at the far end of the ground, some rather taller blocks of flats, 7 or 8 stories high.
You're right, we've got a change in bowling from
Yes.
the CN. We've got a bit of spin.
Yes, and it is going to be Delray Rawlings. Going to hasten on towards the tea break. Let's see it now. Who's Mohammad Rizwan has come onto the field. The Pakistan, well, the Wisden T20 Player of the Year, Pakistan wicket-keeper. People would love to see him batting one. Look at your bat.
Ooh,
That'd be good if he was.
interesting, right?
Yeah.
Delray into bowl to Rutherford. Oh,
Rather lots
dead
of-
ball. Decided not to go ahead with that one. Starts again. In he comes, bowls. Played off the back foot, cuts that down through third man. Making his way for 2. They're going to come back for 3. No, they're not.
Good chase that by Henry
That was a
Crocombe.
Yeah, he had to cover quite a bit of
No, he
ground.
did.
Cover quite a bit of ground. Played that very well. He played that quite late, watched the ball right onto his bat and played that down towards third man. Nice, easy 2 for him. What do we have? We've got a slip. We've got a third man, a deep cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, 45. In he comes, Rawlings. Nice full delivery for no run. That's played straight down to mid-on, but where Rizwan stops it.
He hasn't played a lot of cricket, Mohammad Rizwan, and the T20s are starting this week. The game against Glamorgan, so
Delray into bowl, nice again. Lovely shot, played off the legs. Through mid-wicket, off the front foot. Rutherford's got a nice, easy 2.
bit of fielding that, you know. Combination of
Bit of
George
teamwork.
Burrows and Mohammad Rizwan. Super throw by Rizwan, right over the top of the stumps.
Lovely bit of teamwork, and the fans clearly appreciated it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Balls with Delray again. In he comes to Rutherford. Good length and scampered a nice.
Oh, Rizwan hit
ball.
the stumps with his throw as well.
There's been no backing up, so they've come back for a 2.
Fielding by Rizwan, though,
Good.
wasn't it? He was a wicket keeper. And
That was a good bit of fielding, but no one was backing up. So they
No, hit the
eased-
stumps, didn't it?
Yeah, bit of a deflection. Better length bowled by Rawlings here. In he comes to Rutherford. It's played off the legs to 45, no run there. I think Jamie Atkins has fielded that one.
I just want to see who's off the field here for Sussex. I mean, Ollie Robinson is definitely off the field.
I don't see him anywhere. In comes Rawlings. Nice full delivery that's played on the front foot. It's driven straight to Tom Haynes at mid-off. That is the end of the over. New Zealand 175 for no loss. Rutherford on 31. Bracewell on 13. And we've got Crocombe from the Cromwell end. I believe he's continuing.
Yeah, just bringing you up to date with the Southern Vipers. For those of you keeping an eye on their progress this afternoon, the Southern Vipers are playing the Northern Diamonds in Durham. A good start for the Vipers, who were at one stage 70 for 1 after 9 overs, but now 77 for 4. With Georgia Adams out for 24. Danny White is still going well. She's on 37. But it is going to be Henry Crocombe, as you say, is going to carry on from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. New Zealand 175 without loss. Bracewell on 13, Rutherford on 31. Bowling with 2 slips is Henry Crocombe. He's on his way from the Cromwell Road end. He's in on bowls and let go outside the off stump by Bracewell. He's on 13 of 28 deliveries. He's got got 2 slips and a third man. I see a gentleman away to our left-hand side in an orange T-shirt making his way up a gangway in the southwest stand with a couple of pints of beer. I don't know if they're both for him. I can't see he's got any mates up there. Maybe he has. Yes, he has.
Yeah,
He's got 3 friends there. So maybe it's more than a couple of pints that he's bought up for his pals who are sitting with him. As in comes Crocombe bowls and driven to backward point, fielded by Hudson Prentice. And there is no run. Flags fluttering away now on the top of the clock tower scoreboard away to our right-hand side. The flag of New Zealand and the Sussex flag.
It was played nicely actually to backward point, opened the face of the bat.
Yeah. Good cricket, was it? Good bit of fielding as well by
bit of
Hudson
fielding.
Prentice, because it went very quickly to backward point. Perhaps didn't give Hudson Prentice due praise for that, as in comes Crocombe again. Bowls and Bracewell defends from the crease out into the offside, fielded by Ibrahim.
Didn't have much
There is
time.
no run.
Yeah, he didn't have much time to react to that one, did he? It all happened very quickly.
Fielding. Nice buzz around the ground, people enjoying the sunshine. They'd love to see a Sussex wicket or two, I'm sure. Henry Crocombe his 9th over. On his way again, bowls and driven. That's a lovely shot by
beautiful
Bracewell.
shot.
He's going to pick up at least a couple of runs. Rizwan is in hot pursuit. He makes a good stop over on that
That was a lovely drive-through cover.
offside of the ground. Good bit of fielding by Rizwan, who's very keen in the field.
It's pretty quick.
Very quick for a wicket keeper. You don't perhaps
Yeah,
expect I don't know.
he's
I don't know.
very quick.
Don't know why you wouldn't expect a wicket keeper to be quick, but he was quick. Really looking forward to seeing Rizwan in action in the T20 in the coming weeks. Sussex playing Glamorgan on Thursday and Gloucestershire on Friday. And I believe it's Kent here on the Sunday, so a lot of cricket to be played in the T20 blast in the next few weeks. As in comes Crocombe over the wicket bowls. And look, it's pulled that away into the leg side was Bracewell. He's wrapped round about the thigh pad. Ball bounces down in front of him, and there is no run. So it remains 177 without loss.
Clearly did not want to hit that ball there. It was not what he had planned.
No.
I've got a message here from Hamish Rutherford. Is it Hamish? What's your name again? We lost it. But we've got a message here where it says Rutherford made 171 on his Test match debut against England.
Yes,
in case you didn't know.
Yeah. In comes Crocombe. And again, bowls and let go outside the off stump by Bracewell, taken by Carter behind the stumps. Ended the over 177 without loss. Bracewell 15, Rutherford on 31. Crocombe 9 overs, 1 made, no wicket for 41. We've got another 15 minutes to go until tea. 90 overs will be bowled in the day and 37 overs remaining. So we've got an update to do to our listeners on BBC Radio Sussex. A few moments' time. In the meantime, it is going to be Delray Rawlins who's going to carry on. Rizwan sharing a joke there with Tom Haynes, the Sussex skipper. It's going to be Rawlins who's going to carry on from the C end of the ground to bowl to Hamish Rutherford, who's on 31. In comes Rawlins bowls, clipped by Rutherford firmly to mid-wicket, fielded there by Alistair Orr, and there is no run. Pleased that there were no more COVID cases in the New Zealand camp overnight. As in comes Rawlins bowls down the wicket, comes and he hits it high wide. Is he going to be caught? Rizwan is underneath it. Oh, that's a brilliant catch! Great catch, Mohammed Rizwan. What a catch that was. Rutherford on his way for 31. Well, I'll tell you what, the applause you can hear around the ground is for a tremendous catch taken by Mohammed Rizwan, who's normally a wicket keeper. But it's the first wicket that Sussex have taken. It was a drive by Hamish Rutherford straight down the ground off of the bowling of Delray Rawlins. And Mohammed Rizwan with a tremendous catch, running backwards, caught the ball, and, well, great bit of fielding and real applause around the ground. And not least because it's the first wicket that Sussex have taken today. New Zealand now 177 for 1, Rutherford out for 31. 2 batsmen have retired, having had a good innings themselves. Tom Latham making 65, Wool Young 55. So New Zealand 177 for 1, and Mohammed Rizwan with a tremendous catch just as you join us. That was.
What a lovely catch. He had to run behind themselves. Both are really hard ones as well. Having to chase it behind you.
To be honest, he never looked like dropping it, did he?
No, he looked very comfortable under that ball.
So.
Judged that incredibly.
It was a terrific catch.
Beautiful catch. And the crowd are clearly pleased with that. It was brilliant.
The cheer that greeted the catch as well.
It helps that he's quick, though. Let's be honest. He scurried to that.
He did.
Knew exactly.
Yeah. He's very popular, Mohammed Rizwan. I'm told by the Sussex players he's a very popular character in the dressing room. And what a great catch that was. Tom Haynes is laughing. I can see Tom wandering back towards us. So, terrific catch by Rizwan. The new batsman who's come out is Tom Blundell, who's come out to join Michael Bracewell. As in comes Rawlins, bowls, and Bracewell plays that firmly to mid-off, fielded by Tom Haynes. So Bracewell goes to 16, I think that should go to. Let's just wait for the scoreboard to click over. Yes, there we are. Bracewell to 15, New Zealand to 177 for one. Batsman is Tom Blundell. So there's a backward point to cover, mid-off, sweeper on the cover boundary. In fact, there's a change in the field because there's now a short extra cover going in place as well. Mid-on, mid-wicket, and a deep backward square. Rawlins in his fourth over. He's picked up the only wicket of the day. He's in on bowls. Blundell plays into the offside, fielded by Ibrahim on the bounce. A short extra, and there is no run. 78 for one. Rawlins in again, bowls. Blundell stretches forward, plays out to short extra again, fielded by Ibrahim. And it's another dot ball. So, cut away to backward point.
Very well fielded.
Very good bit of fielding by Sean Hunt there at backward point.
Nice little roll.
Yeah. End of the over. End of Rawlins over. A wicket taking over. I'm sure we get a good round of applause, Delray Rawlins, as he makes his way down to the boundary. So we'll listen to that on the effects microphone. 178 for one. Bracewell on 18. 18 or 16? I can't quite see on the score. I think it's 16. Apologies.
16.
Blundell yet to score. And the one man out today was Hamish Rutherford, who was caught by Mohammed Rizwan of Delray Rawlins for 31. Let's see if is he going to get some applause, Delray Rawlins? I think he deserves some applause for getting a wicket. But in the meantime, it's going to be Henry Crocombe who's going to carry on from the Cromwell Road end.
Applause for him?
No, seems a bit mean, doesn't it?
That's a bit harsh. We've got Crocombe coming in downhill from the Cromwell Road and outside off stumps. That's left nicely by Bracewell. Taken by Carter, no run. Oh, come on. Surely he deserves a bit of a cheer.
Well, I'd have thought so.
We've got a tough crowd. We've got a tough crowd to please down here at Hove today. Crocombe running in to Bracewell. Played off the front foot, although straight into the hands of mid-off. Nice looking shot for no run.
I see they've given the BBC website is giving that catch to Alistair Orr, but it certainly wasn't Alistair Orr. That was definitely Mohammed Rizwan who took the catch.
Definitely Rizwan, yeah. Crocombe running into Bracewell. Bit of appeals. He's played that off his legs down to fine leg. He's been chased down by Carter for a single. Got Blundell on strike here now. There's going to be a change in field. Currently we've got two slips, a third man, backward point. Cover mid-off, mid-on. a wideish square leg and a fine leg. Downhill comes Crocombe.
Nice shot.
Nicely played. Slightly short. He's rode that well, braced well. He's played that down to third man for a single. Just played that off his toes. Bit of height, that one.
It was nicely played, wasn't it?
Yeah. Got Bracewell on strike, Crocombe running in, downhill, left outside off stump, a nice delivery for no run. Looks like Bracewell and Blundell are going to do a bit of gardening in the middle, tap the wicket.
Yeah, and I guess, you know, all these new batsmen, when they're coming out, I mean, they're all going to want to make an impression, aren't they?
Yeah.
They're not going to want to waste an opportunity against, you know, a young attack on a good track.
Definitely. You want to make your mark. In he comes, Crocombe running in.
Shot.
Slightly fuller delivery off the legs. That's been played down through to mid-on. It's going down to the boundary and 4 runs. It's a lovely shot. Leaned into that nicely, actually. Bracewell just coming forward, leaned that into that, played that down through wideish mid-on for 4. That is the end of the over. New Zealand are 184 for 1. Bracewell on 20, Blundell on 1. And I believe you've got rule-ins continuing from the C end.
Yeah, we have. For those just joining us, just the 1 wicket has gone down today. That of Hamish Rutherford, who was very well caught by Mohammad Rizwan, running back at mid-off the bowling of Delray Rawlings in the previous over for 31. Prior to that, a couple of other players retiring, having had a good amount of time in the middle. Tom Latham making 65, Will Young 55. The 2 new batsmen are Michael Bracewell on 20, Tom Blundell, who's on just a single. Delray Rawlings is going to carry on the Sussex attack from the C end of the ground, bowling up the slope. He's bowling without just the 1 slip. So a slip, backward point, short extra cover, orthodox cover, mid-off, sweep on the cover boundary, then 3 men on the leg side as Rawlings is in bowls, and Blundell just plays that onto the leg side, and Carter from behind the stumps fields. There is no run. The leg side field, there's a deep backward square, mid-wicket and a mid-on as Rawlings back to his mark. I can see Daniel Ibrahim, the young medium pacer, warming up. Perhaps we're going to see him before tea as Rawlings is in bowls, and Blundell stretches forward, plays the ball onto the leg side, fielded again by Carter, and there is no run.
Bowled that from quite wide off the wicket, actually,
Yeah,
that one.
he did. Left arm comes off half a dozen places. Let's count them as he makes his way now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 paces. Bowls and driven by Blundell back to Rawlings, who fields off his own bowling. And again, there is no run. The breeze has certainly got up here at Hove this afternoon. I can see the players' trousers are rustling in the wind, and the flags on the clock tower scoreboard are billowing away as in comes Rawlings, and bowls short, cut away by Blundell down through backward point, or third man is going to race away. I don't think Sean Hunt's going to get to that one. No, he doesn't. The ball rolls over the boundary ropes. 4 runs. Lovely looking shot, just a bit too short, and helped on its way by Blundell. He goes to 5, and New Zealand to 188 for 1. A bit too much width there from Delray Rawlings. Nicely played away. Blundell on 5, New Zealand 188 for 1 as Rawlings waits. Then again around the wicket, bowls, Blundell forward, just plays to mid-wicket, fielded by Hudson Prentice. And again, there is no run. Tom Haynes, the Sussex skipper, down in front of us, has a look towards the scoreboard and surveys the scene as Rawlings is in again. Bowls, Blundell is forward, plays to mid-wicket, again fielded by Hudson Prentice. End of a tidy over from Delray Rawlings, just rather spoiled by that widest delivery that was cut away for 4. He has bowled 5 overs, no maidens, taken 1 for 18. New Zealand are 188 for 1. Bracewell on 20, Blundell is on 5. And I think we're going to get a change of bowling at the Cromwell Road end. And yes, I saw Daniel Ibrahim warming up, the young 17-year-old medium pacer. Looks like he's going to get an over or two before tea, maybe just the one over, because just 5 minutes to go until tea. So probably one over from Ibrahim, one from Delray Rawlings, which will leave us 32 overs to be bowled. After the tea break, I can see Sarah Taylor, the Sussex wicket-keeping coach, making her way around the ground, walking around with Grant Flower, the Sussex batting coach, and for a little wander around the ground. But indeed, it is going to be Daniel Ibrahim. Live cricket here on the BBC Radio Sussex. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Nikki Chowdhury.
We've got a change of bowling from the Cromwell Road end, and Ibrahim's is making his way through his run up to Bracewell. He's bowled it, it's gone down to the boundary. I think that is going to be a leg by.
No, giving us runs, I think.
Giving us runs?
Yeah. Very loose delivery, wasn't it? Now, Delray's got to come and recover the ball. Now, that could have gone anywhere down here below us.
Ball is literally...
found it. No, he...
A lot of covers in front of us.
So often the ball gets trapped under the covers.
Might have to
down here to our left-hand side. Yeah, he might well have to... Let's see if we can help Delray. Let's see if we can see where this ball has gone, because it's probably got trapped under the covers. No, I don't think it came all the way down, Delray.
I think it's going to be between there.
Yeah, someone is giving him some directions from the stand above us, saying, I don't think it... Yeah, this is where you need the ground staff, maybe, to move the covers. So we've got players here. So Sean Hunt is coming to join in.
Adrian's trying to have a look. He's climbing onto the table to see if he can look out the window.
Yeah, Ollie Carter is helping as well. So this is the sort of thing you sort of see in a village match, isn't it? Players are all looking for the ball. And often it does happen here at Hove. The ball seems to get trapped underneath the cupboards. So Ollie Carter is coming down with his wicket-keeping gloves on.
And his mullet.
Yeah, and his mullet.
And his mullet.
I don't think it came down underneath the cover, so I think it's trapped somewhere.
Yeah, I don't think it came down this far, I think.
No.
Maybe it's under the middle one, because that's the line it came down in. I believe it must be stuck under the middle one.
It needs the ground staff, really, to move the covers. So Sean Hunt is...
If there's a little... someone small about that can crawl under the covers. I used to do that as a kid.
Yeah, they've got... So Brenda is coming out with the ball. There we are. Well done, Brenda. Here comes Brenda. The lads need some help to find the ball. Here comes Brenda. Round of applause. Well done, Brenda.
What would we do without Brenda?
Yeah. What would we do without Brenda? So the umpire's having to choose a new ball.
I wonder where this ball's gone, though.
Well, it must have got lodged underneath the covers. Well, that was very athletic of Ollie Carter, wasn't it?
He jumped over the hoarding.
He did from a standing jump, didn't he? Wow. Anyway, we've got a break in play because the ball has got lost underneath the covers. And I said there might be 2 overs before tea.
I don't think that's going to happen.
There won't be now because we've had a long delay. So we're going to have to get a new ball out. The sound of the door closing often means there's cakes are on the way. There we are. Raucous applause because...
You seem to know how it works when the cake's on its way then?
Well, yes, this time of day and you suddenly hear a sound of the door. Here comes Sarah Taylor wandering around the ground.
It's a cake of luck.
With Grant Flower, who we were talking about a little earlier on today. Are they going to look for the ball?
They're going to come have a look.
Yeah, I think they should.
Making their way over the hoardings.
Yeah, you can't get away with not looking for the ball. Anyway, back with the action. Who was it, you or me?
Ibrahim's is coming running in from the Cromwell and a nice full delivery that's been driven straight back by Bracewell for no run.
So it means there'll be 33 overs to be bowled after tea. So we'll probably have a finishing time at around about 6:15 this evening, I expect.
Ibrahim's at the top of his mark, running downhill. That's a nice batting delivery. Good length is defended quite respectfully by Bracewell.
Yeah, at least you won't want to get out on the stroke of tea here. There's still runs to be made.
Yeah. I think they'll want to look to score some runs, maybe get
Well,
their
of
half
course. I mean,
centuries as well.
that's the whole idea, isn't it? That you're here to get some real batting practice in
Definitely.
advance of the Test series.
Ibrahim's running into brace well. He's just played that off his hips, has gone down to square leg. Square leg's running in from the boundary. It's played for one. Got Blundell on strikes. You've got right-hander. Is there going to be a change in field slightly? Yes.
Looking at some of the other scores around the country today, first of all, that Vipers game, where the Vipers are 115 for 6 in the 17th over. Danny Wyatt out for 48.
Oh.
So,
Just short of her half century as well then.
yeah. But wickets tumbling at Taunton today, where Somerset are 65 for 8.
Ibrahim's running in. Slightly back of length delivery. It's defended. No run.
That in their game against Hampshire, still trailing by 4 runs with 2 wickets remaining in their second innings are Somerset. 5 wickets there for Keith Barker.
Sarah Taylor still looking for the ball down here on the left. She's struggling
Well, a lost ball.
and looking for that ball. Looking, and Ibrahim's is running in downhill from the Cromwell Road end. Nice length, better, slightly fuller, defended by Blundell. And I believe that takes us to tea.
I think that is going to be tea.
New Zealand 193 for 1.
Yeah.
57 overs have been bowled. Bracewell on 25, Blundell on 5, and I believe it's time for cake.
Well, hopefully there will be some cake as the players leave the field. The session which just saw the 1 wicket fall, that was the wicket of Hamish Rutherford, who was very well caught by Mohammed Rizwan long off for 31. So the crowd make their way to get a couple. Well, welcome back to Hove for the final session of this second day between Sussex and New Zealand. The Sussex players making their way back onto the field, led by the skipper Tom Haynes. And the New Zealand batsmen will resume in a few moments' time with Michael Bracewell on 25, Tom Blundell on 5. We've got another 33 overs to be bowled this evening, and we're going to get all of those overs in because it's a lovely sunny late afternoon here at Hove, so probably finishing around about 6 o'clock. It looks as if it's going to be Delray Rawlings who's going to bowl the opening over after tea. For those of you just joining us, a very good afternoon. This is live cricket on the BBC Radio Sussex. If you want to watch the live stream, you need to go to the Sussex Cricket Club website, where you'll be able to watch the action alongside our commentary. If you'd like to send us an email and get in touch, we'd love to have your company this afternoon. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk, or you can tweet us at BBC Sussex Sport, or you could tweet our my co-commentator, who is Nikki Chowdhury, and her email address is NIKKI, and Chowdhury is CHAU.
DHURI.
There we are, I couldn't read my own writing. So thank you very much. As Rawlings comes in, bowls the first ball after tea, which is punched to mid-on and well fielded by Sean Hunt, but not before Michael Bracewell had gone through for his 26th run and the total to 194 for. One thing I can tell you is the wind has really gone up during the afternoon. You can see the flags really fluttering away on the Clock Tower scoreboard away to our right-hand side.
It's quite a pleasant breeze outside. I just stepped out during tea, and yeah, it's very nice.
So the field for the right-handed Blundell is a slip, a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, a short fine leg and a deep backward square as Rawlings is on his way. Around the wicket bowls and Blundell short, pulled away onto the onside, fielded by Hudson Prentice. To his right, and there is no run. In his 6th overs, he picked up the only wicket today as in comes Rawlings bowls. Blundell stretches forward, plays out to the offside, fielded by Daniel Ibrahim. And there is no run. The catch was taken by Mohammed Rizwan. He was on the field doing some substitute fielding and caught the ball over his shoulder. It was a good catch down at mid-off as in comes Rawlings. Punched away into the offside. Good bit of fielding by Ibrahim. Prevents a single. Gets applauded by the bowler Rawlings. And there is no run. 194 for 1. Rawlings in again. Bowls and cut away by Blundell to backward point. Fielded there by... I think that's... or was it Ali Orr?
Sun's right in his face, so I can't see clearly.
Yeah. Rawlings in again. Bowls. Blundell stretches forward, plays to mid-on. There is no run. No, I think you were right first time.
It's Tom Clark, isn't it?
It is Tom Clark. So end of the over, end of the Delray Rawlings 6 overs, no maidens, 1 for 19. New Zealand 194 for 1. Bracewell on 26, Blundell is on 5. 32 overs left to be bowled this evening. The first of those is going to be bowled by Jamie Atkins from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. Ollie Robinson not on the field at the minute. He's bowled, I think it was 10 overs in the day. Was it 11? I'll give you that in a minute, but it is certainly going to be Jamie Atkins. I can tell you the Southern Vipers were out for 126 against the Northern Diamonds, which is something of a collapse.
That was a bit of a collapse. I was about to say, weren't they 116 for 6?
They were at one stage. They were 115 for 6, all out for 126. At one stage, they were 70 for 1.
It's a bit of a collapse.
But just giving you those bowling figures, Ollie Robinson, who has bowled in this game. I'll just break off because Atkins is on his way in.
Atkins is running downhill from the Cromwell Road end to Bracewell. It's bowled that Bracewell defends respectfully back down to mid-on. There is no run.
Ollie Robinson, 11 overs, 4 maidens, no wicket for 19. The rest of the figures: Sean Hunt, 8 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 25. George Burrows, 8 overs, no maidens, 0 for 30. Henry Crocombe, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 46. Daniel Ibrahim, 8 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 26. Jamie Atkins, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 20. And Delray Rawlings, 6 overs for 19 and the 1 wicket. Just lets that one go past by outside the off stump, and there is no run. Quite got his line of length right here today, I don't think, Nikki.
No, he's been a bit wayward, yeah, hasn't he? He's running downhill from the Cromwell Road end to Racewell. That's a much better line and length, actually. It's driven straight to the hands of mid-off. I think Tom Clark's fielded that. The sun's right in some of these fielders' faces.
Well, in fact, what doesn't help is... Well, it's George Burrows, actually.
Burrows.
Yeah.
Sunglasses on from here.
Yes.
In comes Atkins. He's bowled that one. Played off the legs straight down to deep square leg for 1. Bracewell moves on to 27. New Zealand are currently 195 for 1. That 1 wicket was Rutherford, who's caught by Mohammad Rizwan in an amazing catch. He running behind him, taking that over his shoulders. I didn't realise he was so quick on his feet, Rizwan. The way he scurried to that was incredible.
Yeah, it was. Great catch, wasn't it? Really was.
Especially those ones going behind you are really difficult. Have a change in field here. We've got Blundell on strike. We've got 1 slip, a backward point, third man, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a deep square leg, and a fine leg who's slightly wide-ish. In runs Atkins.
Oh! Well, that was an edge.
That was an edge, and it didn't carry by the looks of it.
No, it didn't carry. It dropped short of...
Dropped short. It didn't carry by the looks of it.
Tom Alsop at first hit, but it was an edge, and it was, we've seen very, very few edges or shots that could have led to wickets, and that was one of the very few, but it was a definite edge.
I think that was the first one of the day.
Yeah.
That was definitely the first one of the day. It's the first edge we've seen.
But it definitely fell short of Tom Alsop.
In running into Bracewell downhill. Short balls, tried to pull that Bracewell, but he's missed, played and missed. And that is the end of the over. New Zealand 196 for 1.
Let's bring you up to date with some of the other cricket around the country today. In Division 2 of the County Championship, Middlesex 286 for 6, trailing Durham by 64 runs at Lords. Max Holden in the runs there for Middlesex. He made 71. John Simpson, the wicketkeeper, is 41 not out. Derbyshire collapsing somewhat at Trent Bridge. They're 138 for 6, leading Notts by just 40 runs. Wicket there for Stuart Broad. The wicket of Shannon Masood. Masood has been in terrific form for Derbyshire this season. The other match, Worcestershire seemingly cantering to victory against Leicestershire. As in comes Delray Rawlins. Around the wicket, he's in on bowls, and Blundell looks to glide this one towards fine leg. Doesn't time it, and Carter nips from behind the stumps to field. There is no run. Leicestershire 125 for 6 in their second innings, still trailing Worcestershire by 304. Earlier, Worcestershire made 577 for 6. In comes Rawlins around the wicket, bowls, and Blundell plays straight back down the track to Mudon, fielded by Tom Haynes. There is no run. In the first division, the first result of the weekend has come at Taunton, where Somerset were bundled out for just 69 by Hampshire. In comes Rawlins, bowls, hit on the pad is Blundell, looking to glide that one down towards fine leg. The ball bounces out on the offside. There is no run. Hampshire finishing 1 without loss, the 1 run that they needed to secure victory. So Hampshire winning by 10 wickets at Taunton. Rawlins in again, bowls, forward comes Blundell, plays it back to Rawlins again. There is no run. In other games, Lancashire in trouble at Old Trafford against Essex, 65 for 3 in their second innings. Rawlins in short, bit of extra bounce there from Delray Rawlins, cut away but well fielded at backward point by Burrows. And again, there is no run. Yeah, Essex making 391, Lancashire bowled out for 103 and now 65 for 3. Rawlins in again, bowls and dugouts by Blundell. He's going to get runs here down towards third man. Burrows is in hot pursuit. I think he's going to overhaul the ball before the boundary. Yes, he does, just in front of the players' pavilion. They think about coming back for a third, and there was a third there, but actually a very good throw by Burrows right over the top of the stumps. Couple of runs to Blundell. He goes to 8, and New Zealand are 198 for 1. Bracewell on 27. Blundell is on 8. Delray Rawlins 7 overs, no maidens at 1 for 21. At Wantage Road, Northamptonshire, 212 for 4 and applied to Kent's 519 for 9 declared. And Warwickshire in trouble against Yorkshire at Headingley. Warwickshire 20 for 2 in their second innings, still trailing Yorkshire by 186.
Rawlins gets through his over really quickly.
Well, he does. You know, he does rattle through his overs.
Atkins making his way through. Short delivery, slightly wide. Bracewell did not even attempt to play anything for that one. Carter having to dive a bit to get that ball. No run.
Yeah, I mean, he's pacey, Jamie Atkins, but you would say his direction.
Scattered.
Yes, he is. He is
just a bit scattered. In he comes, Atkins to Bracewell. Lovely drive
Beautiful
through
shot,
the offside. Beautiful shot. Nice full delivery from Atkins down to the boundary for 4 by the indoor school.
lovely shot, wasn't it?
Right in his zone for there. Bracewell. And ask for a better delivery for that drive.
Lovely shot, wasn't it?
Right, comeback ball for Atkins. What's he going to do? In he comes down from the Cromwell Road, and this one slightly more back of length, played off.
No,
I think that might be a leg by. Yes, it is signalled leg by.
Good bit of fielding there by Delray Rawlings. I didn't think they'd come back for the second, because he's a really fine fielder.
He's fast, yeah.
He was in very quickly, and we were right behind the line of that throw, wasn't it? Which was, it would have been suicidal to come back for the second run.
Yeah. Covers a good bit of ground, him, Delray Rawlings.
Yeah.
Atkins running into Blundell, downhill from the Cromwell Road end. And again, as we said, that's gone down the leg side. Blundell looking to flick it, but it's a bit too wide. Carter having to throw himself around on the floor a bit to get the balls.
He is.
Back at the top of his run up, in he comes, coming downhill. And again, slightly shorter delivery played on the back foot for no run, straight down to mid-off.
The pronunciation of Tom Blundell or Blundell, and we've decided it's Blundell.
Blundell?
Yeah. Hum around the ground, Dickie, isn't there?
Yes, it's lovely. You can hear everyone having a nice, good old jolly.
Yeah, just enjoying the cricket.
In comes Atkins to Blundell. Short ball. He's pulled that.
Well, I'm not sure. Did he get anything on that? He did.
Yeah, he did. But
it's come very fine.
Enough, it's come really fine, literally right behind the keeper. It's come as. That's gone down for 4. New Zealand are currently 207 for 1. That is the end of the over. Blundell on 12 and Bracewell on 31. Atkins bowled 9 overs, 1 made in 30 runs.
Yeah, got another change of fielder coming on now. So it looks like Dan Ibrahim was making his way off. No, he's coming back on. I think they just thought about a cap for Daniel Ibrahim. It's a bit of a lull in the game, to be honest. 207 for 1. And a good sized crowd here at Hove today.
Good crowd.
Very good crowd.
Good atmosphere.
Well, it's a good a crowd as you could have expected for a. This is a bigger crowd than we've had for a county match this season.
And a lovely display of batting. So what's not to love?
Yeah.
Some lovely drives.
Yeah. It's going to be Delray Rawlings who's going to carry on from the C end of the ground, bowling his left arm spin, left arm over the wicket. He's going to bowl to Michael Bracewell. He's in and bowls. Bracewell hammers that one. That's a beautiful shot. Beautifully played.
Beautiful shot.
Yeah. Has it gone all the way for 6? Yes, it has. Absolutely effortless, wasn't it?
That was
just a punch over long on for 6 runs.
Quick hands and it's just gone race straight down.
And I just wonder whether we may see New Zealand stepping on the accelerator here, Nikki, because...
I think they might be looking to do that.
Yeah, I mean, the batsmen have got themselves in, and I just wonder for the benefit of a big crowd who Rawlins in again bowls to Bracewell, who nudges that to backward point. There is no run. It's a big crowd, and I'm sure they'd like to entertain them if they can. The most important thing for New Zealand is to get plenty of batting practice, but I just wonder whether we may see a few more expansive shots as in comes Rawlins, bowls to Bracewell, who plays that firmly to mid-wicket, fielded by George Burrows. And there is no run. So it remains 213 for 1. Again, bowl short. That's not a good delivery. He's lucky to get away with that, actually. I think that he saw Bracewell coming and dropped that in short.
Yeah.
And Bracewell, in the end, had to change the shot that he was going to play and just play the ball onto the onside.
Well, after he's got hit into the stands, it looks like his pace has just gone up.
Yeah.
He's bowling slightly quicker.
Rawlins in again, bowls. Bracewell, this time solidly forward, plays into the offside. Into the covers. There is no run, fielded by Hudson Prentice. She drops the ball as he's about to come in again. In again, bowls. Bracewell just helps that to backward point, fielded by Ebrahim. End of Delray Rawlins over.
Yeah, he's picked up the pace of it, hasn't he, Rawlins?
Yeah, he did. So the first ball of the over going for 6. Rawlins, 8 overs, no maidens, 1 for 27. New Zealand are 213 for 1 with Bracewell on 37, Blundell on 12. The one man out today was Hamish Rutherford, who was very well caught by Mohammad Rizwan racing back from mid-off off the bowling of Delray Rawlins. 2 retired batsmen, Tom Latham and Will Young. Latham on 65, Young on 55. And it's going to be Jamie Atkins who's going to carry on the attack from the Cromwell Road end of the ground.
Yep, he's at the top of his run-up, slowly making his way downhill. Bowled that ball and defended. Blundell's defended that, no run. It's a better line and length from Jamie.
Yeah, much better.
Much better line and length. Comes downhill from the Cromwell Road end. And short and wide delivery. Carter takes the ball, and Blundell didn't even attempt.
No, I was quite surprised at that.
That was a bit of a freebie for him,
Yes,
there.
it was.
It was a bit of a freebie. Didn't even attempt.
Yes, I wonder whether New Zealand may be a little more expansive here after tea, but that was certainly a wide delivery.
Looking to accelerate, that was the ball that should have helped. Atkins comes in downhill. And short ball that's been pulled down to square leg for 1. Not great timing from Blundell, but still we've managed to place it down to square leg. He's taken the single and it's given Bracewell strike. Both batsmen coming into the middle, just tapping the wicket a bit, doing a bit of gardening. Jamie Atkins coming in round the wicket to Bracewell. And again, a short delivery that has been pulled down to deep mid-wicket effortlessly for a boundary. That was a bit of a stand and deliver from Bracewell. Atkins is not bowling the ideal length or line at the moment.
No.
Just got to get it up there a bit more. Especially on this wicket at the moment. It's looking pretty true down here at Hove.
Yeah, and I have to say, I mean, Jamie Atkins is, he's reasonably quick, but you can't bowl the ball halfway down the wicket. These are test quality batsmen, and you can't do that.
In comes Atkins. Again, slightly short delivery's been played off the back foot. He rode that well down to deep point. That was for a single. And that is the left.
Yeah, he's just shown signs, hasn't he? I wonder whether Michael Bracewell, whether he'll get to a half century and retire, because he's certainly playing some expansive shots now, and he's been in for quite a while. 60 odd balls?
In runs Atkins, another short delivery which has been pumped down through deep mid wicket. What a lovely shot! Again, a line and length that Jamie Atkins should not be fond of bowling.
No.
New Zealand are currently 23 for 1, Bracewell on 42, Blundell 17, and looks like Rawlins is going to continue from the C end.
Well, he's keeping things relatively tight. I know he was hit for a 6 in his previous over, but the other 5 balls were all dot balls. So 8 overs, no maidens, 1 for 27. Jamie Atkins now 10 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 40.
Yeah, and whatever pressure was building, I feel that Atkins' last over was just released a bit of that.
Yeah.
That was...
I would agree. I can see Dan Ibrahim is warming up. He's fielding at backward point. So Delray Rawlins is going to bowl the next over from the C end of the ground, coming into bowl to the left-handed Bracewell. He's on his way and bowls, and it's skewed away off the leading edge out into the offside of the field. They've taken 1, they're coming back for 2. And I think we can fairly safely say here that Michael Bracewell is looking to step on the accelerator. That was a very expansive shot. Perhaps there's another New Zealand batsman padded up and ready to come out to bat.
They all want to have a go.
Yeah, they do. 225 for 1. Slip is the only close fielder as Rawlins comes into bowl to Bracewell. He's in and bowls, and Bracewell just tucks this to backward square leg, fielded there by Atkins. And there is no run. Bracewell's faced 62 deliveries for his 44. 3 men saving 1 in a ring on the offside and a sweeper on the cover boundaries. Rawlins in and bowls, and Bracewell is solidly forward, plays that down the offside of the track, fielded by Rawlins, and there is no run. Now, I don't know when a new ball will be available, because normally in the first class matches after 80 overs, whether it will be the same in this, we'll have to wait and see. Rawlins in and bowls, driven through the offside, fielded by Tom Clark, and there is 1 more to the total. Yes, and New Zealand continuing to pile on the runs here at Hove, Sophia. They're 226 for 1. Michael Bracewell going along very nicely. He's on 44. Tom Blundell is on 17. Earlier on in the day, Tom Latham and Will Young both went through to half centuries before they retired, allowing others to have a bat. The only wicket to go down was that of Hamish Rutherford, who was very well caught by Mohammed Rizwan, and the ball coming over his shoulder at mid-off off the bowling of Delray Rawlings. So New Zealand 227 for 1 here in the sunshine at Hove. So again, balls clipped away to the leg side. There is no run. 227 for 1. Bracewell on 45. Blundell is on 18. Rawlings 9 overs. No maidens. 1 for 31. I think we might get a change of bowling now. Yeah, we are, and it's going to be...
Danny Ibrahim's looks like he's taking his jumper off.
Yeah. Yes. He's going to bowl from the Cromwell Road end. Someone's enjoying themselves.
Yeah, someone's having a nice little cackle down there, aren't they?
Yeah, someone's laughing away.
Must have been a funny joke.
Yeah.
There's going to be Dan Ibrahim's bowling from the Cromwell Road and to Blundell. Have a change in field. We've got 1 slip, a backward point, 3rd man, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square leg, and a wide, fine leg. In runs Ibrahim's Then tucked away down to square leg for a single by Blundell. Bit of an open field here, allowing New Zealand to take some easy singles.
Yeah, absolutely.
Spaced out a bit, so easy singles coming their way.
I can see Ollie Robinson is back on the field, so maybe we're going to get another blast from Ollie before too much longer. He's looked the one Sussex bowler who's likely to take wickets. I have to say, I know Del Rey has taken a wicket, but Ollie's looked the most threatening bowler.
Ibrahim running downhill and defended off the front foot. Run. Tell it's getting a bit chilly. The crowd's getting their jumpers on. Some of them have got their jumpers on. Ibrahim's running in downhill. Slightly shorter ball. He's played that off the back foot down to deep point. It's taken a single. Bracewell moves to 46. Blundell on strike. New Zealand currently 229 for 1. Slight change in field here. We've got Blundell on strike. Third man is coming in. Single saving. I think third man is coming in slightly backward point. We've got a sweeper on the offside. Ibrahim runs in. And Blundell leaves that outside his off stump. Carter takes the ball. A nice delivery from Ibrahim's.
Yeah, it was.
Nicely bowled outside the off stump. Well left by Blundell.
Also, I would say he's a little bit above medium pace.
Yeah, I'd say.
Ibrahim.
I would say so. Ibrahim's running in. Slightly fuller delivery that's been driven strongly to cover. No run. Rawlins doing a bit of juggling with the ball there.
Yeah, and for someone who's just 17 years of age, he's got a very sort of powerful physique about him, Daniel Leeper. And I'm really pleased to see him back because when he hurt his shoulder in the game against Nottinghamshire, I think we all feared he could be out for several weeks. Well, he's missed a few games, but it's just really good to see him back and back sooner than perhaps I thought he would be, which is great news.
Yeah, he definitely doesn't have the physique of a 17-year-old as he runs in. Nice delivery out on the off stump, defended by Blundell. That is the end of the over. New Zealand currently 229 for 1. Bracewell 46. Blundell on 19.
And that's the voice of Nikki Chowdhury, who's joining us for the first time on commentary here on BBC Radio Sussex. It's good to have Nikki with us as we're into the last 25 overs of the day, a day in which New Zealand won the toss and elected to bat first. Half centuries from Tom Latham and Will Young. Michael Bracewell within 4 of his half century, as New Zealand have really used today for some batting practice ahead of the Test match series coming up in a couple of weeks' time. And Bracewell is facing Del Rey Rawlins. He's in and bowls, and forward comes Bracewell, plays into the offside. Carter nips from behind the stumps to field, and there is no run. There's a slipper backward point, sweeper on the cover boundary, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep backward square. A short fine leg as in comes Rawlins bowls, and Bracewell just clips this firmly to deep mid-wicket, fielded in the distance by Alistair Orr. One more to the total. Bracewell goes to 47, the total to 230 for 1.
So, Adrian, do you think you're going to expect to see Bracewell retire once he gets to his half century?
I would be surprised if he doesn't, wouldn't you? I just feel that 2 others have reached a half century and retired. He's faced, 69 balls. In again, bowls to Blundell, who's punching this into the covers, fielded by Hudson Prentice.
It was good footwork there, looking to come forward, and then he went back and played that on the back foot.
Blundell will keep wicket for New Zealand as in comes Rawlins bowls. There's a quick delivery and glided by Blundell. That's a lovely looking shot. That's going to be 4 runs.
That was played lovely.
Classy shot.
Right on the head with the ball, made contact with that, playing that down to third man.
Just out wide outside the off stump, and he just helped it on its way through backward point for 4 runs. Lovely looking shots by.
Quick footwork as well, which allowed him to actually create that space and do it.
Yeah, Blundell to 23. Ollie Robinson is on the field just down below us. Tom Haynes is on the field. It seems to be rotating Haynes and Robinson. Rawlins in bowls. Blundell drives down the wicket. Rawlins fields of his own bowling. Oh, that's sloppy. Oh, that's
very sloppy.
Yeah. So to describe what happened, the ball was driven back by Tom Blundell to Delray Rawlins, who fielded the ball, just hurled the ball at the stumps and conceded 4 overthrows. And I don't think that looks great in any form of cricket, to be honest. It's an untidy piece of cricket. 238 for 1. Blundell benefits by 4. He goes to 27.
Won't be complaining.
No, he won't be. Rawlins in, bowls, Blundell forward, strokes that nicely into the offside, picks up a single.
There's a bit more flight on that ball.
Yeah, he goes
Slightly.
to 28. I'm not quite sure why Delray did that. Anyway, he takes his jumper and cap. From the umpire, it is the end of the over. 239 for 1. We've got 24 overs left to be bowled today. Bracewell on 47, Blundell on 28. A really good crowd here at Hove today, particularly as you were saying earlier on, Nikki, in this sort of corporate area away to our right-hand side.
It's quite busy over there in that corner.
It is. No,
Very
it is.
busy.
Yep, a lot of people there sitting in the sunshine. Sunglasses look like they're a necessity. With drinks in hand, just enjoying the sunshine. It has got a little watery actually in the last 10 minutes or so.
Become a bit hazy. We've got Ibrahim's continuing from the Cromwell Road, and in he comes to Blundell, who defends that off the front foot for no run. Yeah, it's become a bit hazy down here in Hove. Clouds are a bit, I don't know what you call it.
Well, it's just sort of low.
Yeah.
It's high cloud, isn't it? We're just blotting out the sun. There's no chance of any rain, but it's not quite the beautiful sunshine that we had earlier on today. Still pleasant enough though for watching cricket.
Ibrahim's at the top of his mark, making his way down the hill to Blundell. Nice length and line bowling that just on the off stump. Blundell defends that nicely to cover. Nice solid defence. Honestly, I think it's remarkable the amount of patience and just patience in general required to play these 4-day games, 5-day games, like those test matches, because we don't get that many in girls' cricket. In women's cricket, there's not.
No.
We're just pretty much 50 overs is all we get. Ibrahim's continuing downhill. That was slightly
shot.
back of length delivery, flicked over to backward square leg. That's played down
Nice
for
throw.
1. Good arm.
Yeah, who was that down there? That was Ali Orr who got in the throw. Nice. Jeremy got back in touch, who was in the ground. He sent us a photograph on where he's watching from. Just to your left, I think, says Jeremy. Sorry, I can see where you are. So you're in the southwest stands. You're away to our left. My apologies for not seeing your tweet earlier, Jeremy, but thank you for sending us a photograph. Much appreciated.
He's got Bracewell on strike. Ibrahim's coming downhill around the wicket. In he comes. Bowling a good length that's defended straight back to the bowler. I think it's getting a bit nippy. You've got hands in the pockets down here. Delray Rawlins is down at fine leg. It's looking like he might get feeling a bit nippy.
I don't know.
Bit of a breeze.
Yeah, there is certainly a breeze. All very pleasant cricket watching. Coming around the wicket, isn't he, here, Ibrahim?
Ibrahim bowls it down to Bracewell. He's played that straight to mid-off. He's bowled that slightly wider of the crease. No run.
I was wondering if Bracewell might fancy going to his half century here, as you say, and then perhaps calling it a day for him. He's on 47, so only 3 short of his half century. 2 of his teammates have already reached that goal, Tom Latham and Will Young today.
Runs in. Again, bowling quite wide off the crease. Bowl that outside the off stump, which Bracewell just flat batted that down to deep point, taken a single, and I believe he's kept strike.
He has.
As the end of the over, Ibrahim's bowled 10 overs, 2 maidens for 30 runs. New Zealand are currently in 241 for 1. Bracewell batting on 47 and Blundell on 29.
And thank you for listening to our live commentary here from Hove on BBC Radio Sussex. You may be watching via the Sussex Cricket Club live stream. The second day of this match. Finn Hudson-Prentice just leaving the field, and so another replacement coming out. Looks like Henry Crocombe coming out of the pavilion. What was scheduled to be a 4-day match, reduced to 3 because yesterday was rained off. 2 more days to go in this game. Ollie Robinson is fielding just down below us here at mid-off with his hands in pockets. I wonder whether we can see a bit more of it. I'm not too sure when the new ball is available. Perhaps we might be able to get a message from Sussex as to what the ruling is going to be in terms of a new ball. As in comes Rawlins, bowls and hammered away by Bracewell to the sweeper on the cover boundary, fielded there by Burrows. It's 1 more to the total.
It was a bit of a short delivery, that one. He's dragged it down a bit.
It's 1 short of a half century. In comes Rawlins again, bowls to Blundell, who's forward, who's placed into the offside. Then there is no run. These two coming together when the score was 177, when the only wicket of the day fell. Ollie Robinson warming up down in front of us, so I think we are going to see a bit of Ollie before much longer. As a light aircraft makes its way over the ground, in comes Rawlins, bowls to Blundell, who hits the ball straight down the ground to mid-on, fielded by Robinson, who is saving the 1, and there is no run. Rawlins again bowls to Blundell, who's down the wicket, driving firmly to Robinson, who misfields. The throw comes in, it misses the stumps. He's annoyed with himself, is Ollie Robinson.
He's taking him on here.
Yeah, he is, and that's what I thought. It was a well-judged run, wasn't it? He played it firmly, set off with a single, and
especially he came down the wicket for that, so he's already covered a bit of ground, so it shouldn't have been a difficult one for him anyway.
Well, just puts a bit of pressure on the fielder, doesn't it? And I think Ollie Robinson probably took his eye off the ball. In comes Rawlins, bowls to Bracewell, who just plays that into the offside, footed by Clark. There is no run. I was just saying a couple of overs ago, I wonder whether Bracewell might be looking to step on the accelerator here, but just reined himself in a little. 1 more run needed to get to his half century as Rawlins in again, bowls and played straight back to Rawlins. There is no run. Don't have another accurate over from Delray Rawlins, just conceding the 2 runs. He's bowled 11 overs, no maidens, 1 for 43. We've got 22 overs left. We'll go to 21 in a moment. No, 22 overs left in the day. 2:43 for 1. Bracewell is on 49. Blundell is on 30. And it's going to be Daniel Ibrahim who's going to carry on bowling from the Cromwell Road end. And describe the next over. It's going to be Nicky Chowdhury, who's joining us for the first time here on BBC Radio Sussex. For this tour match, the players just having a drink out in the middle. One of there's some instructions brought out as well. You'd have thought, Nicky, that once Bracewell does get his half century, I'd be quite surprised if they don't
rotate.
Yeah, if someone else comes in and has a knock.
I think it's important for the New Zealand boys to get some exposure and get some time at the middle. They've been training for the last few days down here at home, so
yes,
it'd be nice to be in a more match environment. But Ibrahim's coming downhill, he's bowling nice line and length on the off stump, and Blundell's come forward and defended that straight back to the bowler. Solid defences here from the New Zealand batsmen. Nice solid defences.
Well, as we said earlier, I think from these New Zealanders' point of view, they'll be looking to stake their claim for a place in the Test side. So then there's other New Zealanders to come in who will perhaps feel that they'll be straight into the side. But all you could do in these warm-up matches to make runs and just give a little prod to the captain or the selectors of the side to say, well, look, I'm in form.
Ibrahim's running in. Blundell.
That didn't miss the off stump by very much.
Yeah, he bowled right Outside the offside, seems to have cut in a bit. Carter taking that blunder, leaving it. It was a bit of a close call there. It was a bit of oohs and ahs from the Sussex boys.
Well, you could tell that didn't miss the off stump by very much, judging by Daniel Ibrahim's reaction.
Ibrahim's at the top of his run up, coming in from the Cromwell Road and bowling to Blundell. Oh, short deliveries, bowl. He's played that down to fine leg. Nice little pull shot from Blundell, taking the single and scampering over to the other end. Decent pace that actually from Ibrahim.
He does bowl at a good pace.
Decent
yeah,
pace,
I would say he's he's above medium pace, I would say.
And he comes round the wicket to Bracewell, who's played that just off his hips down to fine leg. He's taken a single, and Bracewell gets to his half century. That's 50 for Bracewell off 76 balls, and that takes New Zealand to 246 4-1. Double half centuries here for the New Zealand batsman.
Yeah.
It's nice.
I could see another batsman waiting to come in, actually.
Yeah, I stood right at the bottom of the staircase.
Yeah. So I think he's just saying, I'm coming in for you. So I think we're going to see Michael Bracewell retiring.
Very soon. Ibrahim's coming in to bowl to Blundell,
Sharp.
Who's played that off the back foot. He's cut that down to deep cover, who's covered ground. He's taken a single. Slightly wideish delivery from Ibrahim there, allowing Blundell to make the space and give his hands at it. Throw his hands at it.
I'm sure we're going to see Bracewell retire.
He's definitely going to retire.
And Colin de Grandhove is the next man, and he does like to give the ball a bit of a tap, so this might be entertaining. He's been playing some cricket at Surrey as well, so he's a player who's...
Yeah, Ibrahim's running in. So Blundell's bowled slightly shorter deliveries, played that to cover, and they've scampered a quick single, which has been an overthrow, but no,
prevented in the end.
Prevented.
Yeah.
That was some good backing up there. Prevented that extra run. Last ball of the over from Ibrahim's coming in from the Cromwell Road and to Blundell. He comes in, he's bowled a nice full delivery. It's been driven straight to the hands of mid-off for no run.
Yes.
That is the end of the over. New Zealand 248 for 1. Bracewell's got his half century, 51 off 77 balls. By the looks of it, he is retiring.
He is.
Off he goes. Given the opportunity for what I believe is Colin de Grandhove to come and get hopefully some runs under his belt.
Yeah, 51, 77 balls, 101 minutes, 6 fours and 1 6 for Michael Bracewell, who's retired. Was that 52? 51 he made.
51.
The score when he retired was 248 for 1. So, it's Colin de Grandhove, who's...
Ollie Robinson's warming up here at mid-on.
If you're a new batsman, you're probably thinking, I'm going to quite enjoy this. But then you see Ollie Robinson warm up and you're probably thinking, no, he's a standout bowler, isn't he?
Yeah. Are we looking to come in and just ease yourself into it, thinking, no?
Yes, absolutely. Here comes Rawlins, comes in and bowls to the Grandhove, who just plays this to mid-wicket, fielded there by Tom Clark. And there is run. Again, and bowls, Grandhove punches this back to Rawlins, and again there is no run. He certainly looks to have some attacking intent here. Grandhove, who waits again. Rawlins is in, bowls. Grandhove plays this firmly to it, not fielded by Sean Hunt. Again, it's a dot ball. Again, bowls forward, plays to mid-wicket. It's another dot ball. Ollie Robinson's going through quite a rigorous warming up now. Rawlins again bowled. Oh, he's hitting the pad. The ball bounces around to the offside, looking to glide that one down towards fine leg, was to run home, but there is no run.
A nice little flock of pigeons making themselves comfortable at square leg.
Yeah, they tend to arrive this time of day. Evening comes Rawlins bowls, and run home drives firmly down the ground foot by Hunt. There is no run. Maiden over from Delray Rawlins. He's bowled 12 overs, no maidens, at 1 for 43. New Zealand 2, 48 for 1. Blundell on 32 to run home is yet to score. Person who retired in that over was Michael Bracewell, who made 51. So 3 New Zealanders through to half centuries. We're going to get Ollie Robinson coming back into the Sussex attack.
He's taken his jumper off, handed it over to the umpire.
Yeah.
Headed off to the top of his mark.
Yes.
With the warm-up he just did, he definitely looks like he's here to do business this spell.
Yeah, no, he does. No, absolutely. So what have we got? 20 overs left in the day.
Last 20 overs, he's going to be coming into Blundell, who's currently on 32 of 51 deliveries. So you've got Ollie Robinson coming in from the Cromwell Road, and in he comes, bowls it a lovely line and length on the off stump, which is defended to cover for no run. Delray Rawlins has just had a shy at the stumps again.
He's enjoyed doing that today.
He's enjoying that. A bit of a change in field here. So on the offside, we've got one slip. Maybe we're getting another slip coming in once they organise themselves. By the looks of it, yep, we're getting 2 slips, a backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square leg, and a fine leg. In runs Robinson, bowled the ball, and Blundell defends on the front foot to cover. Robinson running in to Blundell. Again, pretty accurate with this line and length. Same delivery on the off stump. Blundell defends straight back to Robinson. He's taken the ball, shining it as he makes his way back to the top of his run-up. New Zealand currently 248 for 1 here at Hove today. On a nice sunny day. In runs Robinson to Blundell.
Very nearly breached his defences there, didn't he? Not far away.
Yeah, not far away. Blundell looks to defend that. He's played it to mid-wicket for no run. Comes down the wicket, taps a bit. Giving it a good old tap. Robinson makes his way back to the top of his run-up. And in he comes, downhill from the Cromwell Road end to Blundell. Slightly back of length delivery, Blundell plays that on the front foot, defends it straight to cover. Again, no run. Nice build-up of dots here from Robinson.
Yeah, like I think we can expect Nicky to see him probably bowl a spell here, another maybe 5 overs. He seems to be bowling in these sort of 5-6 over spells. He'll want to, if he's going to bowl himself back to fitness and bowl himself into the England reckoning, you'd have thought Ollie probably needs to bowl, getting on for 20 overs in a day, I'd have thought.
Yeah, definitely. Because didn't you mention how many overs he's only bowled so far this season?
57 all season, I think, before today.
Robinson runs in. Nice.
Shot.
What a shot. Lovely on a drive from Blundell down the ground for 4 runs. Effortless, well-timed. That takes New Zealand to 252 for 1 off 71 overs. Looks like Delray Rawlins is continuing from the sea end.
Yes. I just wonder whether when this new ball may be available. Just trying to find out. It's saying 71 overs at the moment on the scoreboard. Generally speaking, a new ball will be available. 80 overs, I've just got me told. So thank you for that. Thank you to the Sussex scorer, Graham Owen, for letting us know. So I just wondered whether they might hold Robinson back for the new ball, but they're clearly not going to. As it comes Rawlins in bowl to ground. De Grandhomme who drives that down the ground, and that's 6 runs. Straight down the ground. I don't think it'll be too long before Colin de Grandhomme went after the bowling, so to get off the mark with a 6.
Not a bad one.
Well, this could be entertaining.
Nice use of footwork down the ground.
258 for 1. De Grandhomme on 6. Blundell on 36. Rawlins waits. In again, bowled. De Grandhomme is at it again, driving straight to short extra covers, a crowd catch. People thought that was out, but it was a bump ball.
It was a bump ball.
Fielded by, I think that's Henry Crocombe in there. In comes Rawlins again. De Grandhomme flicks that down to find leg more runs. He's going to scatter the pigeons. There they all go. Look, wee. De Grandhomme comes back for a couple of runs. New Zealand to 260 for 1.
It's a really good use of his feet from Grandon.
I wonder what's going to happen in this game. I wonder whether New Zealand will declare overnight, because they'll want to have a bowl as well tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely. Interesting to see what their plan is.
Here comes Rawlins, bowls. De Grandhomme is forward. Oh, maybe a little bit of turn there from Delray Rawlins. Grandhomme plays it away on the offside.
Looked a bit surprised.
He did look surprised. Rawlins again. Bowls. De Grandhomme is hitting this one, and it's gone over extra cover. It's going to go away for 4 runs. He's not going to hang around here, Colin de Grandhomme. That's the way that he plays.
Making a statement.
Yeah, he definitely is. Hammered away. So I only turned the effects mic down because I can hear the gentleman next door who's typing away. I keep hearing his laptop. Rawlins juggles the ball from hand to hand. He's in and bowls, and De Grandhomme is at it again, and he plays it straight to short extra cover, fielded by Crocombe. There is no runs. End of the over.
It's interesting to watch actually. Once when Rawlins gets hits for a boundary, the next ball he's through his run up slightly quicker,
Yes,
slightly more darty with the ball as well. So.
Well, that over cost 12 runs, which rather made a mess of Delray Rawlins' figures, which have been pretty good so far. 13 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 55. 264 for 1. De Grandhomme on 12 off 12 deliveries. Blundell on 36. We've got 18 overs left in the day. The first of which is going to be bowled by Ollie Robinson.
He was continuing from the Cromwell Road end. He's slowly making his way back to the top of his mark whilst the ball is being passed around through the fielders as it makes its way back to him as well. Yeah, the distinct chattering from the crowd in the effects microphone as well. In comes Robinson, downhill to Blundell, who's dug that outside. He's played that straight to mid-on for no run.
Yes, he's grown into this innings, hasn't he, Blundell? A little shaky early on.
Quite a full delivery. He's tried to flick that by the looks of it. Didn't get the right connection. Got the toe of the bat. It's not nice when the ball hits the toe of the bat.
No, it's
painful.
painful.
It's a horrible noise, first of all, and secondly, you wonder about what's happened with your bat.
Shake your hands.
Robinson runs in from the Cromwell Road in. Short delivery has been pulled to square leg for boundary. 4 runs.
Good shot. Right up on his toes, almost jumped into the shot, Nicky, didn't he? And he pulled that away through mid-wicket. Beautifully played.
Played a pull shot whilst in the air, pretty much.
Just trying to gauge here from Ollie Robinson whether he's... I don't think he's bowling flat out.
He's not, because by the looks of it, Blundell looks very comfortable with his pace. Where he made contact with that ball right in front of him, full arm extension, is looking very comfortable with the pace that Robinson's bowling at. Robinson's back at the top of his mark. In he comes to Blundell, who's come forward, defended that to point for no run. It's really interesting to see, actually, Blundell in his stance. He's quite low in his stance.
Yeah.
Quite low in his stance. And then on delivery, actually is able to adjust dependent on the length and line of the ball. interesting nowadays. We see all different styles of stances, don't we? Robinson runs in downhill from the Cromwell Road end. Again, slightly back of length delivery. Blundell comes forward, plays that on the front foot to point for no run. Blundell currently batting on 40 off 61 deliveries. He's caught up.
Yes, he was a bit scratchy early on, wasn't he?
Yeah.
But he's played some good shots, particularly since tee. He be the fourth New Zealand batsman to pass a half century. I see Ollie Robinson making a change in the field.
Bit of a change.
That mid wicket down to a deepish wicket. So there's actually 3 men on the leg side boundary.
Do you think?
Well,
it's going to be a bluff.
Well, yeah, who knows?
Is it going to be a bluff?
There's a comfortable single on the leg side.
In runs Robinson downhill. Looks like a bluff. He's bowled that nice full. Blundell comes forward and defends it. Straight to mid-on. Oh, we find it interesting when they do that. Are you gonna play to my plan, or is it gonna be?
It's not too often you see Ollie Robinson bowling with a field like that, with 3 men back on the leg side. It's not quite himself to me, but it's a good track.
Robinson runs
coming back
in.
to fitness.
Blundell defends that to cover, and that is the end of the over. That's 13 overs by Robinson, 4 maidens, 27 runs, no wickets. New Zealand are currently 268 for 1 off 73 overs, and I believe Delray Rawlins is continuing from the C end.
He is. Looks like Worcestershire on the verge of a big win in Division 2 of the Championship. Leicestershire having another wretched season. 132 for 9 they are. Still trailing Worcestershire by 297. Worcestershire only having to bat once in that match. And we'll see how that reflects on the Division 2 table when that game is all over. Derbyshire leading Notts by 61. They're 159 for 6 in their second innings, so trying to eke out some sort of a lead to set Notts some sort of a target. As in comes Rawlins, bowled to Gronholm, who flicks this to mid-wicket, fielded by Clark. And there is no run. Ollie Robinson's now down at long on, literally just down below us. So in comes Rawlins, bowls to Gronholm, places firmly down the ground to long off, fielded by Sean Hunt. 1 more to the total. De Gronholm goes to 13, 269 for 1. And Tom Blundell on strike. Just 16 overs left in the day after this one, as Rawlins is in, bowls and defended by Blundell on the onside, fielded by Clark at mid-wicket, and there is again no run. My suspicion is that probably New Zealand will allow Sussex to bat tomorrow and just see where the game goes from there, as Rawlins is in, bowls, Blundell forward.
Comes down the track and
plays that into the offside, yeah.
Yeah, given I don't think the forecast on Monday looks amazing in the morning, actually.
No,
so.
I don't think it's great on Monday. Someone was saying Rawlins in and bowls, Blundell forward, lofts that one. Is it over Sean Hunt? Yes, it is. It's going to run away for 4 runs. Hunt in hot pursuit. Interesting there, because the mid-off and the mid-on were brought up, saving the single. It wasn't quite timed by Tom Blundell, but it just sailed just over the reach of Sean Hunt, who's a tall man fielding at mid-off, and the ball ran away for 4 runs. 4 more to the total. 273 for 1. Blundell goes to 44. Rawlins again, in and bowls. Blundell stretches forward, plays down the track. Rawlins fields for his own bowlers, kicks the ball away, which I don't know quite why he did that, but either way, perhaps he's just a bit frustrated. I think he was frustrated with the previous delivery, that it wasn't really timed by Blundell and it just sailed over the head of mid-off. Nonetheless, Blundell is on 44. New Zealand 273 for 1. I think we're going to see Ollie Robinson out of the attack, and I rather suspect here that Tom Haynes is going to keep Ollie Robinson back for the new ball, which is available in 6 overs' time. It looks to me like it's going to be George Burrows who's going to take over the Sussex attack, bowling from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. It's going to be bowling to Colin de Granholm, who's very quickly moved on to 13 of just 14 deliveries.
It's a very quick one.
Yeah, so we might see some entertaining cricket here from Colin de Granholm, who's, as I say, playing some counter cricket, or had been playing some counter cricket for Surrey. See how George Burrows goes.
Just sorting out his run up. Just trundling through. So field-wise, you've got one slip, we've got a backward point, a sweeper on the offside, a cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg is just, deep square leg is being brought in front, and we've got a wide fine leg. Burrow seems to be settled, he's at the top of his run-up. Just waiting for De Grandhomme to get sorted. Change in field, yep. We've got backward pointers dropping down to third man. Wide third man, actually. Ian runs Burrows from the Cromwell Road end downhill. Short delivery, Grandhomme has played that off the back foot. He's through to wideish mid on. They've taken a single there.
I think he quite fancies some quick runs here,
Yeah.
Grandhomme. He just looks in the mood. And it could be entertaining as well if that happens. So I don't think he'll hang around. I think he wanted to come back for a second run as well. Was he 14 or 15 deliveries?
Yeah. Scott Blundell on strike now. Burrows at the top of his run-up. In he comes downhill from the Cromwell Road end. Another short delivery that's been played off the back foot, pulled down to deep backward square. They've taken a single. Nice rotation of strike.
Just looking at this game next week, I think it starts next Wednesday. I'd have a quick look at that and see. Maybe it won't be Wednesday by the time they get to. Oh, here we are. Yeah, next Thursday it starts. FCC 11, so Friendly County Championship 11, all against.
In runs Burrows, again slightly shorter delivery. Grandhomme has played that off the back foot through point, and it's gone down to the boundary for 4.
Sorry, it's the first class counties 11 against New Zealand. That starts on Thursday at Chelmsford. There's a beautiful shot, wasn't just too wide outside the off stump, just helped away through back to point for 4 runs, beautifully played. So this could be entertaining. 18 off 16 deliveries from Colin de Grandhomme, who's not known for hanging around.
That boundary takes New Zealand to 279 off 4-1. Burrows making his way through his run-up, approaching the crease, bowled the ball. Ooh, slightly back of length delivery. Grandhomme's played that off the back foot. It's misfielded by cover, and they've managed to sneak a single there.
Well, it's misfielded by Tom Clark at extra cover. It looks to me like he's hobbling. I think he has got a problem with his ankle, Tom Clark, and he just looks as if he was struggling slightly there. But either way, maybe he's just covering up for the fact that that wasn't the greatest bit of fielding.
It's quite worrying when you're hearing the amount of players that are having problems at the moment.
Well, Sussex injury list has just been phenomenal all season. They've really struggled.
It's quite early on in the season as well, and we're hearing about all these injuries. Burrows making his way downhill to Blundell, who's played that beautifully off the back foot. He's punched that down to deep cover for 1. Looking very comfortable here now. He's on 46 of 69 deliveries.
What's going to happen here? I think Grandhomme will have his eyes on that leg side boundary, Nikki.
Yeah, it's a very short leg side boundary. If you are not here at Hove, it's a very short leg side boundary. Looking to cash in with that, definitely. Burrows runs in. Good day, Grandhomme.
Well bowled.
Well bowled. Nice line and length.
Yeah.
Grandhomme just defends that to cover. That is the end of the over. That's 9 overs for 38 runs by Burrows. That takes New Zealand 281 for 1 off 75 overs with 15 overs remaining.
Yes, thanks for listening. If you've been listening over in New Zealand, it's probably now getting into the early hours. So you may be waking up and just watching the last remaining overs of the day here at Hove, where it's been a good day for New Zealand in this friendly fixture, with yesterday washed out because of rain. We've got underway at 11 o'clock UK time It's really been batting practice as far as New Zealand are concerned today. Half centuries for Tom Latham, Will Young and Michael Bracewell, all of them undefeated before they retired. Tom Blundell is on the verge of another half century. He's on 46. And Colin de Grandhomme is suddenly putting back to ball as in comes Rawlins, bowls to Blundell, who looks to turn that on the leg side. The ball hits the thigh pad, bounces onto the leg side, and there is no run. It's been a lovely sunny day down here on the south coast. Sussex with a very young, relatively inexperienced side. As Rawlins in and bowls, and Blundell drives down the ground. Rawlins fields of his own bowling and then wrings the fingers on his hand because that was driven firmly by Blundell, and there is no run. But as far as New Zealand are concerned, they'll be very pleased that their top order batsmen have gone in and made some runs as Rawlins in and bowls and very nearly bowls Blundell. That kept a little low. He was looking to cut that one away through backward point.
It's quite a full delivery though. He decided to go back on actually, that one.
Taken by Carter, and there is no run.
Very close.
Some young lads down here want their bat signed by Ollie Robinson. And I think Ollie said, hang on a minute and I'll be down. As in comes Rawlins, bowls to Blundell, who just plays that in front of him. There is no run. You have to be quick though, Ollie Robinson, because Rawlins does rattle through his overs.
He's very quick.
Can't do it in between balls. As in comes Rawlins and bowls, and Blundell flicks that to mid-wicket, fielded by Clark. Yet again, there is no run. Oh, the players are they're going to give Tom Blundell the single, I think.
Yeah, they've just dropped mid-on and mid-off back slightly.
Rawlins in bowl, short. Blundell plays that into the covers. There is no run. Well, Ollie Robinson won't be able to give the autographs at the moment because he's had to wander away to his fielding position at the far end of the ground. Maiden over from Delray Rawlins. 15 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 60. New Zealand are 281 for 1. Blundell on 46. Colin de Grandhomme on 19. And we've got another 14 overs left in the day.
Those poor kids are like, please come over here.
Yeah, they are. Please, yeah.
Just like shaking their bats towards Ollie Robinson.
Yeah, I think he will. This is interesting. I think Ollie's rearranging the field. He's captain, Ollie Robinson. I think Tom Haynes is off the field. And he's rearranging the field so he can give the autographs. Oh, that's
very nice of him. That's very sweet of him.
Yeah, that is really nice. Well done, Ollie.
What a nice bloke.
Yeah, so he's coming down to fine leg, and I think he's doing it. There's I don't know, 5 or 6 lads down here. And
There's quite a few of them, actually, eh?
Yeah, I can say, come over here, and I'll give you my autograph. Oh, that's nice. Well done, Ollie.
Very nice. You've got Burrows continuing from the Cromwell Road and making his way downhill to De Grandhomme.
Yeah, he could probably do a couple at a time here in between deliveries. So
slightly back
ball,
on it.
here he goes. Interestingly, I didn't realise this. Ollie's left-handed.
Maybe he's ambidextrous.
Well, he bats right-handed, he bowls right-handed. But I saw him the other week, I think it was at Worcester, and he was signing left-handed. So anyway, well done, Ollie. Yeah, got to be quick. He's turning.
It's like, hurry up quickly.
Yeah, doesn't want to get into trouble. He's the captain. Oh, he's got to be quick. Is he turning around? Let's take one more.
He's trying to time it perfectly. Burrows is at the top of his run-up. He is running in downhill to De Grandhomme. Again, a short delivery. He's played that off the back foot down to the sweeper on the offside, taking a single. And the pigeons have all scared off the pitch.
And Ollie's doing some more autographs. So as soon as that ball was bowled and it was hit not in his portion of the field, he was off to do some autographs. So well done, Ollie Robinson. That's what it's all about, isn't it? Getting the youngsters interested and getting some autographs.
Definitely. But what you said about the fact that he's left-handed, it's...
Yeah, it's strange.
It's very strange.
Yeah. So he bats and bowls right-handed.
And then right's left-handed.
I think Ollie is busy sort of signing autographs, and Burrows wants to change in the field.
Burrows is running in downhill. De Grandhomme's ready for it. No, sorry, Blundell's ready for it. He's just played that to mid-wicket for no run.
Well, he just needs a boundary, doesn't he, for his half century? I think we could see another retiree then, as far as New Zealand are concerned.
Both Blundell and De Grandhomme are got pretty crouchy stances. They're quite low in at point of delivery.
Cam Fletcher is due to be the next man in.
Ollie's just busy signing autographs.
And he's still going. Well done, Ollie.
He's got quite a queue.
Yeah. Well, it's probably everyone's realised. And probably ought to go and get Ollie Robinson's autograph.
In comes Burrows to Blundell. Nice.
Oh! Is that his half century?
I believe
Yes, it is. What a way to go to your half century as well. Thick inside edge,
Thick
4
inside
runs.
edge. It's gone straight to the boundary. That brings up Blundell's 50 of 77 balls. New Zealand are currently 286 for 1 of 7. This is the 77th over.
I'm sure he'd wanted to have gone to his half century with a better shot than that, but I guess they all count, and in the scorebook it shows us 4 runs.
A run's a run at the end of the day.
It is, and that's a run the ball of his half century. So the 4th New Zealander to go through to a half century. Unfortunate for George Burrows because they go against his name.
Burrows at the top of his mark. He's making his way through. As he approaches the crease. To Blundell. Short delivery.
Yeah.
Blundell decides not to have a go at it.
It's given us a wide.
Yeah, umpire signalled it as wide.
Interesting, though, as far as New Zealand are concerned, Nikki, because certainly when England were in Australia prior to the Ashes, I think one of the criticisms was that they just didn't have enough warm-up cricket. And they did have a warm-up game, which was in Queensland, where I think it rained for half the game anyway. And so they went into that first Test match completely underprepared, was the feeling. And clearly New Zealand don't want to do that. You know, it's an opportunity to play some cricket on a first-class ground.
In a lovely setting.
Yeah, maybe not against a first-class attack, but... even so.
Runs Burrows. Again, a short delivery. Didn't take much height, this one. Blundell just had to watch that closely. He stayed low with the ball that was played down to Robinson at fine leg. They've taken a single. And that puts de Grandhomme on strike.
What I mean by that is, you know, when I say it's not a first team Sussex attack, so there's not the likes of Garton and Carson and
You don't have everyone
Archer
today,
and
do we?
Hudson Prentice, you know, so this isn't just the strongest attack. It's the strongest attack Sussex can put out with their injuries, but it's a really good opportunity for the New Zealanders to play themselves into form.
Right, in runs Burrows. Grando defends that on the back foot. They've scampered a quick single there. Tom Clark tries to kick that towards the stumps. And that's the end of the over. That is 289 for 1. New Zealand are of 77 overs. De Grandhomme on 21 of 21 balls and Blundell on 51. And I think there is retiree. Blundell is retiring by the looks of it. He is headed off.
There we are.
A nice little cheer from the crowd here at Hove today. We had some lovely batting on display, some beautiful shots. A lot of very nice pull shots, actually. Lots of nice pull shots today. And some cover drives.
So that's the 4th half centurion. Scored 289 for 1. And that's in the 77th over. So whoever comes in now, I feel a little bit sorry for, because they're going to have to face a new ball shortly. Now, what are the umpires doing? They come out with another ball. I missed what they went off for.
Maybe they're getting it. You said 80 overs, didn't you? That's what you were informed by.
Yeah. So the new batsman is Cam Fletcher, who's coming to bat with Colin de Grandhomme. So 3 overs to go, then a new ball will be available for New Zealand. Ollie Robinson's finishes autograph signing duties. And he's fielding just down below us at long on. I wonder whether Ollie might get a run out with the new ball. Let's see what happens. Anyway, it's going to be Rawlins who comes in around the wicket, comes in and bowls to de Grandhomme, who just plays it onto the onside.
So Cam Fletcher. Sorry. Cam Fletcher's played for Auckland, Canterbury, the Northern Districts, and New Zealand under-19s.
Well done, Nikki.
So, did my homework.
Yeah. Well done, you. Rawlins. The bowl to Cam Fletcher. The field has been brought in, so still the slip. 4 men saving 1 on the offside, 3 on the leg, as in comes Rawlins and bowls. Oh, that turn, and he's got a wicket, and he's out first ball. So Cam Fletcher has waited all day, and he gets caught at slip. Of the very first ball he receives, the second wicket goes down. There was a bit of turn there for Delray Rawlins, caught by Tom Alsop at first slip.
That turned quite a bit.
And Cam Fletcher is out first ball for a duck, having waited all day. He's on his way. and New Zealand are 290 for 2. Hence the applause all around the ground.
That sounded quite a bit away from him.
It did, didn't
very taken back by that.
Delray Rawlings gets his second wicket of the innings. That did turn, didn't it?
Yeah. Bring some drinks on for the Sussex boys. I think that's Finn running on with the drinks, actually. Hudson Prentice running on with the drinks for the Sussex boys. And who are we expecting next?
Well, I've got Rasheen Ravindra is next. That's horrible. You see your side bat all day for 290 for 1, then you come out and get a first baller. Indeed, it is going to be Rasheen Ravindra who is going to come in. So, some late success in the day for Sussex. .290 for 2. Colin de Grandhomme has a chat away to Rasheen Ravindra. Nice little buzz around the ground. Every Sussex wicket has been greeted with huge applause today.
Yeah, it's cheered everyone up, hasn't it?
Yeah,
everyone's happy again.
The two that have gone down, both taken by Delray Rawlings, and there was certainly a little bit of turn for Delray Rawlings. So it's another left-hander.
Rasheen Ravindra at the crease.
So,
do you think we'll see more turn here,
well,
Adrian?
Possibly. I mean, that did turn, didn't it? No question about that. So, Delray Rawlings in his 16th over, figures of 2 for 62. Comes in again and bowls to Ravindra, tucks this away on the leg side and picks up a single off the first ball that he receives. To Grandhomme on strike, and immediately the field disperses. There's a deep mid-wicket, a long off, a long on. Yeah, Rawlings is saying to Ollie Robinson, I think he went all the way on the fence, because Colin de Grandhomme has already shown that he hits a very long ball indeed, one big straight six straight down the ground as Rawlings in again bowls. Grandhomme drives firmly. Rawlings fields off his own bowling on his knees. There is no run.
Interesting angle actually Rawlings is coming in at. When he's bowling around the wicket, he's quite close to the stumps, and actually now over the wicket, he's bowling quite wide at the crease. So he's changing up his angles.
Rawlings again bowls, and Grandhomme looks to play that on the leg side. Is struck on the pad, the ball bounces to backward point, and there is no run. Again in bowls to Grandhomme is forward, plays slightly across the line to mid-wicket, and that's a good over by Delray Rawlings, a wicket, an over in which he took the wicket of Cam Fletcher, who was out first ball, just conceded a couple of runs. He gets a good round of applause for Delray, and well deserved as well. 78 overs gone today, 12 overs remaining this evening, and New Zealand are 291 for 2. De Grandhomme on 22, Rasheen Ravindra on 1. And for those of you just joining us, maybe waking up in New Zealand, wondering how New Zealand are getting on, well, the answer is very nicely. 291 for 2, undefeated half-centuries for Tom Latham, Will Young, Michael Bracewell and Tom Blundell. Sussex, both of their wickets taken by Delray Rawlings. A new ball is available in 2 overs' time. We suspect we might see a bit of Ollie Robinson racing in for the last few overs of the day. But the crowd have remained. It's been a good crowd here at Hove today, although I say there's more cloud around Nicky than there has been for much of the day, but still very pleasant. In fact, I thought it was going to be Ollie Robinson. No, it's not. It's going to be George Burrows who's going to carry on, and Nicky Chowdhury is going to talk you through the next over.
So we've got the new bat on strike, Rasheen Ravindra. Another left-hander at the crease. So we've got one slip, we've got a third man. Point is being pushed out to the boundary. We've got a mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off. Cover. They're still having a bit of a change around here, actually. Hold on. In runs Burrows to Ravindra. He's played that off the front foot to cover for no run. Right, so I think they've sorted their field out. So we've got one slip, we've got a third man, we've got a deep point. a cover, a mid off, a mid on, a mid wicket who's slightly straighter, a deep square leg, and a wide fine leg here at Hove, whilst Burrows gets ready to bowl the second ball of his 11th over. Ravindra on strike. In comes Burrows downhill from the Cromwell Road end, who's played that down.
Nice shot.
Third man and is raced away for 4. Quite fine of the third man fielder. That'll be nice for Ravindra to get a boundary quite early on.
Well, it was I think it was an intended shot, wasn't it? Just all along the floor down to third man. Ollie Robinson is still on signing autograph duties. In between.
Once you start, you can't stop.
No, you can't, because everyone says, "Oh, there's Ollie Robinson. Quick, go and get his autograph." So there's been a succession.
And then they all flock over.
Yeah, well, it looks like it for the time being. Well done, Ollie. I think that's what's required in matches like this.
Burrows runs in. Nice forward delivery, and Ravindra leans into that through the offside and sends that off to the boundary for 4. That's a beautiful drive. Leaped into that beautifully, waited for it.
I think my sense is, Nikki, that tomorrow that probably New Zealand will say, well, we'll declare overnight and give Sussex a day to bat tomorrow. But I think the New Zealand bowlers will be very keen to work up a head of steam here tomorrow. I don't think they'll be bowling, they'll be bowling trying to get themselves in the groove.
Yeah, definitely, I think so. And I'll be pretty excited to actually watch some of the Sussex batsmen, in particular Tom Haynes, against this New Zealander attack.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's been amongst the runs, hasn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, I think a lot of people will be very keen to see how Tom gets on at the beginnings.
Yeah. Burrows running in to Ravindra, is that carry?
Ooh, I think he thought for a moment he picked up a wicket there.
Yeah, I thought so. Ravindra looks like he left it.
He hasn't missed the off stump by very much. George Burrows pulled his shirt over his head as if to say that really didn't miss by very much. But I think absolutely. I think be interesting to see Tom Haynes batting against New Zealand. Tom Clark, who's been in super form for Sussex,
been in great
form. Good to see him as well. So
in and amongst the runs, and I think Tom Haynes he's in the pipeline. He might be getting that England call up soon, hopefully.
Well, Tom has certainly put himself in one of those names of people who the selectors will unquestionably be looking at.
Yeah, his name must be high on that list. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes against this number 1 attack, right? In runs Burrows from the Cromwell Road end. Full delivery. He's left outside the off stump. Carter has taken it. No run.
Well, you've got Carl Jamieson, who is rapid, and Matt Henry, who I think I enjoy watching Matt Henry bowl. I remember a couple of years ago, or probably 3 or 4 years ago now, down at Canterbury watching him bowl for Kent. And he's an excellent bowler. So I'm not saying these guys are going to be working up full pace, but they'll be using this as a proper workout. I mean, the first test is not far away.
It's very close.
And so New Zealand, they won't just be sort of coming off half pace. They'll be looking to really bowl themselves into form ahead of that test match.
Definitely. Burrows running in to Ravindra, last ball of the over, who's played that straight to cover, very defensive shot for no run. New Zealand currently 299 for 2 off 79 overs. Looks like Delray Rawlins is going to be back at the sea end. He's got his cap off. He's all ready to hand that to the umpire. Got 11 overs remaining for today. Dick Random's on 22. Ravindra is on 9.
Yeah. So what have we got? 11 overs left in the day. 1 more over and then a new ball will be available. As you say, Rawlins is going to carry on bowling his left arm spin. And the crowd pretty much staying. There's 1 or 2 people starting to drift away. But, being a Saturday, people, I think, just enjoying the cricket, enjoying the sunshine. As in comes Rawlins to bowl to the Granholm, who's punching this down the ground. Towards us, and Ollie Robinson trots around from long on to field. Granholm goes to 23, and the applause around the ground is for the 300 up for New Zealand. 300 for 2. Colin de Granholm on 23. Ravindra is on 9. Rawlins again. Bowls. Ravindra is spinning outside the on. Good delivery from Delray Rawlins. He's managed to get a little bit of bounce and turn from this sea end of the ground. Comes Rawlins bowls, and again that rather spat at Ravindra. Yes, and New Zealand have just brought up their 300. They're 300 for 2. Colin de Grandhomme is on 22. Rasheen Ravindra is on 9. Sussex have taken a couple of wickets today, both of them taken by Delray Rawlings. The first, an excellent catch by Hamish Rutherford. The ball coming over his shoulder, fielding it long off. Rutherford out for 31. And then Cam Fletcher was caught very first ball by Tom Alsop at first slip. Also off the bowling of Rawlings. That for a duck. There have been unbeaten half centuries for Tom Latham, Will Young, Michael Bracewell and Tom Blundell. But we're into the last 10 overs of the day. New Zealand are 300 for 2. Comes Rawlings, bowls, forward comes Ravindra, plays to backward point, and there is no run. End of Rawlings over. I suspect that may be the last of Delray Rawlings today, because I rather suspect Sussex will now take the new ball. 17 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 63 for Delray Rawlings. New Zealand are 300 for 2. De Grandhomme on 23. Ravindra is on 9.
Robinson's got his cap off, headed towards the umpire. Off comes the jumper. Looks like Robinson's going to start from the Cromwell Road end. So looking at the field, we've got 2 slips, a backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, a square leg, fine leg, and somebody is running onto the pitch right now.
This could be interesting. Robinson with a new ball, and I think we might see Ollie steaming in for maybe 5 overs on the spin. We'll have to see.
In comes Robinson. He's played that off the back foot to the deep cover boundary. The ball's chasing away. Will it go for 4? No, he's just saved that. They've taken a few there. That brings New Zealand to 303 for 2.
I actually didn't see the signal the new ball had been taken. I assume it has. Did anyone else see it? I didn't see a signal from the umpire to say that it had been taken. But I don't think Ollie Robinson would be back in the side, back into the attack if it wasn't a new ball.
I'm assuming it has been taken.
Yeah.
In he comes from the Cromwell Road end to Ravindra, who's just played that off his hips straight to mid-wicket for no run. Sounds like the new ball has been taken. This is the way it's been hitting the bat, actually.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see if we can see it was more shiny. So I'd be very surprised. Sean Hunt is also warming up at mid-off, so...
Yeah,
I think we have to assume it has been taken. Sometimes it'd be helpful, you know, if something was put up on the scorebook that says new ball taken, and we wouldn't all be guessing as to whether that's the case. But the fact that Sean Hunt is also warming up suggests to me that it almost certainly has.
Robinson runs in. Pops up a bit, that one, by the looks of it. Ravindra played that. He just took his bottom hand off the shot. He's played it straight to cover for no run. Down he comes, trots down the wicket, gives it a bit of a tap.
Right, I think we can assume it has, because generally speaking, you might find a bowler may take, maybe a couple of deliveries just to get into his stride before taking a new ball. But there's been 3 deliveries now in this over, so I think we can rest fairly well assured. So the new ball has been taken.
Robinson approaching the crease, bowled the ball, and Ravindra played that off his leg down to the fine leg fielder. He's gone and got himself 2 runs for that. A bit of a slip and slide from the fine leg fielder. Yeah,
Henry Crocombe down here, sliding across the outfield. I'm just trying to see as that ball went across the outfield, whether or not it looked like a new ball. I mean, it's almost inconceivable it wouldn't have been taken.
Got Ravindra on strike. New Zealand are currently 305 for 2. So the 81st over, Robinson's making his way down from the Cromwell Road in, running in. Narendra plays that off the front foot, defends it. He was worried about the fact that it was going to go back and roll into the stumps by the looks of it. He's just stopped that ball with his bat and given it to...
Very friendly. Is that something you would do, Nikki? Would you have it sort of stop the ball and throw it to a fielder and save them coming in to have to field the ball?
Like for that one, if there was a chance it was going to hit my stumps, I definitely would.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Yeah. But in normal circumstances, would you? Yeah, I mean, I think it's quite nice. Just it saves the fielder trotting in with the last 9 overs of the day.
Sometimes I do it, sometimes I don't. Robinson runs in, nice full deliveries. Ravindra's driven that straight into the hands of cover. No run. Looks like that is the end of the over. 14 overs bowled by Robinson, 4 maidens, 32 runs. New Zealand currently 305 for 2 of 81 overs.
And you're listening to live cricket on the BBC Radio Sussex. You may be watching via the live stream via the Sussex Cricket Club website, which will be running for the entirety of this game. 2 days to go. Myself, Adrian Harms, and Nikki Chowdhury bringing you commentary here today, and indeed for the next 2 days. It's going to be Sean Hunt, who's coming back into the Sussex attack, the tall left-arm seamer, who's only bowled 8 overs today, sparingly used. Sean Hunt, 8 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 25. New Zealand 305 for 2.
And if you are listening, do get in touch with us at Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk via email or on Twitter at BBC Sussex Sport as well.
So, Ollie Robinson's still directing affairs on the field. I'm not quite sure why Tom Haynes hasn't been out on the field that much today, but Ollie Robinson seems to be directing affairs from mid-on. It's going to be Sean Hunt who's going to come into bowl to Grunhove, who's on 26s in and bowls. That's down the leg side and not taken cleanly by Ollie Carter. A bit of untidy cricket all round, really. Not a great delivery for Sean Hunt to start off with down the leg side, and Carter not taking the ball cleanly. The result is it's a dot in the scorer's notepad. No run was taken. Now, Sussex must have... That ball must have been delivered with Sussex with only 10 men on the field.
I think so, because someone's just run onto the field.
Yeah, so is that Jamie Atkins?
Jamie Atkins has just run onto the field.
Yeah, so there's 2 slips. So there's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, so Sussex had 10 men on the field for that delivery. In comes Hunt. Running in, comes in and bowls. Tilda Grunhome was caught behind, and a wicket to Sean Hunt. Caught behind by Ollie Carter. A reward for Sean Hunt. Grunhome just nicking behind. Carter doing the rest.
He's kind of stuck there. Not much footwork from de Grandhomme there. He just kind of played with his hands a bit. Carter taking the catch and sending de Grandhomme back to the pavilion. New Zealand currently 305 for 3.
Colin de Grandhomme out for 26. With the score on 305. So a little nick behind from Colin de Grandhomme.
Didn't really look to come forward or go back there, de Grandhomme.
No. I just wonder whether we might see, if any more wickets go down, we might see any of the not-out batsmen coming in and having a fling for the final few overs of the day, or whether you might just see a continuation of this batting all down. The figure coming out is the tall figure. Carl Jamieson, I'm fairly sure that's who's wandering out. Colin de Grandhomme, 26 in 29 balls. And indeed it is going to be Carl Jamieson who's coming out to bat.
Very tall
figure, very tall figure of Carl Jamieson. But a wicket for Sean Hunt. He'll be delighted about that. Ollie Carter taking a routine catch behind the wicket. So Sussex have taken 3 wickets today. 2 of them to Delray Rawlins and 1 of them to Sean Hunt.
Yeah, Carl Jamieson walked past me yesterday and I felt rather small in front of him yesterday.
Yeah, he is tall.
He's very tall.
So these lower order New Zealand batsmen are coming in with the new ball, which has been taken. We assume has been taken by Sussex. We've got no definitive confirmation, but we assume that it has. So well done, Sean Hunt. Figures of 1 for 25 for a rather wayward first delivery of his spell. He picks up a wicket with the second. In comes Hunt, running in, bowls to Jamieson, who covers up to a ball of good length, plays it straight back down the track. Hunt fields off his own bowling. And there is
5-4
No run.
field on the offside.
Yeah, 2 slips, a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg and a long leg, so as you would expect. Sussex with this new ball looking for wickets. Hunt turns and runs away from us, comes in and bowls. Beats Jameson outside the off stump. That kept a little low. Not taken cleanly by Carter. There's no run. And we said one or two people just starting to drift away from Hove, where it's been a lovely day for watching cricket. In fact, the wind has dropped quite a bit now as well. Earlier on today, the flags were really billowing away on the clock tower scoreboard, but not as breezy as it was, as in comes Hunt running away from us. He's in and bowls, and Jameson clips this one away. It's going to be 4 runs. Lovely shot. Hurrying down the leg side was Sean Hunt, and just tucked inside the line, Carl Jameson flicked the ball away through backward square leg for 4 runs. Beautifully played. His first runs are a boundary. New Zealand to 309 for 3. Jameson rehearses the stroke. That was nicely played. Just looking at that ball, it doesn't look like a new ball, does it? I'm sure it is, but it just, from this angle here, it doesn't look very new. Hunt. Game. Bowls, and Jameson is forward and runs that down to third man. He's going to get at least a couple of runs here and maybe more. Finn Hudson-Prentice in hot pursuit down towards the boundary edge, and they come back for 3 runs as Jameson goes to 7, and the total to 312 for 3 at the end of Sean Hunt's over. And his figures now 9 overs, 1 maiden. He's taken 1 for 32. New Zealand 312 for 3. Jameson is on 7. Ravindra is on 11. We've got 8 overs left in the day. The first of which is going to bowl by Ollie Robinson, who's getting stripped for action, and he's going to bowl from the Cromwell Road end.
Making his way up to the top of his run-up right now.
I continue in Division 2 of the County Championship. Worcestershire have completed an innings and 259-run win against the bottom side Leicestershire. So I'll tell you how that impacts on the County Championship in a minute. And the Southern Vipers have beaten the Northern Diamonds by 11 runs at Durham. The Vipers making 126 all out. Northern Diamonds 115 for 7.
Robinson running in from the Cromwell Road end. Oh, a play and a miss from Jameson. Looking at the field, we've got 2 slips, a third man, backward point, cover, mid-off. Slightly wideish mid-on, square leg is in front, and we've got a fine leg as well. Jamie Atkins down at fine leg, playing with his little sun hat.
What that win has done momentarily for Worcestershire is moved them to 2nd place in the County Championship. Their 2nd win of the season. Their other win came against Sussex at New Road. They're in 2nd place, 3 points behind Middlesex.
Robinson runs in. Full delivery on the off stump. Bit of an inside edge by Jameson for that one. That's gone nowhere. The ball's ended up right in front of him. Covers come and pick that up and giving it back to Robinson, who is walking back to the top of his run-up. Got pigeons gathering again on the right-hand side of the ground here at Hove. They're making themselves very comfortable.
Jameson looks like he's going to have a go here, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. Robinson running into Jameson. Nice length. Jameson's just played that in the gap between cover and point for a single. That's putting Ravindra on strike. So we've got a left-hander now. Slight change in the field. Jameson looks like he wants to have a bit of a swing at it.
But he does, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He's got long levers, hasn't he?
Very long levers.
But the cloud is clearing away a bit. I think the sun is coming back out, Nikki.
Yes, it is. Robinson's running into Ravindra. He plays that off the front foot to cover. No run. Sun's coming back out again. Clouds are clearing off again. It looks like it's getting a bit brighter down here.
Very pleasant evening, isn't it?
Yes.
People are thinking of having a barbecue or something, but it'll be very pleasant this evening here on the south coast. If you're waking up in New Zealand, we heard the weather was pretty awful earlier on when people were off to bed.
I'd love a barbecue. Sunglasses are coming back out in the crowds as well.
Yeah, they
As
are.
Robinson's running in down from the Cromwell Road end. Full delivery, Robinson's just played that off his leg and tickled that down to fine leg for a single. Just dropped his bat as he makes his way through the crease. Gone and picked it up and just tucked it behind the line.
Well, I think the crowd have been well entertained here, haven't they, today? I mean, the game has lacked the edge of a first-class match. I don't think there's any question about that. But nonetheless, they've seen some good batting from New Zealand. And to be fair to the Sussex boys, they've stuck at it throughout the day.
They have indeed. There's been some good batting from New Zealand, and the Sussex boys have been... Robinson's coming in from the Cromwell Road and he's bowled that, and Jamieson's left that outside as off stump. Carter takes the ball. That is the end of the over. Robinson's bowled. That's his 15th over. 4 maidens, 33 runs. New Zealand currently 314 for 3. Down here at Hove on this lovely sunny afternoon, or evening, would you call it? Are we in the evening yet?
I would call it late afternoon.
Late afternoon.
Yeah, what do you think's evening? I think evening starts, what do you reckon, 7 o'clock, or would you say after 6?
Yeah, I'm not sure, because sometimes when I'm doing, when we're on radio, the lady who does the drive time show, she'll say good evening from the 4 p.m. show. So,
Really?
yeah, she
Okay.
says good evening. So
Yeah,
it gets a bit confusing.
Yeah, I think if it's dark, I think if it's the winter and it's about 4 o'clock and it's getting dark, I think that is good evening. I think now I'd probably say, I think after 6 o'clock I'd say good evening.
Yeah, we can drag it out a bit, can't we?
Yeah, I think we can. Well, Sean Hunt, can he pick up his second wicket of the day? He's got some support from his skipper, Ollie Robinson, because he's got 3 slips in place. 3 slips, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep backward, deep fine leg, I should say, as in comes Hunt running in over the wicket. He's in and bowls to Ravindra, who just comes off the thigh pad, bounces away onto the leg side, fielded by Alistair Orr. And there is no run. 314 for 3. Sean Hunt in his 10th over of the day, figures of 1 for 32. Sean Hunt.
You can hear the seagulls are back.
Yes, we can.
Seagulls on one side, pigeons on the other.
Hunt. Literally down in front of us, number 21 on the back of his shirt. Turns and runs away from us, comes into bowl to Ravindra, who's in and bowled. Ravindra plays that firmly to mid-on, fielded by Henry Crocombe. And there is no run. 3 slips. Like Alsop at first, who's the regular first slip.
Good.
Probably Tom Clark at second, I suspect. It looks like maybe Daniel Ibrahim at third. Hudson Prentice at point. Jamie Atkins at cover. Ollie Robinson at mid-off. Henry Crocombe at mid-on. Ali Orr at mid-wicket, as in comes Hunt bowls. Poor delivery, full toss, and he's rather fortunate to get away with that. Sean Hunt. Ravindra clips the ball away down to a wideish fine leg, and it's just a single. Ravindra goes to 12, and New Zealand to 315 for 3.
Must have felt like he missed out on that one.
Yeah, absolutely. That really ought to have gone for 4, didn't
That
it?
should have gone to the boundary. Especially off your legs.
4 undefeated half-centuries for New Zealand. Latham, Young, Bracewell and Blundell, as in comes Hunt and bowls and let go by Jameson outside of the off stump, taken by Ollie Carter, and there is no run. 3 slips as well for the right-handed Jameson. Still no third man. 3 men saving 1 on the offside. 2 on the leg. And a fine leg all the way down in the distance in front of the banks of blue seats in the temporary stands. Hunt is in again, bowls, and Jameson drives, and he's going to get 4 runs down to third man. Not at all where he intended that to go from Carl Jameson. He was looking to thrash that one away through extra cover, but they say if you're going to flash hard, and that's what he did, and the ball ends up down at third man, and Jameson into double figures. He goes to 12, and New Zealand 319 for 3, and that could have gone anywhere, Nikki.
Could have gone anywhere. You're right, if you're going to flash, you might as well flash hard.
Yeah, well, that's what they say. And the ball disappeared down through the gully region for 4 runs. Ruefully looks at the ball, turns in front of us. 1 more ball in this, his 10th over. He's in and bowls, and Jameson is hit on the pad, looking to glide that one down to fine leg. There is no run. It is the end of the over, fielded by Jamie Atkins. New Zealand are 319 for 3. Both batsmen Jameson and Ravindra are on 12. Hunt's figures, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 37. We've got 6 overs remaining in the day. I think certainly the first of those 6 is going to be bowled by Ollie Robinson, who will be bowling his 16th over of the day. And I'm sure in terms of workloads, Ollie Robinson will be expected to be bowling 16, 17 overs in the day. So as far as Ollie Robinson is concerned, it's his job done as he gets himself back to fitness and looking to get himself back into England contention. What he would like, though, is to pick up a couple of wickets. I'm sure about that.
Indeed, that'll be good to boost his confidence as well, wouldn't it? Robinson's making his way to the top of his run-up right now at the Cromwell Road end. We're running downhill to Ravindra. Comes to the crease, and Ravindra leaves that ball outside the off stump. We've got a 6-3 offside field here. Down at Hove, we've got 2 slips, a third man, point, cover, mid-off, and then on the onside, we've got a mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Robinson making his way through, approaching the crease to Ravindra, bowls ball, who Ravindra defends that ball, coming forward. It's nice to see Ravindra's looking to come forward all the time, actually. He's looking to get in there, getting into that ball, and really looking to take on the Sussex seamers. One started to disappear again. See the crowds getting their jumpers on slowly. Robinson makes his way downhill, and Ravindra leaves that again outside the off stump. Carter takes the ball. 3 dots here so far from Robinson. Ravindra and Jameson's chatting in the middle, having a little bit of a chat. After this over, we're going to have 5 overs remaining for today's play down here at Hove. Robinson's making his way in, bowls the ball. Ravindra defends again, looking to come forward. Nice solid defence, no run. That makes it 4 dot balls. New Zealand currently 319 for 3 off 84.4 overs. New Zealand won the toss here and decided to bat in their warm-up game against Sussex. They have another warm-up game next week down in Chelmsford before they kick-start the Test Series. Robinson running in, and Ravindra leaves that on the front foot.
That was quite pacey, actually, from Robinson. That was probably as quick as he's bowled today, I think, because Ollie Carter took that ball.
He took it right by his head.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, that did whistle through.
Took a bit more effort in that one by the looks of it.
Well, I'm sure that in terms of Ollie Robinson's recovery from injury, that very much England are involved in how many overs he should bowl and workloads, etc. So I'm sure they want him to sit in bowl a significant amount of overs in this match.
Yeah, they're very particular with that now, aren't they? Robinson runs in, bowls the ball. Ravindra again leaves that ball outside the off stump. That's the end of the over. New Zealand 319 for 3. Jameson on 12 and Ravindra on 12 as well.
So just 5 overs left to be bowled here at Hove this evening. And as Nikki says, 319 for 3 on New Zealand. 4 players reaching half centuries and then retiring. And just to reiterate, this is a friendly game, so we're not playing... This isn't a record that will be shown in any first-class records at any stage, but from a New Zealand point of view, ideal batting practice on a very good batting wicket against a Sussex attack which is deprived of several first-team bowlers. Notably, of course, Jofra Archer, who is not going to be available for some time now, sadly, and if Jofra is listening, of course, we wish him all the best. George Garton, Jack Carson, Finn Hudson-Prentice, all of those unable to bowl. Steve Finn, as in comes Hunt and bowls, and Jameson plays onto the onside, and there is no run.
Laid off that one a bit, Jameson.
Yeah, played into the onside. But nonetheless, I'm sure we will see the New Zealand bowlers in action tomorrow. I'll be very surprised if New Zealand don't declare overnight. Let Sussex have a bat. It'll be interesting to see how Sussex fare against the New Zealand attack, which will have the likes of Cole Jameson and Matt Henry. In comes Hunt, running in and bowls, and Jameson with a play and a miss outside the off stump through to keeper Carter. There is no run, so 3 slips in place. Point, mid-off, there's a mid-on, a mid-wicket, and a fine leg. There must be another fielder somewhere. Is that a third man? No. Missed somebody off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
There's a fine leg that's kind of hiding in the stands.
Yeah. Despite that, I still think I'm missing a fielder. Oh no, there we go. There is a third man. As in comes Hunt and bowls, and Jameson covers up, plays into the offside. There is no one. Yeah, there's a fielder who I didn't see emerging from underneath a deep backward point. I think that's George Burrows over there. The children who were getting autographs of Ollie Robinson are now moving their way around the ground and are getting more autographs. And I think it's George Burrows is on signing duty down there.
Easily blending into the white seats in that stand in his whites.
Yeah. Hunt. And again, bowls, and Jameson hammers that one away through the covers for 4 runs. He just stood and delivered. It was slightly wide, and Jameson just thrashed that ball away through the covers for 4 runs. That was a lovely shot.
Just threw his hands at it, that one, that raced off to the boundary.
Yeah, absolutely did. He goes to 16, 323 for 3, and it's prompted a change in the field as well, because Daniel Ibrahim has come out of third slip, and he's going to go to reinforce that cover field. So now 3 men saving one on the offside. Hunt on his way again. In and bowls. Jameson is forward, punches that down the ground, and that's going to be 4 more. Ollie Robinson, in fact, it's just pulled up inside the boundary by Henry Croker. I think Ollie Robinson hurt his hand there as he dived across to field that ball. He might have hurt his left hand, Ollie Robinson. No, it's his right hand. No, they don't want that.
That's not good.
No, he dived across, literally in front of us, Ollie Robinson.
He's shaking it a bit, he's holding it.
Yeah, let's hope that's nothing to worry about. He's rigging his right hand. He's
having a look at it?
Yeah, he's just looking at it as if to say, well, there's nothing too serious. 2 more to Jameson, who goes to 18. Comes Hunt bowls, and Jameson,
that stayed low?
It stayed very low, and Jameson played a strange sort of shot as if to cut the ball, but it rattled through to Ollie Carter. It is the end of Sean Hunt's over. He's bowled 11 overs. No, he hasn't. He's bowled, yes, he has. 11 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 43. Now, I'm not sure whether Ollie Robinson's going to bowl the next over for Sussex. So he doesn't seem to be stripping off, does he? Let's see what's going to happen. Is he going to bowl? Yes, he is. Just taking off his cap.
Just taking his time.
Ollie Robinson and just stripping off his jumper. So 4 overs to go here in the sunshine at home. We're going to finish pretty much maybe a few minutes after 6 o'clock. Which will please New Zealand. They wanted this to be a 90-over day. They won't want to play much after 6, I'm sure. And a lot of their top order batsmen, how many batsmen? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 of their batsmen have had an opportunity to get some time in the middle. It's going to be Ollie Robinson to bowl the 4th last over of the day.
We've got Robinson continuing from the Cromwell Road, and he comes running in to Ravindra, who's played a lovely straight drive back straight to Robinson for no run. Really frustrating, those shots, when you've hit them so cleanly and it's gone straight to the fielder.
Yes, absolutely.
Very frustrating.
Yeah, particularly, yeah, absolutely. Because he's right up in the middle of the bat.
Yeah, feels good on the bat, feels good making contact, and then boom, straight to the fielder. Robinson making his way down from the Cromwell Road and downhill. Lovely shot by Ravindra off the front foot. He's just managed to nick a single there to cover.
We said, didn't we, that we thought that maybe Ollie Robinson might bowl right through here, in which case he'll bowl 18 overs today. He'll have a couple of wickets, I think.
It would have been nice, wouldn't it? But you never know. Still got a few overs left.
No, he has, absolutely.
And he comes running in to Jameson, who's played that off his legs, past square legs, chasing it to the boundary, and that has raced away for 4. A lovely shot off the legs. That brings New Zealand to 330 for 3. Jameson's on 22, Ravindra's on 13. Few overs for today. And in comes Robinson, steaming in. Coming in downhill, bowls the ball, and Jameson defends that 2 cover for no run.
Yes, that sort of buzz of anticipation around the ground has sort of disappeared a bit, hasn't it, Nikki?
Yes,
I think
died down a bit, hasn't it?
Yeah, I think a few people have sort of wandered away now, perhaps going to get their trains or have got appointments or arrangements for this evening, perhaps being a Saturday night.
Barbecues to attend.
Well, maybe, or going out for a meal, or meeting friends in the pub, or whatever it might be.
Have you got any plans for this evening, Adrian?
No, I haven't. By the time we finished here and get done, no, I don't think so, not tonight.
Robinson runs in. And Jameson leaves that on the front foot, outsiders off stump. Carter takes the ball, no run.
And we always have our post-match stuff to do on match days, so we'll grab an interview with somebody, which will be on the Sussex website a little later on this evening. Tall fella, isn't he, Jameson?
Yeah, very tall.
You really get a feeling of that, don't you?
I wonder what it would be like to be so tall.
He's just retaking his guard as well, I think.
Robinson at the top of his mark, making his way through. Jameson's played that on the front foot, looking to work it to mid-wicket for no run. That's the end of the over. Of Robinson's 17th over, 5 maidens for 38 runs. New Zealand currently 330 for 3, Ravindra on 13, and Jameson on 22.
Let's just round up some of the cricket elsewhere around the country today. So in the first division of the county championship, Lancashire 167 for 4, still trailing Essex by 121. Phil Salt, formerly of Sussex, is 29 not out as Lancashire battle away to try and save that game. Looks like a good track at Wantage Road in Northamptonshire, where Northampton 286 for 6, trailing Kent by 233. Hampshire have moved to second place in the county championship. They've beaten Somerset today by 10 wickets at Taunton. And the county champions Warwickshire in all sorts of trouble at Headingley. They're 54 for 3 in their second innings, trailing Yorkshire by 152. At Lords, Middlesex 394 for 8, leading Durham by 44 as Sean Hunt begins the next over from the sea end of the ground, bowling to Rasheen Ravindra, who lets that one go outside of the off stump, taken by Carter, and there is no run. So he's in the runs for Middlesex there. Someone must have made some runs down the order, yes. Martin Anderson making 62 for Middlesex. Earlier on, Sam Robson making 84. Derbyshire are making Notts fight at Trent Bridge. At one stage in all sorts of trouble against Nottinghamshire, but runs down the order as in comes Hunt and bowls, and Ravindra just lets that one go outside the off stump. There is no run. So 221 for 7 are Derbyshire in their second innings, leading Notts by 123. And a result at New Road, where Worcestershire have comprehensively thumped Leicestershire by an innings and 259 runs. Leicestershire remaining bottom of the table, Worcestershire momentarily up to second as the race to get out of Division 2 continues in earnest. Middlesex, Nottinghamshire, as in comes Hunt and bowls. Ravindra is forward. The ball comes off the thigh pad out into the offside, and there is no run. Just looking at that table in Division 2. Middlesex, Worcestershire, Nottinghamshire, Glamorgan, all in with. In fact, it's very close. The top 6 sides in Division 2 are divided by just 14 points. There are points to be added as well from the current round of matches. Leicestershire are the Maroons, 7 games, 4 defeats at the bottom. As in comes Hunt and bowls. Ravindra lets that one go outside of the off stump, taken by Carter, and there is no run. In the Charlotte Edwards Cup today, the South East Stars beating the Western Storm by 7 wickets. Central Sparks beating Sunrisers by 24 runs. The Lightning beating the Thunder by 5 wickets. And perhaps most importantly, the Southern Vipers beating the Northern Diamonds by 11 runs up at Durham as in comes Hunt. Running away from us, Eden bowls. Ravindra is forward to a ball of good length, plays that out into the offside, and there is no run. For those who are interested in the IPL, I have to say it's not a competition I follow particularly closely, but it's getting to the latter stages. The Delhi Capitals 159 for 7, the Mumbai Indians 56 for 1.
Yeah,
I think they're in sort of playoff.
yeah, the playoffs are all happening in Calcutta at the moment. All the teams that have qualified for those have moved over.
Comes Hunt. Bowls thrashed away by Ravindra. That's a lovely
Beautiful
shot.
That's a lovely cut shot. He's waiting for
Going
that
to go for 4 runs. Yeah, too much width on this occasion from Sean Hunt, and Ravindra very quickly onto that and belting the ball away through the covers for 4 runs. He goes to 17, New Zealand to 334 for 3. With 2 overs left to be bowled tonight. I think Ollie Robinson is almost certain I'd have thought to bowl this last over, or the penultimate over. Yes, he is. The last over that's going to be bowled from the Cromwell Road end today. He's just stripping off his jumper, is Ollie Robinson. And the penultimate over will be bowled by him.
Handed his stuff over to the umpire.
Yeah.
And he's making his way to the top of his run-up. Ready to bowl his final over of the day.
There's still a good scattering of spectators in the southwest corner stand.
Starting to drift off.
Yeah, they are starting to people think, oh, just beat the
traffic.
Rush. Yeah, beat the traffic.
We've got Robinson steaming in from the Cromwell Road end to Jameson, who leaves that ball outside the off stump. Carter takes it. No run. Crowd is starting to drift off a bit in drifts and drabs. It's definitely a bit much emptier than what it was a couple of hours ago.
Yeah, it's been a good crowd here today, and I'm sure many people tempted to the south coast today by the weather. 4 days cricket, a chance to watch the New Zealanders in action.
Robinson steaming in from the Cromwell Road end. He's played that. Jameson has defended that straight to cover. Looked a bit surprised by that one, actually. It looked like the ball came on a bit quicker than he expected.
Been very economic today, Ollie Robinson, hasn't he? Although he hasn't taken any wickets. In his 18th over, 5 maidens, 0 for 38, so he's going at a little over 2 and over, which will please him. He's always very economic. Ollie Robinson may not have picked up any wickets, but I think he'll be pleased if he can get through these 18 overs without any sign of injury. That'll be a good step for him on his way back from injury.
Definitely. He's currently steaming in from the Cromwell Road end. He's bowled the ball. Jameson has flashed his hands at it through cover, and it's racing away to the boundary. One lovely cover drive.
Famous last words from Adrian saying how economic. That was a good shot, wasn't it?
It's commentator's curse.
It is a commentator's curse. It was a half volley from Ollie Robinson, and Jameson wasn't going to miss out, and he
really
hammered
cashed
the
in
ball.
on that
Yes,
one.
he did, through the covers for 4 runs. He goes to 26 off 24 deliveries, so it's been an entertaining little innings this from Carl Jameson.
Played that shot and it looked like he said thank you very much.
Yeah.
As that raced over to the boundary. Hudson Prentice had to chase that down. He's currently making his way back to his position at backward point as Robinson's running downhill from the Cromwell Road end. Bowled a nice length there. Jameson's just gone and defended that. No run.
I suspect if this was a first-class match, that maybe New Zealand might decide to bat on a bit tomorrow and really attack Sussex in the Woolwich, which I'm sure they will attack, and I'm sure their bowlers will be looking for a good workout, but there'd just be a bit more edge to it, I think, if it were a first-class game.
Yes, I think so. Robinson's running in. He's bowled the ball. Jameson's again just driven that quite firmly to mid-off for no run. It's popped a bit, that ball, by the fielder.
Yeah.
Well watched by him.
Well, it was, and I'll tell you what, Ollie Robinson would have been none too impressed if that had gone past George Burrows for a boundary.
I don't think any bowler would have been impressed with that. It went straight past the fielder.
Particularly in the last over of the day.
At the top of his run-up, he's turned around, he's coming in, bowled the final ball of his over. In he comes. Jameson defends that, and he's played that to backward point for no run. That is the end of Robinson's spell for today. 18 overs, 5 maidens, 42 runs. No wickets, unfortunately, for him, but New Zealand are currently 338 for 3 off 89 overs, and looks like Sean Hunt is going to continue at the C end for the last over of the day.
Yeah. So, well done Sussex. They've got through their overs in pretty good time today. The time's coming up to 6:05. You can see the flags on the clock tower scoreboard now, absolutely limp to the mast.
They're done. The flags are done.
Yeah, the flags are done. And there's quite a bit of blue sky around. Those mare's tails are back that I was talking about earlier, Nikki, those clouds. But it's going to be Sean Hunt who's going to bowl the last over of the day. 2 slips go down. He comes running in to bowl to the left-handed Ravindra. He's in and bowls. Ravindra is clipping this one nice through square leg. He's going to get 4 runs. That's beautifully timed by Rasheen Ravindra. It was overpitched by Sean Hunt and just flicked away effortlessly off the toes by Ravindra. He goes to 21 and New Zealand to 342 for 3. Lovely shot.
Beautifully timed, that one.
Yeah, it really was. Clipped away through square leg for 4. This way again. Bowls and Ravindra is forward. Plays that into the offside. Fielded by Daniel Ibrahim, who trots into field. And again there is, or again on this occasion, it's a dot ball. Ravindra does a little bit of gardening. There's a lone seagull flies in sort of circles one way and then the other, probably looking for someone with some fish and chips or something, I expect.
Oh, it's got a seagull chasing it. It's trying to like fly away from the other seagull.
Okay.
They're playing a bit of...
Could be all sorts going on. In comes Hunt, bowls to Ravindra, who's forward. Hunt fields off his own bowling with his left hand. And there is no run.
I think they're playing tag.
Yeah.
Going round and round in circles.
There used to be sort of like a mock hawk that used to fly up above that stand to try and scare the seagulls away.
A mock hawk?
Yeah, used to flutter away over that stand. I don't think seagulls like hawks.
No.
It's not there anymore. As in comes Hunt. In and bowls, and Ravindra places firmly into the covers, fielded by Ibrahim. And again, there is no run. As far as Sussex is concerned, some bonuses today have been that some of the injured players have been back on the park, notably Daniel Ibrahim, who did bowl as well. He's been recovering from a shoulder injury, so good to see him back. Good to see Finn Hudson-Prentice on the field as well. He hasn't bowled as normally he would, but good to see him on the field. He will bat as well, so they are positives for Sussex. There's Hunt in and bowled. Ravindra lets that go outside of the off-stump, taken low down by Ollie Carter. So one more ball left in the day. It's going to be bowled by Sean Hunt. He'd have bowled 13 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 51 at the moment. Looks a little bit weary, doesn't he, Sean Hunt, as he wanders back to his mark. Hasn't played that much cricket this season, had a broken thumb to start the season. He was another injury. In he comes now, running into bowl to Ravindra, and Ravindra is forward, plays down the track. And that is it. That is the end of the day's play. And let's listen to the applause. Really good to hear. Good crowd here at Hove today. The close of play.
Good days of cricket as well.
New Zealand are 342 for 3.
Lovely batting performance. Quite a few half centuries there as well. We've got Latham with a half century, Young with 55.
Yeah.
Bracewell with 51, Blundell with 51 as well.
The 342 for 3?
It is 342 for 3.
Let's get that right for my report for close of play.
And Jameson finished on 26 and Ravindra finishes on 21.
Right.
And the groundsmen are already on the ground.
They're on 21. Well, thank you very much, everybody, for listening. Thank those, particularly in New Zealand, who were listening earlier on today.